The sound of steel rang out as Haku and Sasuke traded blows once more, both growling as their kunai and senbon struggled against the others respectively. Zabuza was slightly impressed to see that a green behind the ears genin matching up against his tool. Sakura, Kakashi ordered his pink-haired genin. Stay in front of Tazuna. Sasuke will handle the hunter nin. Got it, sensei, Sakura chorused, bringing a kunai in front of her. Meanwhile, Haku blocked Sasuke's kunai with her senbon needle. Please stand down, I don't want to have to kill you, she calmly said to him. Please, like someone like you could beat me, Sasuke replied. Your confidence will only result in your failure as I have an advantage over you. As you can see that all around us is water that you so thoughtfully provided earlier, and now I have one of your arms restrained from making seals. However, I am not as restrained as you are, Haku said as she made a series of seals on her unoccupied hand, making Sasuke look on in alarm. When Haku finished her seals, she stomped on the ground, calling out, 1,000 needles of death. The water on the ground leaped up into the air, as if it held life before reforming into 1,000 long needles of ice. The needles surrounded the Uchiha and looked ready to take him out, but the boy was doing something else. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate on his chakra, remember the training and focus my chakra from my body to my feet. He thought as he did just that before his eyes snapped open. Haku hopped backwards, as her technique flew towards Sasuke with quick precision. Haku hopped back far enough to avoid taking damage from her own technique, but once she looked up she saw the Uchiha high in the air. A burst of chakra alerted her senses, as Sasuke unleashed his signature fireball technique upon the young girl, which she dodged by hopping to the side, and threw a couple of sunbon at Sasuke which went through him and caused him to vanish from sight. A clone? She thought before she felt a second burst of chakra behind her and caused her to hop to the side to dodge a kunai. When she got up she heard a voice behind her back. You're so slow that it's pathetic. From now on it will be you that dodges my attacks, Sasuke said before continuing the assault on the ice user. He sent a side slash with a kunai that Haku ducked under and followed it with a kick to the girl's head, which was the same result as last time. Sasuke, however, continued to allow his moves to flow and follow one another, and eventually he hit his mark in kicking her in the chest, causing her to fall onto her back. Zabuza couldn't believe that his loyal subordinate was losing a battle of speed. Kakashi told him so, too. I can't have you underestimating my team. Now Sasuke's the #1 rookie in Konoha, Sakura's one of the brightest, and Naruto is the hyperactive knucklehead unpredictable ninja of the leaf. Zabuza started to chuckle, before he laughed and turned towards Haku. Haku, it's time for us to get serious, he said with Haku slowly rising to her feet, knowing what Zabuza last said was a silent command on her part to no longer hold back. Chakra soon began to rise from her body, and soon it went above the level Sasuke was able to produce. Her bloodline began to react to the rise in chakra as water began to float in the air and surrounded her body before becoming ice shards once more and flew at the Uchiha in high speed, which he narrowly dodged. She then made a new seal, planning to use one of her unique jutsus. Sasuke stood prepared for whatever the girl was planning to use against him until he began to notice something. He began to feel the air becoming colder by the second, with Haku remaining completely still and held her hands in the strange seal. The air then began to freeze all around him, with the moisture in the air becoming solid. The ice continued to build before forming 21 solid and reflective ice mirrors. Haku then brought her arms down and simply said, "Crystal ice mirrors." What's with this jutsu? Kakashi asked himself as he examined the jutsu. It seemed familiar to him, but he could not place it. That's not a normal ice jutsu used in Snow Country, is it? He asked the demon of the mist. Exactly, Kakashi, but you'll never get to know, Zabuza responded before clashing his giant blade with Kakashi's puny kunai. From within the ice mirrors, Sasuke watched as Haku's image prepared to make a move on him and try to destroy him. Well then, are you ready? It's time for me to show you what my true speed can do, she said as she held up her senbon needles, with Sasuke standing at full alert for the following attack. But soon as he started to move, a scream of pain left his throat, as he was engulfed in a torrent of metal needles. When Haku stopped, she saw that Sasuke was now riddled with needles and covered in bloody cuts on his face, arms, and legs. Sasuke coughed up blood before glaring at Haku. But before a word could be said, Haku prepared to attack again. Kakashi saw that last attack by Haku and tried to assist his student, but Zabuza was continuing his assault on the jounin, as he sent a horizontal slash at Kakashi, making the silver-haired man to jump back. Panting tiredly, he tried to think of a way to defeat him. Sakura, on the other hand, was extremely worried about Sasuke. She was becoming increasingly distressed at seeing her teammate getting beaten horribly and felt the need to do something, and quick, or else Sasuke would die. It soon became too much to handle when Sasuke was engulfed in a torrent of needles, and immediately it caused her to turn to the old man beside her. "I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, but I must leave your side for a moment," she said, with Tazuna looking at the pink-haired girl for a moment before he nodded. "I understand. Do what you have to do, Sakura," he said, with the girl nodding before moving towards the ice mirrors before her before jumping into the air with a kunai in hand. She screamed loudly from all the practice in her years of being a fangirl, throwing the kunai at the cage, inwardly praying that it would somehow in some way assist the Sasuke in his fight. However, her efforts would prove futile as Haku caught the flying projectile with ease and held the weapon in her outstretched arm. She then looked towards Sakura with a disappointed expression being shown from her body movement. "If you kept quiet, you could have attacked me or assisted your friend," she said before she felt something was coming in her direction. Her senses proved itself to be correct, as Haku was struck across her face mask with a shuriken, catching the girl completely off guard. The force of the hit was enough to knock her out from her mirror and caused her to hit the ground with a faceplant. As she got up, a brand new voice spoke all over the bridge that caused both battles to stop dead in their tracks. A blast of smoke, and Naruto stood before them, his hands raised like Zabuza's as if performing the hidden mist jutsu. "There's no need to fear," he said, grinning. "Naruto Uzumaki is here." "Loud little brat," Zabuza muttered before reaching into his shuriken pouch and chucked them at the blonde. Bringing out his kunai knife, Naruto prepared to block them when they were deflected and fell harmlessly to the ground. Looking at the deadly weapons, he saw they were senbon needles. "Haku, what is the meaning of this?" Zabuza demanded his accomplice. "Zabuza, I want to fight them my way," Haku answered, her voice muffled by the mask, making her sound like a guy. Raising a non-existing eyebrow at the statement, the demon of the mist sighed. "You're as soft as always." Looking down at himself, Sasuke cursed, knowing it was true. The wounds hurt, that was a given, but they were far from fatal. And what was worse is that he didn't know how to defeat this jutsu. He just couldn't see the reason for it. But Naruto was here now, and while the blonde was an absolute idiot, he knew that he would get serious and distract the false hunter ninja. "Hey, I came to save you," Naruto whispered next to him. And just like that, Sasuke knew he was screwed. "You idiot! What on earth possessed you to come inside the mirrors?" he yelled at his teammate. "What did you say?" "I came to save you, and this is what I get, you ungrateful bastard," Naruto yelled back. Taking advantage of their bickering, Haku merged into the nearest ice mirror, and then started to barrage them with a volley of senbon needles. "Trying to follow with your eyes is impossible. You will never be able to catch me," Haku said, readying herself to attack again. "That's a load of shit," Naruto shouted out, standing straight up after the attack. He brought his index and middle fingers together and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In a giant cloud of smoke, 20 Narutos appeared, letting out a battle cry. The real Naruto and his small clone army charged at the 21 ice mirrors, intending on shattering them. It was a massacre for Naruto. His clones were absolutely decimated, and the original fell right on his ass with a couple more needles embedded in his torso. "This jutsu uses the mirror's reflection to transport me. From my point of view, you seem to be moving in slow motion," Haku said, with the two looking stunned, seeing this guy's pure speed. Kakashi's head snapped upon hearing that last statement made by the ice user and turned his attention towards Zabuza, a surprised expression on his face. "I knew it. For a kid to master a jutsu like that," Kakashi said when Zabuza started chuckling. "A jutsu like that?" Sakura asked, confused at what Kakashi was implying. "A bloodline," Kakashi said bluntly. "A deep blood lineage and superior genealogy. It's a jutsu passed down by your ancestors," he continued on, drawing a baffled look from her. "So wait, that means—" "Yeah, you can compare it to my Sharingan. Those two are in deep trouble." In the dome, Naruto heard Kakashi's explanation and smirked hearing it. So what? Big deal, you have a bloodline. That won't stop me from fulfilling my dreams, he exclaimed, his voice never wavering. His exclamation caused Haku's eyes to soften behind her mask as the memory of the day she was found by Zabuza plagued her mind. The day that Zabuza found her after she was on the streets cold, hungry, and soulless, just waiting to die. But then Zabuza found her and gave her a reason to live. She became his tool, he became a father figure, and for that gave her the will to live again. Becoming a true shinobi was difficult for me, and it still is today. If possible, I don't want to have to kill you, nor want you to have to kill me, Haku said, her voice shaking a little behind the mask. But if you come at me, I will destroy my kind heart and become a true shinobi. This bridge is a place where we fight to connect our dreams. Me for my dream, and you for your dreams. Tears fell from her eyes and collected at the bottom of her mask. Please don't hate me. I want to protect someone precious to me, to work for that person, to fight for that person, to make that person's dreams come true. That is my dream. Her voice then filled with determination. For that, I can become a true shinobi. For that, I can kill you.
Sasuke-kun.
Naruto, don't listen to him. You can beat him, Sakura shouted at them, hoping beyond hope that they would prevail.
No, Sakura.
Don't egg them on, Kakashi said, stopping her from saying more, drawing another confused look from the stupid fangirl. Even if they somehow defeat that jutsu, they cannot beat that boy. What do you mean? She asked, making the demon of the mist laugh at her nativity. They don't have the strength to destroy their hearts and kill another person. That young man knows the true pain of being a shinobi, Zabuza said, keeping up the charade of Haku being a guy. A real shinobi can't be created in a peaceful village like yours, because you can't gain the most important thing, the experience of killing. And from what I've seen, only one of your wet behind the ears genin are capable of such a feat. He continued on, infuriating the copycat ninja at such a claim. I'm going to end this instantly, the copycat ninja said, bringing his left hand to his Hitai-8. Sharingan again? Is that the only thing you can do? Zabuza sneered, getting real tired of this trick. As Kakashi started lifting this Hitai-8, the eyebrowless man reached under his shirt and pulled out a kunai. Quickly adding chakra to his feet, the demon of the mist launched himself at him, aiming to take out Kakashi's Sharingan eye. It was too late to dodge, so Kakashi quickly brought up his right hand to defend. The kunai embedded itself in his hand, causing a massive amount of blood to splatter onto the ground. With his normal eye, Kakashi glared at the demon of the mist. You asked if it's all I can do, but you are afraid of my Sharingan, Zabuza, Kakashi taunted, blocking the pain from experience he received in the Third Great Shinobi War. A shinobi's supreme technique is not something that should be shown to your opponent over and over again, Zabuza snarled at him. You should feel honored, you're the only person to have seen it twice. There will not be a third time, Kakashi replied. Heh, even if you defeat me, you can't win against Haku. Ever since he was a kid, I taught him all different kinds of fighting skills. Even facing the greatest adversity, he succeeded, without heart nor fear of death, a fighting machine known as a shinobi. And even his jutsu surpasses mine by his terrifying bloodline. I gained a high-quality tool for myself, unlike the scrap that follow you around, he said, pulling the kunai from Kakashi's palm. There's nothing as boring as a man's bragging. Let's get this started, Kakashi replied, lifting his Hitai-8, his Sharingan flashing. Zabuza jumped backwards to avoid any possible attacks, backing further way down the bridge. Hold on for a second. I'll use your own words and brag about one more thing. The last time you said this to me, I'll tell you this. The same jutsu will not work twice against me, wasn't it? I have already seen through the trivial system of your eye. In the fight, I wasn't just getting beat like an idiot. I had Haku hide in the background and examine every aspect of the battle. My tool told me how to beat your Sharingan only seeing it once. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu, he called out. Zabuza gradually disappeared as a thick impenetrable mist blanketed the area, leaving Kakashi waiting for the next move. This fog is so thick I doubt even Zabuza could see through this, Kakashi muttered under his breath. But then he saw some familiar shapes speeding through the mist. He deflected several shuriken with his kunai. Impressive that you could block those Sharingan, Kakashi, came a voice from behind Kakashi. Spinning around, Kakashi saw Zabuza standing with one hand in the controlling hand sign for the jutsu. But what really amazed him was the fact that Zabuza's eyes were closed. But the next time either of you see me will be the end of everything. You have overrated your Sharingan a little too much. What? Kakashi demanded, hoping that Zabuza didn't figure it out. Oh, how wrong he was. You acted as if you knew everything, but you can't read my mind nor see my future, Kakashi. The Sharingan is simply a trick that makes your opponent think you can. It's basically an eye technique involving hypnotism and an attention to detail. Using these two abilities together, you can progress from copying the body to copying the mind to copying the jutsu. This is the dance that makes it look like you can predict the future. First, with that keen eye, you copy my movements and shake my mind. Then when I'm confused, you are able to figure out what I'll say and then become me. Then once the worry and confusion is at its peak, you attack with a cleaver trick. You attack my mind with a hypnotic genjutsu suggesting what seal I should perform next, and then you copy that. Zabuza laughed. So the answer is simple. First, with this thick mist, I render your eyes useless. The demon of the mist proceeded to punch Kakashi in the chest, sending him backwards. And by keeping my eyes closed, I remove the chance of being hypnotized. Kakashi panted, regaining his breath after that punch. But why? You can't see anything either. Have you forgotten that I am a genius in the art of silent killing, taking down my enemy by just their sound? At those words, Kakashi turned his head on instinct in the direction he knew Sakura and Tezuna to be. Oh no, he thought, his body disappearing as he quickly moved to the pair, appearing between them and Zabuza just in time to barely block an attack. From the mist, Sakura's screams could be heard. Meanwhile, during Kakashi's fight, Naruto was barely holding on to conscious, while Sasuke was busy defending himself from barrages of Senbon needles. He focused chakra into his eyes to see better and ducked out of the way from another barrage of Senbon needles. Unbelievable. But how was he able to see it? Haku thought before she got her answer when Sasuke raised his head to look at her. Within his eyes were no longer the regular onyx black of the Uchiha clan, but were now the famed crimson-red eyes with two tomos in the left eye and one in the right. Haku now knew that Sasuke was now using the Sharingan that was now active. The ice user then knew she couldn't afford to waste any more time. She quickly exited her mirror and went towards a prone Naruto. Cursing, Sasuke pumped the last of his chakra into his legs, hoping to make it there in time. Kakashi clutched at his chest, trying to stem the flow of blood from the new slash going diagonally down his chest. He had managed to come between Zabuza and Sakura and Tezuna in time, but only with seconds to save their lives as a human shield. You were too slow, Kakashi. Zabuza growled at him, ashamed his skills dulled over the years, which was truly pathetic in his opinion. Did your desire to save that cannon fodder cloud your mind and make the mist even thicker? Even with that impressive eye, your ability to read my movements is dimming. Try and hang in there. I want to savor the fun as I return the favor from my defeat earlier. Don't worry about the genin behind us. He grinned under his bandages. Haku has probably already killed them. Plus, I am about to send you to the same place as them. I think you can apologize to them in the next life, apologize for lacking the strength to protect them. He then went into a mocking laughter. It was Sakura who finally perked up, yelling, Sasuke-kun won't be beaten that easily, completely forgetting about Naruto. Kakashi smiled from beneath his face mask. Exactly. I believe in their strength and Naruto's determination, he said, not hearing her entire screeching. And Sasuke is the offspring of Konoha's most outstanding clans. You mean? Zabuza asked, knowing exactly what Kakashi was saying. Yes, that boy's full name is Sasuke Uchiha, a genius with the blood of the Uchiha clan running through his veins. Kakashi finished his thoughts. An offspring of that tragic clan. But that's the same with Haku. No one has ever defeated that special jutsu, he said, disappearing into the mist again. Sakura, stay here. Kakashi ordered his genin, causing her to stand still. Can you hear me, Zabuza? You seem to believe that I survived in this world with only my Sharingan. You seem to forget I was a former captain of the Umbu Black Ops, and you know what that means. And you know what kind of shinobi I truly am. I can do more than just copy jutsu. I shall show you my own original jutsu, he said, cupping his hand beneath a specific pouch on his jacket. In the ice mirrors, Naruto stirred and saw the hunter ninja on the ground. Geez, all you do is get in the way, Sasuke said above him. Smiling, seeing that Sasuke beat him, Naruto looked up to congratulate him. But his smile faded and his face turned into a mixture of horror and an absolute shock. Because Sasuke was covered in needles, his arms, legs, torso, and especially his neck was riddled with senbon going through him. Why did you save me? Naruto asked, shocked by the fact that Sasuke did this. Sasuke, smirking slightly as blood leaked from his mouth. I hated you. Then why? I never asked for your help. I don't know, my body just moved on its own. He coughed up a large amount of blood and collapsed, and Naruto caught him before he almost hit the ground. That man! Sasuke gasped out as his eyes began to close. That man, I swore to kill my brother. I told myself that I wouldn't die until I killed him. He winced as he looked at Naruto. Don't die also. And then his eyes closed, and his body became cold. He landed a blow on me without even flinching, and died protecting you. To protect a precious person, knowing it was a trap, he still jumped in. He is a shinobi that deserves respect. Haku said, her voice void of emotion as she stood up. Is this your first death of a friend? That is the way of the shinobi, she said sadly, stepping into the nearest ice mirror. Shut up, Naruto shouted at the fake hunter ninja. I won't forgive you. Still hunched over Sasuke's body, foul demonic red chakra emitted from his body and looked up to face her. His eyes were slitted blood red, full of malice and rage. I'm going to kill you, he roared out, his voice dark and demonic, promising death. Haku watched in fascination and horror as the red chakra surrounded his body. His face became more pronounced as his whisker-like marks becoming darker in color, with his canines turning to small fangs. When he opened his eyes, the evil feeling of the chakra overwhelmed her, as she felt her hand shaking in fear and almost the need to run from him and never come back. She felt a multitude of fears going all throughout her body, as she saw the chakra veil take on the shape of a fox. She felt even further frightened, seeing as how chakra was supposed to be invisible to the naked eye, and for an instant, she could swear that an image of an evil glaring fox. What is this chakra? She asked herself as his wounds healed, and the needles from his previous attacks popped out of his body. That's impossible for chakra to change like this, feel so evil and full of malice. And his wounds are healing? Who is this boy? She questioned inside her head, while preparing for Naruto's attack. Kakashi and Zabuza all blinked as they felt the sudden burst of evil chakra. Kakashi looked into the mist desperately as he withdrew a scroll from one of the pouches on his flak jacket. Is that Zabuza? No. This terrible chakra, it can't be Naruto? Knowing he didn't have much time left, Kakashi flipped his scroll into the air with his right hand and moved his left hand up to his chest wound. He stuck his finger in the wound and in a single practiced motion caught the scroll, opened it and swiped his bloody finger down the length of the inscriptions. Spinning the open paper around his body in preparation for the jutsu, Kakashi called out to the demon of the mist. Zabuza, I know you can hear me, and you know neither of us have time to waste. This might not be your style, but let's end this fight right here and now, he said, catching the scroll as if rolled itself up in a focusing seal. Humph, sounds interesting. What could you possibly do in this situation? Show me, Kakashi, Zabuza shouted from within the thick mist. In the ice mirror dome, Haku moved quickly and threw 6 senbon needles towards Naruto. Naruto simply let out a demonic roar that blew them away. He then proceeded to jump up to attack her. She fled the mirror from years of training, and just in time as he punched where she just was a second ago, destroying the mirror. She fell to the ground completely shocked that her mirror was destroyed, but she didn't have time to think on it when she rolled away as he came down on her. His punch destroyed the ground which she stood on, resulting in her tumbling towards him after trying to get towards another mirror. She tried to get away, but he grabbed her arm, nearly causing it to break. Naruto then brought his right arm back and with all the strength he could muster, he punched Haku's masked face, forcing her to fly backwards through one of her mirrors and roll on the ground before hitting an iron rail guard. As her jutsu crumbled, Naruto roared out and ran on all fours like an animal. As he neared her, her mask started crumbling, revealing parts of her face. He brought his right arm back to finish her off and thrusted forward. As his punch was about to reach her face, her mask fell off. Everything around them stopped. The wind didn't blow, the birds didn't chirp, nothing. Haku sat there on her knees. "Why didn't you finish me off?" she asked, her voice cold and dead. "What are you trying to say?" Naruto asked, his eyes back to their blue color. Haku was silent, but then she stood, her head bowed. "You don't understand now. You have taken away my reason for living. Zabuza has no need for weak shinobi or a defective tool." "You're not a tool," Naruto snapped at her. "What makes him so special anyway?" Haku bowed her head and told Naruto of her history. She explained how in Water Country, those with bloodlines were seen as monsters and tools, and civil wars in Water Country had resulted in the deaths of nearly all the bloodline users in said country. "My mother was one of them," she said, her eyes lifeless. "And when my father found out, he killed her and then tried to kill me. But I killed him. Then Zabuza found you." Naruto finished for her, his gaze saddened, knowing her life was somewhat like his, unwanted and alone. "Yes." Haku smiled, tears running down her eyes. "I was happy he took me as his own and trained me to be his perfect tool. He was like a second father to me. But now," she trailed off, looking to the side, "he has no need for a defective tool, so please Naruto, kill me." Over with Zabuza and Kakashi, the copycat ninja went through 4 hand seals before slamming his scroll onto the ground. "Summoning, Earth style, fanged pursuit," he thought out as rolls of kanji symbols stretched out, and the ground crackles with immense power. "It's useless, Kakashi, you can't figure out where I am. Without your Sharingan, you're useless." The next attack will be the lost dash. Zabuza's thoughts were interrupted, feeling some rumbling beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he could hear what he thought was the sound of dogs barking, which was joined quickly by cracking noises. Looking at his feet, Zabuza was shocked to see when several vicious dogs burst from the bridge, grabbing him and holding him tight in place. As the mist cleared, Kakashi saw Zabuza being held by a pack of dogs. A huge bulldog bit into both of his right shoulder, rendering it useless. 2 Great Danes held his hands. 2 Labrador retrievers held his arms. 2 Rottweilers bit into his thighs. 2 beagles bit into his ankles, and a pug bit on the long cloth of his Hitayate, all wearing blue capes with smiley faces on them and leaf Hitayates on various parts of their bodies. "How?" Zabuza asked despite the pain. "Earlier in the fight I let you wound me, and your weapons stink with my blood, so my hounds couldn't miss you," Kakashi replied as the fog lifted. "The fog is lifting. I can see your future, and your future is death." "You say my future is death? I've had enough of your bluffs," Zabuza raged. "Zabuza, you've had your fun. You schemed your schemes the day you deserted the village hidden in the mist and became a missing nin, your name and your reactions were reported to every village. We all know your failed coup d'etat you and your followers staged, and the attempt to assassinate the Mizukage. Since then you've been trying to raise funds for a second attempt, and barely staying ahead of the hunter nins, which is what brought you here. It's why you'd stoop to work for scum like Gateau," Kakashi said, his voice filled with disgust. He then did 3 hand seals and used his left hand to brace his right wrist. A ring of crackling chakra appeared around him and small bolts of electricity flowed from the ring into his hand. The bolts eventually stopped and he now held a large blue ball of lightning, which let out a terrible sound like the screeching of 1,000 angry birds. "You're a loose cannon. The man you're trying to kill, Tazuna, is the heart and spirit of this place. And the bridge you're trying to prevent him from completing is the land's hope. You're willing to sacrifice this place and everyone in this village just to advance your own ambitions." He continued, "Spare me the civics lesson and philosophy. You have no right in my affairs. Do your worst," Zabuza roared. "Then die. Lightning blade," Kakashi yelled as he ran at Zabuza, his right hand at his side tearing through the bridge. He then brought his hand up to plunge it into his chest. But he saw a dark shape appear before him. Too late to pull back, he surged forward, thrusting his lightning-engulfed hand at Zabuza. Despite the tears, Naruto knew how Haku felt. He didn't want to do it, but sometimes there was no choice. Reaching into his kunai holster, he brought out his kunai knife and ran at her, intending at making her death swift and painless. Thank you, Naruto. Live on and fulfill your dreams. I just wish we met under different circumstances. I know we would have been friends, maybe even. Her thoughts were cut short when she sensed a massive chakra spike where Zabuza was. Just when Naruto was going to take a stab at her heart, she grabbed his wrist, preventing him from the killing blow. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't die yet, she said, not realizing she added a suffix to his name. She then proceeded to do a one-handed seal and disappeared. What the? Naruto asked himself, seeing her disappear. Looking in the direction he knew Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting, he saw her appear in front of Zabuza, her arms wide open, protecting him from Kakashi's lightning-covered hand. He felt his eyes widen, and he growled angrily. It wasn't fair. No one deserved to die like that. That was when he felt something in his legs. Apparently he unconsciously focused the fox's remaining chakra into his legs. But he didn't care. Squatting down, he flew forward towards them. In a splash of blood, Kakashi saw with horror what he actually hit. Haku had reached Zabuza in time, but Naruto had shoved her out of the way and took Kakashi's prized jutsu through his chest and out his back, splashing the area with his blood. Wah! Wah! Kakashi tried to get out the words, but Naruto grinned, despite the pain he was in. I couldn't let her die, he said, as Kakashi pulled his trembling, blood-soaked arm free from his student. Zabuza only scoffed, amazed by Naruto's tenacity. Saved by my enemy's student, all for a defective tool. Naruto, growling pale by the second, looked at the demon of the mist, his eyes hard and cold. Don't you call her that, he said, trying to cover up the hole in his chest. How? Haku put her hands over her mouth, trying not to throw up. I don't know, I just guessed. Naruto smiled at her, before puking up a glob of blood. Now listen here, Nobrows. She loves you like a father, he managed to yell out, going into a coughing fit, hacking up blood that got worse with each cough, causing him to fall onto his back on the hard concrete floor. But he managed to smile through the pain. I'm dying, I know that much, and while I may be an idiot. He snickered a bit as he saw the look on their shocked faces. I know one thing about the Seven Swordsmen last rites. Zabuza winced hearing that. It was a tradition in the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist to honor one request from the dying. That was if they earned their respect, and if it was reasonable. While he didn't want to admit it, the blonde brat earned his respect from their first meeting, being the only one who actually didn't fear him like the others. Fine, what is your wish? He asked, knowing it would to abandon his mission. I want you to abandon this mission, and bring Haku and yourself to Konoha to dash. He immediately went into a hacking fit that caused his lifeblood to spill onto the bridge. Become Shinobi of the Leaf, he managed to finally say after his fit, his voice growing weaker and weaker by the second. That was a shocker, the demon of the mist becoming a leaf shinobi. Kakashi thought it was an insane idea. It would take a lot of strings to pull with the Hokage. And Zabuza was wondering if the blood loss was getting to his head. But sighing, he agreed. Last request accepted. On my sword. Zabuza agreed, sealing the deal, and looked at the dying blonde, forever burning the image into his mind in order to never forget. Thank you, Zabuza. Naruto sighed out tiredly before his closed forever. The scene was heartbreaking. Only 4 people cried for the blonde. Kakashi cried for his student that he killed with his own hands. Zabuza actually shed a single tear for the first time since he defected from the mist, leaving behind someone very important to him. Haku started weeping as she looked at this boy. Know this man who gave his life for her. And even Tezuno wept uncontrollably for the deceased blonde who gave his life to save a country that wasn't even his own. The only people who didn't cry was Sakura, because she was tending to a wounded Sasuke, and was because parents told her that Naruto was nothing but a demon. When she was as young as 6, they, and the entire civilian council gave her a super-secret mission to abuse him for her years in the academy, and kill him whenever she got the chance. And Sasuke, because he was unconscious at the time, blissfully unaware what happened to the blonde. However, the heartbreaking scene was ruined. Well, what do we have here? Came a familiar voice. It was Gateau in his fancy tuxedo, and he had brought all of his henchmen with him to finish the job. Looks like you're getting your ass kicked, Zabuza. Gateau, Zabuza growled, clearly in no mood for the businessman's crap. What do you want? And what's with those men? Sakura, who had brought a unconscious and senbon filled Sasuke over. What's going on? She asked. Haku only grimaced. It's our employer, she replied wearily, tired from using her chakra. He. Gateau chuckled. The plans changed. At first I wasn't going to pay you, and let the hunter-nin from Water Country know where you were. Zabuza grimaced. He knew this wasn't going to end well. But then I saw this fight, and thought that it'd be better to kill off you guys, and give the girls to my men as part of a job well done. Sakura gasped in horror. Haku lifted herself to her feet, and glared at the short man who dared to betray them, as the rowdy group of men behind Gateau leered at the girls, while the men were looking at them with absolute hatred. Gateau saw her and grinned evilly. Actually, as punishment for breaking my arm, my men can have you as their little toy, and I'll keep the pink-haired one. After all, it's not every day that you find a girl with natural pink hair. I find it. He paused to lick his lips at gaining a new toy. Exotic. You will do no such thing to my daughter, Zabuza yelled out, slowly reaching behind his back with his good arm. Heh, well, when they're done she'll be calling us daddy. One mercenary cheered, while the rest laughed with him. Get them all, Gateau called out, raising his good arm to point like the stereotypical bad guy. The thugs cheered loudly and begun to run forward, but a kunai sinking into Gateau's skull stopped them in dead their tracks as they saw the crime lord fall to the ground with a bewildered look on his face. Nice shot, Kakashi commented, the demon of the mist. I've been wanting to do that for a long time, Zabuza smirked. I owe it to the kid at least. You killed our meal ticket, one mercenary shouted at the ninjas. Now we're going to ransack the village, another shouted out. However, when they were about to charge and ransack the village, an arrow embedded in front of them. Everyone looked to where it came from, and every able-bodied villager was there. While they were only carrying farming tools, their numbers far outmatched theirs, making them a little intimidated. Kakashi, how much chakra you got left? Zabuza asked the copycat ninja. Enough for one last jutsu, Kakashi replied to the demon of the mist. Nodding, Zabuza started going through 44 hand seals with his good hand, with Kakashi following suit with 2 hands until Hei ended on the rooster hand seal. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. The two called out in a union as 2 giant dragons made out of water flew up from under the bridge, slamming into the bandits, either sending them over the side of the bridge to their deaths, crushing them on impact, drowning them, or into the boat at the side of the bridge, destroying it as well. Either way, no one survived. There wasn't even a body left to bury. Not that they even deserved one, of course. But the cost was heavy. Naruto was dead, and nothing was going to bring him back. As Kakashi picked up the deceased genin to take his body back to the house, no one even suspected this single moment would change the future. Not even the demonic eyes peering at them from another realm of existence and smiling to himself. What am I going to tell the Hokage? Kakashi sighed sadly. It had been 3 days since Naruto sacrificed himself to save Zabuza and Haku. He knew he couldn't procrastinate on an issue like this. After all, it's not every day you killed your sensei's son. Just tell him the truth, that he died protecting his precious person. Sasuke replied in a rare moment of kindness. But underneath his calm facade, he was trying his best to cry in front of everyone. While he would never say it out loud, Naruto was his friend. The blonde always stuck by him during their academy days after his clan was slaughtered. Being an orphan, he knew his pain and loneliness of not having a family. Sakura, on the other hand, clearly didn't give a flying fuck. Her mom always told her that Naruto was the Kyuubi incarnate, and she believed every word like a good girl. And the result was her undertaking a private mission under the civilian council to destroy the blonde-haired demon any way necessary. Smirking inwardly, she took pride in what she did to make him suffer, distracting him from his studies as a shinobi with her beauty, in her mind at least, causing him brain damage by hitting him repeatedly for doing the simplest things. While she was glad she had him wrapped around her finger, his death took a lot off her mind so she can finally report back to her mom, and finally get her beloved Sasuke to finally notice her. Zabuza meanwhile stood up, causing Kakashi to glance at him, Sighing, the demon of the mist said to the copycat ninja, "Listen, I'm just heading to the bathroom. I swore on my sword that I would honor the kid's request, and I'm not going to break it." As he headed to the bathroom, the former Mist Umbu member reflected on the last 3 days. And he wouldn't admit it, but he missed the kid. While he was an idiot, he had potential to surpass him. That's right, he was the one he mentioned to Kakashi on the bridge. The kid had spirit and brought Haku and him closer together. He felt like smacking himself for being so oblivious to his his surrogate daughter's feelings towards him. As he opened the door, he swore that if he broke his promise, that he would take his own life. Haku, however, was sitting by Tsunami, both still shedding tears. Tsunami's was for the man who saved her and her son's lives, while hers were from what could have been. When she first saw him unconscious in the forest, it pained her to try and kill him, and for that she was glad that she didn't. His eyes looked much like hers before she found Zabuza. While she had no doubt that he was happy with his current precious people, his eyes showed her it just wasn't enough. Drying her tears once again, she made a silent vow to honor his sacrifice by living her life to the fullest. Tazuna drank himself into unconsciousness, unable to bear that a young soul sacrificed his life for a country that was not his own. A part of him died on that bridge 3 days ago, showing what a waste of life these shinobi go through. Naruto was only 12, almost 13, barely old enough to see life to its fullest. That was why he was going to name it the Great Naruto Bridge to honor the life of Wave Country's savior before he passed out. Inari, however, was taking it the hardest. Naruto was the closest thing he had to a brother. But he dared not shed a tear out of sadness. No, that would be an insult to the man who saved his country. The only time he would ever cry was out of happiness, never sadness, that he swore on the grave of Kaiza, the first hero of Wave Country, and his father. None of them knew what would occur in the next hour. Unknown location. Is this hell or is this heaven? Naruto whispered quietly to himself. The sound echoed through the darkness, and he heard his own question repeated many times, distorted in some way. He could feel the vibrations of his own voice rippling through his body. Then there was another voice, and as it spoke, the veil of shadow that had shrouded his senses was banished. No, this isn't hell or heaven. It is the place in between earth, heaven, and hell. It is the connection linking all three. It is the place of purgatory, or otherwise known as Limbo. The words came from every direction, and the voice was unlike any he had ever heard. As his sight returned, he could see a figure in front of him. It was monstrous, larger than even the Kyuubi, though it shared many of the same characteristics as a human. Only he had purple skin with horns on his head. His long white hair flowed down to the giant's knees, and a dagger was held between its sharp teeth. The man wore a big baggy white yukata. He was also slightly transparent, and glowed with a strange dark power. A presence hung, not like a killing intent but rather like death itself was radiating from the ghost-like man. It was so powerful that it made Kyuubi's killing intent seem like nothing. Naruto gulped. He had never felt this much power before. This man had to be a god or demon. Nothing else could house so much power. I am Shinigami, the god of death. Naruto's eyes widened at this revelation. He was dead. He killed me, my sensei killed me. Naruto's eyes dulled with sadness. He knew that something was off, but didn't know what. But what the god of death said practically was a chakra-reinforced punch by Sakura. He looked back at the Shinigami. The god's orb-like eyes were boring a hole in his forehead. What? The god of death seemed a bit taken aback that a mortal would speak so bluntly with him. Well, looks you got a set of kahunas to speak to the divine dash. I know you're the lord of the afterlife, big fucking deal. Just send me to heaven, hell, or keep me here. Either way, I don't give a shit. Naruto said, crossing his arms in front of his chest, awaiting his judgment. He expected an angry scream and get banished to hell for all eternity. But instead the god of death started chuckling, right before going into full-blown laughter. He waited for him to stop, but it continued on for 3 straight hours, bringing a bunch of tick marks on his head. What's so damn funny? He finally screamed out, getting tired of his laughter. Wiping a tear from his eye, the Shinigami chuckled one more time. You are a very amusing human, he managed to say, before letting loose a stream of chuckles. What do you mean by that? The blonde asked. While it was easy to confuse him, this was far by the most confusing thing that he ever experienced in his life. Kid, you are the first human to tell me off. No one, and I mean no one other than my family, has told me off. And I find that hilarious. Shinigami said, his respect going up a notch. But now on to important matters. I believe you know that you have passed on. Yes, I kind of figured that out since I met you, Naruto said, scratching his head. Cut the lips, smartass, I'm trying to say something important here. Shinigami snapped at him. Now, as I was saying, I'm here to make a deal with you. Wow, hold up, I ain't making any deal. Not without knowing what I'm in for. Wow, you're not as dumb as you look. I take offense to that, Naruto protested. Whatever, Blondie. Let me guess. You aren't going to agree unless I tell you what I'm planning? Shinigami asked him, raising an eyebrow. In the words of the Yondaime Hokage, take it or leave it, Naruto said, bringing out a ghostly image that made the god blink to make sure he wasn't seeing things. You don't know the half of the words you just said, Shinigami thought, remembering those words from so long ago. All right, but listen closely because I'm only going to say this once, he said, making Naruto nod. I have been watching you closely, and I must say you have earned my full respect and more, and that is nearly impossible. So I'm going to offer you a second chance at life. I will send you back to your world. I will repair and enhance you old body to the point that you will be unrecognizable to everyone. He finished, making Naruto's eyes widen in excitement. What about the fox? Our blonde hero asked, wondering if he would be rid of him once and for all. Unfortunately, Kyuubi's soul will remain in you body. Now before you complain, I just can't take him out. It is the will of my mother destiny that you two stay bound together. Seeing the blonde frown and bring his head down in disappointment, Shinigami shrank down to the size of a 6-foot-tall human and ruffled his hair in a fatherly fashion. Hey, don't look so down. There's a gift that I'm going to bestow you as my avatar, a power that even makes the mightiest demon quiver in fear. Naruto looked at the god in only slight comprehension. What's this power you speak of? He asked, and wondering what an avatar was. It is the power of the darkness flame, Shinigami replied. The darkness flame? Yes, the most powerful fire next to Amaratsu's flames. Powerful hellfire flames that will burn through anything. And I mean anything. The blonde couldn't help but smirk, but one thing came to his mind. What's an avatar? It means you will be my manifestation of death, and serve me. You will be my subordinate, the first actually. You will follow my orders like your Hokage and sensei. But what I order you to do is your first priority, Shinigami said, causing the blonde to frown. Don't worry, it's not like you're my slave for eternity. You will still have all your freedoms. But when an order comes up, I expect you to do it. Everything else will come second. Got it. Breathing out a sigh of relief, the blonde relaxed. After thinking it over for a few minutes, he answered, one of the highest powers in existence. I accept your deal, Lord Shinigami. I'm glad to hear it, but please no honorifics. You're supposed to be yourself, not some religious nut like those blasted Jashinist freaks. Shinigami sighed, really hating those guys. Jashinists? Wait, never mind, I'll ask later. But I got a question for you, if you'll allow it. Go ahead and ask. I just may answer it. Since you are the god of death, you probably know who my parents were. So can you please tell me who they are? Naruto asked the question that has been bugging him since he was young enough to talk. I'm afraid you will have to ask your Hokage. Right now you are not mature enough to handle this touchy information. But since you'll find it out eventually from what I'm going to put you through, I can at least tell you that our mother was of the Uchiha Blo dash. What? My mom was a Uchiha? Why does Kami hate me? Naruto cried out in disbelief, doing a bunch of exaggerated movements, causing the god of death to sweat drop, wondering if bringing him back to life was a good idea. Kid, my brother doesn't hate you. I know this for a fact, trust me. He lied for the most part, making him stop in an awkward angle. All right, fine. Can I go back now? After all, I can't ask the old man if I'm dead, Naruto asked, standing straight up. Hold up before you leave. I have a couple assignments for you. Fine, lay it on me, Naruto sighed, wanting to get this over with. First, I'm going to awaken your Sharingan, and I want you to name it because it's going to be a new bloodline. 2, get rid of that forsaken jumpsuit. 3, I want you to kill 3 men, Orochimaru, Madara Uchiha, and Danzo Shimura. They have been a pain in my ass for far too long, And 4, don't fawn over that pink-haired bitch. Instead pursue that Hyuga girl and that ice babe. Shinigami, Wait, why do you care about my love life? Naruto asked suspiciously. Shinigami actually chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head. Well, for one, I know that you've been secretly training / kinda seeing that Hyuga girl, though it's been too slow for my tastes. And I know that you know that her love runs deep within her for a knucklehead like you. Plus that girl with that ice bloodline, well, she's well hot and is developing feelings for you. And before you ask how I know, it's simple. Cupid is a good friend of mine, and he knows that it gets boring in Limbo. So he shoots people for everyone's amusement. While it mostly works out on a lot of people, he does make mistakes. Like when he seriously fucked up when he shot you for the pink-haired bitch. Take that back, Sakura is not Dash. Silence! The god of death roared at him. She is a total bitch, the worst girl have ever witnessed to date. And trust me, I've seen Countess Elizabeth Bathory, and gladly sent that bitch to hell where she belongs. You may be a god, but I know her, and she dash. He was interrupted again when the powerful deity punched him in the face. The blonde flew back a few feet before hitting an invisible wall, knocking him unconscious. He stirred a couple minutes later, but he was frowning, and his eyes held a dark look. Is this true? He asked, his voice suddenly taking on a sad tone. Yes, she isn't what you thought she was. She and that damn civilian council of yours have been fucking you over your entire life. That was the sole reason I punched you, to transfer a small part of my memory to show you I wasn't lying. After a long while, our blonde hero stayed quiet. Is there anything else you wish of me? He finally asked, his voice still sad, but happy at the same time in a weird way that only a mortal could do. Yes, I want you to drop your mask because I'm sick and tired of you making yourself looking like an ass all the time. Don't sell yourself short on anything. If you want it, reach out and grab it, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Shinigami retorted on a mocking tone. Nodding, Naruto accepted Shinigami's terms. I'll do as you say, but I got a few questions, he asked. Ask away. For me, killing those 3 men, isn't Orochimaru the snake Sannin who betrayed Konoha? Who the hell is Madara Uchiha? Isn't he part of my family? And who is Danzo? Listen closely. Orochimaru is trying to obtain immortality, which is a pain in my ass. Just think, if other people were to discover how he gained immortality, the entire balance of life will get fucked up. Plus, that man has been doing a long series of sick and unusual experiments, thus forcing me to send good spirits to hell because they turned evil because of him. As for Madara, yes, he's part of your family, however he has gained immortality. But that's not the worst part. He took control of Kyuubi not once but twice. He was the one who fucked up your life and pretty much cursed you to damnation. And Danzo is as worse as those 2. But you're not ready to learn more about him yet. You have to be fucking kidding me? Kid, I'm a god and gods don't lie about serious stuff like this. Then there was silence. A very uncomfortable silence, so Shinigami decided to break it. Why does this bother you? I know you took your first life before. Don't remind me of that, Naruto grumbled, putting his hand over his mouth to try and not throw up. Kid, it was a life and death situation. You did what you had to survive. But dash. No buts, the man was a drunk and a criminal. You did your village a favor by getting rid of him. And trust me, he's in hell getting what he deserves. But dash. I said no buts. In your profession, you're going to take many lives, and while you serve me, you're going to kill a lot more. Sighing, Naruto replied to the god of death. You're not going to make this easy on me, are you? Giving him a sharp, toothy grin, well, as much he could give with a dagger in his mouth, the god of death chuckled at the blonde. Damn straight I am. Now, before I interrupted you, what was the cause of your distress? Oh right, well, those 3 seem strong. I mean, I'm only at high genin level at best. Do I have to dash? Oh no, they are your primary targets. While I want them dead as soon as possible, they don't have to be killed right away. After all, what use would you be if you died on me? Shinigami said coolly. While it was kind of cold of him, Naruto knew that he was right. But they won't be the only ones. You will have secondary targets when I come up with them. All right. Now for naming my bloodline, can you give me some time to name it? I can't really come up with something this important on the fly, Naruto asked, hoping that he could go back now. I'll give you some time, but for now it's time for me to send you back. Remember, death is your ally. Go forth and be my agent of death to those unworthy of their lives." Shinigami told Naruto as he faded away and the blackness receded. Barely a day after his death, Naruto's body finally looked to be at peace. Due to rigor mortis settling in, he was laying awkwardly on one of the futons within Tezuna's home. His legs were slightly bent in an odd angle. His body looked twisted, and his hands were pitifully trying to cover the gigantic hole in his chest. But his face held a serene look to it, and a peaceful smile to go with it. That was what Kakashi was brooding over. The man was a mess, his hair greasy and unkempt. His visible eye was red and puffy from the amount of tears he shed. Let's not forget he was still healing from his fight from Zabuza. Sighing behind his mask, he sincerely envied his student. From all his experiences in his life, Kakashi never saw such a serene death face. Not from his fellow shinobi, at least. In fact, he only saw his sensei and his wife smiling upon their deaths. It was like they knew something everyone didn't, and to this day he still didn't know what they were smiling about. And now their son was giving him that same smile that haunted him in his dreams. Getting to his feet, the copycat ninja brought his hand to his deceased student's cold forehead and brushed his messy strands of hair out of his face. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I promised that I would never let anything happen to you or anyone on the team. But just like with Rin, I failed you too because I wasn't strong enough. I hope you're in a better place and talking with your folks. You definitely deserve it." Turning around, he headed towards the door and opened it up. "I will miss you, Naruto. Nothing will the same without you." With one last tear falling from his eye, he shut the door. Barely 5 minutes later, a dark, powerful, and sinister energy transferred to Naruto's lifeless body, wrapping around him in a cocoon-like fashion. The energy started building up until it expanded until it became unstable. The energy expanded until it exploded, blowing the 2 windows in the room out and shattering the furniture, and tearing off Naruto's bloody jacket along with chunks of his flesh, though it grew back within seconds. Our hero's body stirred a little before he woke up, breathing his first breath of air. Note to self, don't die again, he muttered to himself. Wait, I'm alive? Yeah, I'm fucking alive. He cheered to himself in joy. He would have jumped around hooting and hollering, but a sharp pain jabbed him in the back of his neck.
Hey brat.
Shinigami spoke up after mentally slapping him. Gingerly rubbing the back of his head, Naruto looked around the destroyed room. Shinigami, I can't see you. Where are you? I'm speaking through your mind, and don't talk out loud in public, people will think you're crazy, the death god replied. Oh, Naruto immediately stopped talking and focused his thoughts into his head. Is this better? Perfect. Now listen up, I want you to get out of here now. Wah! Naruto started to question him. Don't question me, do it now. Shinigami roared, making him shut up and scramble out one of the broken windows. He left just in time because Kakashi and Zabuza started kicking the door down. Shinigami used some of his power to write a message on the wall to throw them off. He finished the last letter when the door was reduced to splinters via Zabuza's giant cleaver. When everyone got into the room, most of them were horrified to see the destruction in the room. The bed Naruto's bloody body was on was gone. The windows were blown out, and any bit of furniture was reduced to splinters. What the hell happened? Kakashi cried out, as he frantically started searching for Naruto's body. Kakashi, you might want to take a look at this. Zabuza pointed to one of the walls with the writing on it. Sasuke read it out loud, his eyes narrowing with every word. Dear Leaf Scum, we finally got him. And at the end of the message there was some sort of symbol, showing 2 stones next to each other. Who would do this? Tezuna asked, horrified that someone would do this to the deceased, completely forgetting what the hunter ninja do to their targets. Narrowing his eyes and clenching his fists, Kakashi answered him. Stone Country. They always hated us, especially the blondes in our village. He surveyed the damaged room, seeing parts of his student's flesh and clothing. He clenched his hands harder, drawing blood, and his eyes starting to mist up. It must have been the explosion core, only they would have the gall to do this. Well, at least we don't have to carry him all the way back to the village, Sakura said, trying to play the part as the naive and optimistic genin. But it was hard for her to try and not smile, and cheer that she would never see the Kyuubi brat, as her mom called him, ever again. But how did they even know we were here? Sasuke asked because this scenario honestly didn't add up. They must have been hired by Gateau before he turned on us. Zabuza commented the late crime lord was the type to do it after all. I guess so, Kakashi replied. That was the last they talked about it. Zabuza swore that he would utterly destroy any stone ninja he came across. Tsunami and Haku were holding in their tears to stay strong in front of the men. But Inari, however, ran out the room just because he just couldn't bear the sight any longer. And the two honorable members of Team 7 were silently praying for Naruto's poor soul. The next month was going to be hell for most of them. But then they would be in one hell of a surprise once it ended. Panting heavily, Naruto collapsed onto the forest floor. The Shinigami kept screaming at him to run until he collapsed. That was a few miles ago, which was pathetic in his opinion. After all, he was known to be a stamina freak back in his village. Shinigami, why am I so weak? He managed to pant out. You just came back from the dead. What did you expect? Did you expect to be back at full performance once you came back? The god of death replied, almost in a smartest tone. All right, why are you so casual? Aren't you supposed to have a, I'm a god and you should bow to me attitude? Kid, I'm not my brothers or my parents, they have that commanding attitude. While I just like to sit back, relax, and do what I want. Before you ask what the hell I'm talking about, I'll say it so that even you can understand. This is my attitude and I'm keeping it that way. Titles, social status, and honorifics don't mean shit to me. You want my respect, you have to earn it. And yet you find a 15-year-old girl hot. Very creepy, you cradle robber. Naruto muttered. Don't you dare compare me to those sick bastards. I may be old, but I'm not going to go all pervert pedophile on anyone. So I find her attractive, big fucking deal. Shinigami shouted at his avatar. And just for that, I'm gonna make your training seem like hell on earth. Now get up so we can get started. While Naruto wasn't scared of most things, even though seeing the god of death freaked him out at first, hearing Shinigami scream at him brought him to attention. Now I'm gonna bestow you the darkness flames. However, this comes with a price. Price? The blonde asked the Lord of Death. Yes, the first is that I'll have to implant the tool into your forehead to awaken the power I promised you. But first I must scan you to see if you will even survive the process. Shinigami said, appearing before him in his 6-foot ghostly form, and analyzed him with his eyes. Impossible, he gasped out. I can never get it? Naruto asked, worried that he wasn't good enough to receive his savior's blessing, and mad that there was something wrong with his body. No, it's not that, you have a seal on you. And not just Kyuubi's seal, a suppressing seal.
Suppressing seal.
Yes. And by the looks of it, it's been on you for years. Shinigami half lied to the blonde. There was a seal on him. But there was something else that he needed to study upon further. What in the great elemental nations is that? It's just as it sounds, it probably has been suppressing your learning skills and making you dumber than now. The god replied, taking a shot at him. Now, I'm not going to lie, this just made the process more complicated. Usually you have a 50% chance of dying, but with Kyuubi's chakra and the seal, this increases your chances of death to 99.9%. If you die, your soul will be destroyed with no possibility of coming back. Are you sure you want to go through with this, despite knowing this knowledge? He asked him. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm ready for it, and nothing will stop me. Naruto replied with determination. Don't say I didn't warn you. After Shinigami said those words, he hit the blonde on the forehead and transferred the power he promised. At first, nothing happened until the black flames of hell started to swirl around Naruto, making him scream out in pain. The rest of his orange jacket burst into flames and burned his upper torso. The pain was so intense that his skin ripped off and regenerated multiple times, and he started banging his head on a nearby tree. The agonizing process went on for hours. The blonde destroyed many trees and stones to try and relieve himself of the pain. His bones broke and re-healed. His hair fell out and grew back, and he started bleeding out of every hole in his body. For 3 hellish days, Naruto's body destroyed itself. The entire area around him was nothing but a destroyed wasteland. 10 trees were felled and broken into splinters. Any stone within the area was crushed into fine powder, and the grass was uprooted and stained with an untold amount of his blood. Even after 3 days of torture, Naruto didn't give up. All of that mind-racking pain served a purpose. That purpose was for him to live and become stronger than his previous life. Through the pain he felt, every repressed memory surged through him, the knowledge he so blatantly ignored, the people who wronged him, the exercises that he furiously put his body through, and the emotions he always wanted to show finally came to the surface. When the fourth day finally came, the last thing Naruto felt was his eyes bursting into a red haze, and his forehead splitting wide open. After hours of being unconscious, our hero woke up and cringed in pain. He couldn't move a muscle without it screaming at him to stay still. It took another few hours of lying still. The sun began to come up. Cringing in a low amount of pain, he finally crawled to the nearest river to see any changes. When he got there, he was in for one hell of a surprise. Slowly standing up, he saw that he was as tall as Sasuke and lost all the baby fat on his face and body, leaving nothing but muscles. He developed some abs that needed some work to be fully defined to a full six-pack along with his chest. And from what he could tell, his shoulders were a lot wider and his arm muscles were much bigger than before. His face was well defined and his whisker-like scars were darker like a tattoo, and his canines were a little longer and a lot sharper than normal. His blonde hair was definitely longer, that defied gravity, with black streaks in it. But the most shocking thing were his eyes. He had the familiar Sharingan, only its 3 tomos were crimson, and the iris was like pure obsidian. Yet that didn't compare to the third eye in the middle of his forehead, its crimson iris staring back at him. Now Naruto did what any normal person would have done at that time. He freaked right the fuck out. "Shinigami, you fucking bastard. What the hell did you do to me?" He was greeted with a yawn, and what sounded like scratching. Yeah, good morning to you too. What did you do to me?" he demanded, letting out a slight growl. "And here I thought I was doing you a favor removing the damn seal." The god of death yawned again, scratching his ass in limbo. "Wait, what? You removed it? How?" Naruto asked, completely doing a 180 in his attitude. There were a few seconds of silence, and what sounded like an exasperated sigh, what sounded like a face palm, and the muttering of idiots. "Kid, I removed your suppressing seal. Took some doing, but I did it. Thankfully it was worn down, which allowed less time for your gift to break it. And now, because your seal broke, I was able to successfully reverse its effects. In the time span you were screaming and unconscious, for lack of a better word, I fixed you." Naruto was at a loss. The freaking god of death fixed him. Not only was he granted with the black flames of hell, but he changed completely, and he felt better than any day in his life. His thoughts weren't cluttered. His body wasn't nearly as sluggish as it normally was, and for the first time in his life he felt calm. Felt right. Damn, I don't know what to say. I'm not sure a simple thank you can amount to what you have done." He paused for a moment, staring at his reflection. "But I gotta ask, why dash? You are undoubtedly wondering why you think more clearly, and you are more calm, eh? It's slight, but it's noticeable, I'm sure. I told you a few days ago, the suppression seal affects absolutely everything about you. This includes your brain and therefore your mind. Your thought processes are now natural. This means that you can think more clearly, you can be calmer than you used to be, now that you aren't tremendously chemically imbalanced, and you will probably have a much easier time of retaining knowledge. In simple words, you're no longer dumb." He then chuckled. "You're still an idiot in my opinion though." "How am I an idiot still? I thought I was fixed." "Yet you're wondering why your Sharingan is not like your sensei's or teammates, or why you have an eye in the middle of your forehead. Well, yeah, I dash. Well, for your information, because of the changes you went through, your Sharingan mutated from the power I granted you. And I told you that gaining the power of the darkness flames comes with a price. Now before you argue, you agreed without asking what said price was, and the deal is irreversible." Shinigami said, chuckling how mortals always rushed into things without thinking things over. Now there were a few things that Naruto could have done. He could have screamed in anger, swore at the god of death, fell into some sort of temper tantrum, or even killed himself. But instead he let a small true smile grace his lips for the first time in what seemed like forever. Why? He didn't know, but it felt good. Then he was laughing like there was no tomorrow. He was happy. He knew he looked much different than before, and it would draw more hate from the villagers if they ever found out. But he didn't care, for he was finally free to be himself, not the idiot everyone came to know because of that damn seal on him. After his laughing streak, he deactivated the chakra in his eyes, something that he remembered from his memories until they were the true blue color everyone was familiar with, and mentally sighed in relief that his eyes kept their natural color. He turned to look at Shinigami to thank him, but instead of seeing his shadowy specter of death, he saw what looked like sweat bands, his hitai with a black cloth on it, and a note. Raising his right eyebrow, he picked up the note and read it out loud. Dear Naruto, I would love to train you, but being the god of death, I have god things to attend to, like sentencing souls to heaven and hell. Yeah, I know I promised, but unlike Kakashi, I'm going to leave you precise instructions. Now what you see there are special chakra bands that I acquired some time ago. Anyways, first you put 2 on your ankles and 2 on your wrists. They will automatically draw your chakra into them and steadily increase in weight as you get used to it. Now for your training schedule in the morning, I require you to hunt and gather your meals and constantly wear the weights to increase your strength. Now for the hard part, you are to run around this entire area 10 times, do 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 1,000 punches for each arm and leg, 100 squats, and various chakra exercises that are written on the back of the paper that I learned about. When it hits noon, you'll rest for a half hour before making 7 clones to work on the chakra exercises again, while you work on the Juganai in the middle of your forehead. After that, you'll hunt for your dinner and then sleep until 6 o'clock, where we will continue this regiment until further notice. Pes. Use your hitai to cover up the eye when you're not using it. After reading it out loud, Naruto dropped the paper to the forest floor, knowing that he was indeed screwed. God damn you, Shinigami! He cursed out before he felt a mental slap on the back of his head. All right, I'm going, he yelled into the sky and immediately began his training regiment. When Shinigami said he would be making Naruto's training seem like hell on earth, he meant it. For during the first week he hunted for his own food by gathering nuts and berries at first. But his demanding regiment was forced to hunt and kill multiple animals ranging from rabbits to deer, increasing his survival instincts and his willingness to kill. His physical exercises were brutal to the core, it tore his muscles constantly, and due to his regeneration factor, Shinigami had him increase his workout routine every single day just to see how far he could push his avatar. Of course, Naruto wanted to progress even further, so he exceeded his amount of clones from 7 to 50 to get ahead in his training. It ended up with him having the worst headache in his short life, and knocking him unconscious for a day. Boy, was Shinigami pissed because shadow clones could only do chakra and jutsu exercises. He called him a dumbass for even thinking of using them for physical exercises, and punished him by tripling his physical regiment for 48 hours straight with little to no breaks, making Kyuubi work overtime to make sure his vessel didn't destroy his body with Shinigami's physical exercises. On the plus side, while he didn't get any physical perks from his botched attempt on the jutsu, he gained a good amount of muscle memory to make things a little more bearable. While his training was absolute torture, Naruto couldn't help but admire the results. His body was now more defined, like Ryan Reynolds. Some guy Shinigami compared him to Dash. His weights went from 10 pounds on his arms and legs to 40, and his chakra control was at high chunin from what he could feel when he did water walking, finding it easier to do every time he tried it. Now on to Kyuubi. Their relationship was a love-hate one. When Naruto first met him by an hour of meditating due to Shinigami's new orders, he saw that his mind was like a prison. Iron doors containing various memories that he didn't care for at the moments, and went straight towards Kyuubi's cell. And it was just like that, a giant prison cell with iron bars and the kanji symbol for seal on the door. Now Naruto didn't know what to expect from the 9-tailed fox. Was he going to be friendly, sorry, or evil as hell? Well, he found out when he almost got a giant claw in his forehead, inciting a bundle of rage in the back of his mind from an unknown source. Little to say, the two got into an argument until Shinigami became the mediator by shutting them up with his killing intent. From then on, the two, while not exactly buddies, grudgingly accepted and helped each other. Naruto by imagining up a giant rabbit for the fox to devour from time to time, and Kyuubi by giving him chakra when he needed it and sending him information about the Uchiha clan. The information was disturbing to say the least. He learned that the Uchiha clan was descended from the elder of the two boys entrusted by the Sage of the Six Paths with the power and will of the Way of the Ninja. The elder believed that might would bring peace. The sage chose the younger as more fitting to be his successor, causing the elder to become vengeful to him. From the younger boy descended the Senju clan, who would be the eternal rivals of the Uchiha clan. Before the founding of the ninja villages, the Uchiha were one of the many mercenary clans for hire. Because of their Sharingan, the Uchiha clan came to be known as one of the two strongest clans, the second being the Senju clan. That was when he learned that his ancestor, or at the very least a distant great-uncle, Madara Uchiha, who was undoubtedly the most powerful Uchiha at the time, was particularly powerful, and, upon attaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, he took control of the clan. Under his leadership, the Uchiha grew stronger, conquering whatever clans they came upon, such that, whenever the Uchiha clan was hired for a job, the opposing side would hire the Senju clan. To bring an end to the constant fighting, the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, approached the Uchiha with an offering of peace. Although Madara never wanted peace with the Senju, the rest of the Uchiha wanted to end the fighting, and Madara had no choice but to go along with their decision. The Senju, the Uchiha, and all the clans they had conquered came together to form the village of Konohagakure. Against Madara's wishes, the villagers selected Hashirama as the village's Shodaime Hokage. Madara feared that Hashirama would oppress the Uchiha, and tried to rally support for challenging his leadership. Rather than help him, however, the Uchiha turned their backs on him, believing his only motives were due to pride and the desire for more power. Abandoned by his clan, Madara left the village, later returning in order to challenge Hashirama in battle. They fought at the site that would someday be called the Valley of the End, where, although Madara called upon Kyuubi, he was defeated but apparently did not die. Naruto, surprised by the information, asked how to beat a man like that, and wondered how he could gain the Mangekyo Sharingan, which resulted in his getting hit upside the head by Shinigami. Naruto, don't get power hungry. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the next level of the Sharingan that curses you rather than blesses you. Curse me? Mind explaining, Shinigami? Naruto asked, still getting used to being smart and having a clan to learn about. Oh right, you're still getting used to all this stuff. You see, it has 3 special abilities. One is named Tsukuyomi. This jutsu is one of the most powerful genjutsu in existence. It's named after the goddess of the moon. This jutsu is generated by the left Manjikyu eye. This highly advanced technique cannot be used extensively because of the toll it places on the user. To utilize the illusion, the clan member will look into the eyes of his opponent and cast a genjutsu spell on them. The illusion takes place in the mind of the one affected, while under the jutsu the victim is at the total mercy of the user. The user has full control over space and time in the jutsu and can place the one affected through any hell they desire for any length desired. The technique itself only lasts for but a second in reality, but the one affected could have lasted through several days of torture. It is said only a natural-born member of the Uchiha clan can overcome the illusion. To counter the technique, however, Manjikyu is not required. A highly trained normal Sharingan user can break the illusion, causing the Manjikyu user to experience additional weakness from using it. While the illusion is never the same twice, some elements always remain. The first and foremost similarity is the red moon, which hangs in the sky of each illusion. The moon, in turn, casts a red light throughout the illusion, giving the background a blood-red appearance while the figures within the illusion are solid black with white outlines. The next one is the Amaterasu. This has the same qualities as the darkness flame. You see, this legendary jutsu is unique to the Uchiha clan. Named after the goddess of the sun, this is a ninjutsu technique which uses the Manjikyu form of the Sharingan eye to create a powerful black fire. This jutsu is generated by the right Manjikyu eye. It has been said that anything within the Manjikyu's vision will burn to ash if consumed by the fire. The fire itself is said to burn for 7 days and 7 nights. Because of the amount of chakra needed to use the technique, it can only be used on a very limited basis daily. Though it is regarded as the strongest of Manjikyu's physical attacks, usage of the ability will degrade the eye further and lead the user to blindness. And the last one is Susanoo, named after the god of the sea and storms, is a technique which uses the Manjikyu form of the Sharingan eye to create a sword-wielding spectral form which will surround the user. This jutsu is generated by both Manjikyu eyes. Susanoo will first form around the user as a skeleton. This skeletal form will then generate muscle and armor for battle and become unique to how its user fights. Like other Manjikyu techniques, usage of Susanoo will damage the eyes and health of the user. However, Susanoo varies between users depending on the pureness of their souls. Shinigami explained to his avatar of death. There are more, but unless you want to go blind, I feel it is moot telling you for now. Thanks, and while I'll admit there are severe drawbacks, these techniques sound very powerful and very badass. But that doesn't explain how you get it. If I'm going to beat Madara, I need to know the ins and outs on how to beat him. Naruto explained to Shinigami, using his assignment as an excuse to know more about his Kekkai Genkai. And if this guy is like over 100 years old from what you told me, then he has learned a thing or two to keep himself alive by copying and mastering thousands of jutsus. I'll give you credit of thinking that through, but I don't think you can handle the truth with this information. I'm ready for anything. I need to know anything about this guy if I'm going to beat him, Naruto said determinedly, punching his left hand into his open, right palm to show he was serious. Sighing, Shinigami knew he had to tell him the Uchiha clan's terrible secret of their cursed bloodline. Not because Naruto asked, but because it was necessary for him to learn about his enemy in order to kill him. Naruto, from what I've seen, there is only one way to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. To acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan, someone close to a Sharingan user must die, and the emotion of the loss is responsible for its unlocking. To expedite this occurrence, most Uchiha throughout history have killed their closest friends or family members in order to meet this criteria. To say that Naruto was surprised was like saying he learned the secret of immortality, but it came with a steep price. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He felt sick to his stomach learning this, but a little voice in the back of his head told him it wasn't over yet. Yeah, you should be feeling sick, but this isn't over yet, for there is one last and final level of the Sharingan. This final level is called the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara achieved this by taking his brother's eyes, which gave him unimaginable power and made him immortal or close to it, Shinigami said, finishing up his lecture about the Uchiha clan. Naruto said nothing for a long while. After all, how could he? It's not every day you learn that your clan did something this horrific. Take the rest of the day off and think this through. Take a walk and contact me once you're ready to talk. The god of death continued before vanishing from the mortal plane. For many minutes the black-streaked blonde tried to think on this matter, but he could not, and was tempted to tear his eyes out to free himself from his clan's curse. But it wouldn't matter if he did that or not. The Uchiha blood ran through his veins and would never go away. He had to think this over. Alone. Taking Shinigami's advice, he took off from his training area, but not before dispelling his clones, gaining their memories and experience. That was not a good idea because it gave him a headache soon after, like it always did, causing him to stumble into a nearby tree. The top of his head scraped against the bark, causing a good amount of blood to seep out of the fresh wound, staining a part of his blonde hair crimson. He laid there under the shady tree, thinking, something that now hated doing. After 10 minutes his headache went away, and the cut on his head was already healed within the first minute. Sighing tiredly, he pushed himself to his feet and continued walking aimlessly in any direction he saw fit in his hazy mind. After hours of wandering, it was almost dark, and Naruto found himself looking at a sight he never thought he would see. The area he quite literally stumbled into showed the beautiful rays of light from the sun lowering itself behind the hills he saw earlier when he was fleeing from Tezuna's home, and its descending light reflected off the wavy waters of Wave Country was absolutely breathtaking. This scene of absolute serenity calmed his conflicted mind. But the peaceful sight was shattered by a screeching noise. A fox's, to be exact. Without thinking for once, since Shinigami fixed him, Naruto ran off to find the sound. He reached the source of the sound a minute later. Upon seeing the sight, he hid behind some bushes, and his blood boiled with rage seeing two men standing over a mutilated fox family, with one laughing at the sight of this bountiful harvest, or what he said it was. Taking a peek through the bush, he took a good look at them. One was around 6'2", and much healthier looking than his companion, if the healthy shade of skin and muscle definition were any indication. Naruto couldn't his face because of a large breathing device covered most of it. The only this he could see were menacing green eyes. He wore what looked like a light purple Jonin flak vest with a what used to be white long-sleeved shirt. He wore light blue shinobi-styled pants with sandals to match, and the only visible weapon he could see was an umbrella strapped to the back of his flak vest. According to the scratched-out rain symbol on his breathing device on his forehead, showing he was a missing ninja like Zabuza. The second one was 5'9" in height and was pale and skinny, looking like he hadn't eaten in months. He looked to be a teenager around the age of 19 with shaggy neck-length brown hair and cold brown eyes. He wore black cargo pants, black sandals, a black long-sleeved shirt that was missing its right sleeve, and what looked like a brown chunin flak vest with a katana strapped to the back of his flak vest. Naruto couldn't see any Hittite on him, but from the way he was dressed indicated him to be a stone chunin, and if he was in the company with the missing rain ninja, then it showed that he too was a missing nin. That was some good hunting, wasn't it, Ishikawa? The rain ninja laughed out. It was boring in my opinion, Muka. They didn't stand a chance. The stone ninja named Ishikawa yawned out boredly. Bah! It doesn't matter, we'll skin them, cook up the meat to fatten you up, and sell these pelts after we find this Gateau person. The missing nin named Muka exclaimed. However, after his boasting, he heard a slight rustling and stomped over to a nearby bush. Ripping it out of the ground, it revealed 2 kits, barely 6 months old. Well, look what we have here. Muka laughed as he beckoned his partner over. Sighing boredly, Ishikawa walked over to his unlikely partner in crime. While Scrawny the ex-stone chunin looked at the kits with a small amount of caution, the smaller looking of the two, probably a female in his opinion, was cowering behind the other one. The one in front was definitely a fighter, if his fiery brown eyes were any indication. Muka, on the other hand, only grinned, and took out a kunai knife from a pouch strapped at the back of his belt. He slowly and menacingly inched towards them, ready to slit their throats. The kit in front of his sister wouldn't allow it. Snarling, he leaped at the missing rain ninja. Opening his small jaw, he bit down hard on Muka's hand. While his teeth were small, they were unnaturally sharp. One of the few things he prided himself on. As the coppery taste of Muka's blood filled his mouth, the man screamed, not expecting an attack. The rain ninja meanwhile was flailing around trying to get the fox kit off his unoccupied hand, but the sound of tearing flesh was greeted for his efforts. Naruto meanwhile watched this all in fascination, amazed that something so little would stand up to overwhelming odds. Unknown to him, Kyuubi watched the struggle, proud to see that his kin was fighting the good fight. But he was also enraged to see the piled bodies of an entire family of kitsune were slaughtered. If he knew his stupid Ningen container, then these two would not make it out of this forest alive. Growling angrily, Muka swiped his kunai at the kit, catching him in the face. The sharp blade cut deeply into the kit's face, causing him to yelp out in pain and let go of his hand. The kit hit the ground in front of the other one with a thud. He growled angrily and shakily rose to its feet, glaring hatefully at the missing nin. Muka roared in absolute rage at the beast and brought his kunai down onto the fox kit. The kit didn't flinch as his bloody crimson gaze showed the kunai's decent. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't stand on the sideline anymore. He didn't like Kyuubi, but that wasn't going to stop him from saving the 2 innocent kits. Cursing that he didn't have any weapons on him, how could he? He was dead after all. So he quickly looked to the ground and found the sharpest rock he could find. Grabbing it in his right hand, his throwing hand, he quickly aimed and threw it at Muka. Now he was only 6 or 7 feet from the two, and he suppressed his chakra as good as he could in order not to be detected. When he threw the sharp rock, he expected the rock to hit his flak jacket and distract him. He didn't even expect the rock to hit at all. But instead the rock hit its mark. Literally, the sharp end of the rock pierced him in his right eye and burrowed into his brain, killing him instantly. What the hell just happened? Ishikawa asked himself as he saw his partner's body fall to the ground. That would be me. A voice echoed through the area. Instead of freaking out, Ishikawa reached behind his back and took out a kunai knife from a pouch strapped at the back of his belt. He then chucked it in the direction where he heard the voice, enacting a yelping noise. He expected someone to come out, but this isn't what he imagined who would come out. A spiky-haired black/crimson-streaked blonde with piercing blue eyes came out of the bushes. He was wearing, out of all things, a jumpsuit, a freaking orange jumpsuit. He saw there was a large blood-stained hole in the front of his black shirt exposing his chest, orange pants that looked ready to give any second, and extremely worn-out blue open-toed shinobi-styled sandals. All in all, he felt that this guy needed a serious ass kicking, or he could just kill him. Either way, that jumpsuit had to go. However, he narrowed his eyes, seeing a leaf Hittite proudly displayed on his forehead. A leaf shinobi, my lucky day, Ishikawa said, grinning savagely as he unsheathed his katana. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that look. After all, he had to live with it for nearly 13 years. But his time, it wasn't because of Kyuubi, it was because of his status as a leaf ninja. Not waiting for opponent to ready himself, Ishikawa leaped at Naruto. his sword raised above his head, intent to bring it down on the multicolored blonde's head. Naruto raised his right hand and blocked it with his opponent's kunai. The resounding clang echoed throughout the area as the two struggled for dominance. Ishikawa glared hatefully at the leaf ninja before he kicked him squarely in the stomach. As Naruto flew back, the X-Stone Nin jumped back a few feet away, stabbing his katana into the ground and brought his hands up in front of him. He quickly bit his right thumb, drawing blood, and went through 5 distinctive hand seals and slammed his right hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu, he called out as kanji symbols spread out from his palm. A giant cloud of smoke engulfed the area, making Naruto's eyes widen. He had a good reason to, because the distinctive buzzing greeted him not even a second later. In front of Ishikawa were literally hundreds of bees. "How do you like my pet's leaf scum? Aren't they just beautiful?" Ishikawa asked mockingly, seeing his opponent's eyes widen in fear. "Yeah, if you like getting stingers up your ass," Naruto retorted, trying to put up a brave front. "Well, if that's what you want." With a silent command, Ishikawa sent half his bees out to attack him. Naruto was ready though. Bringing up his kunai knife, he swiped at the bees. He didn't expect the first one he hit to explode in a golden shower, but it didn't seem threatening, so he kept swiping at the bees. With each one he injured or destroyed, it always hit him with this strange golden substance. As one more came in, he found that he couldn't move his arm, or any part of his body for that matter. "What have you done to me?" Naruto demanded as he desperately struggled to free himself. "My Honeybee jutsu immobilized you, you little twit. With every bee destroyed or wounded, it unleashes this sticky honey to immobilize my targets. Weren't you taught this at all?" Ishikawa asked as he willed the surviving bees to his side. "Hell no, I was always kicked out of class. Plus, whatever history classes I was in never mentioned whoever you are," Naruto replied as he continued to struggle in him honey prison. A tick mark appeared above Ishikawa's right eyebrow when he heard that. It was common knowledge in Stone Country, if not the Shinobi world, that the Kamizuru clan attempted to lead an invasion force into Konoha during the Third Great Shinobi War, only to be repelled and largely killed by the more experienced Aburame clan. They were ostracized for their failure when it was due to faulty intelligence that nearly drove his clan into extinction, and that Tsuchikage, despite being part of the clan, swept it under the rug. That had burned him for many years until he defected in order to pursue his secret goal. "Too bad, it could have saved your life," Ishikawa said, bringing his arms in front of him. "I am Ishikawa Kamizuru, the Killer Hornet. Tell Yami I sent you. Bee-bomb jutsu." His scream commanded the remaining bees forward into the immobile, multicolored blonde. Just like the technique suggested, when the bees made contact with Naruto's body, they exploded, sending showers of smoke and dirt into the air. The X-Stone Nin sighed in relief, knowing the fight was over. However, a faint whistling sound alarmed him. He quickly brought his katana up to deflect the kunai aimed for his heart, looking to where it came from. As the smoke cleared, he saw that Naruto was still standing, but he was shaking real badly. Blood covered multiple areas on his now exposed torso, especially the entire left side of his face, and he was panting in absolute pain. The only bright side to seeing him actually standing was that his hideous jumpsuit was now destroyed, or at least a different color now. However, it infuriated him seeing this cockroach was still alive, and he knew that the only way to get rid of them was to cut their heads off. "Heh. Well, what do you know, you're still alive?" Ishikawa said, casually walking over with his sword dragging through the topsoil of the ground. "I can do this all day, Ishikawa Kamizuru, bring it on." Naruto managed to cough out. Ishikawa knew he was lying, but while he hated to admit it, this person actually gained his respect, if only a little. So he decided, for the sake of any honor this kid had, he would end this quick. "Well, kid, it was an amusing fight, but I'm afraid that your life must end here. Your only mistake was not killing me first, because I was far better than Muka," he said as he got in front of him and got ready to bring his sword down on Naruto, who was too weak to move. However, Naruto was thinking differently. He knew he was too weak to put up any form of defense. "I can't let him kill me. I won't let this be the end. I still have so many things to do, nothing else matters. I have to live, I need to live, I must live," he desperately thought before he used the rest of his willpower to lift his arms up to his chest area, like he was trying to hold something. Ishikawa brought his blade down to end Naruto's life. He stopped. He coughed up blood. He looked down to see a sword piercing his chest. Naruto was thrown for a loop as he saw his would-be killer impaled on a sword that appeared in his hands. He unconsciously activated his improved Sharingan eyes, drawing a surprised painful gasp from the X-Stone Chunin. "So I fought against a survivor from that clan." The dying man coughed out. "Surprising." Naruto didn't know how his opponent could stay so calm when a blade was impaled through his heart. To say he was freaking out was like saying that Sakura would rather nail Choji than Sasuke. That would honestly scare the shit out of him, and anyone else who found out. Ishikawa saw his lifeblood run down the blade and over the guard onto Naruto's hands. He saw his frightened face, unfitting for a Uchiha from what he heard. As he stared into the face of his killer, he saw not a cold-blooded murderer that various stone shinobi always told him, but a frightened child. It was heartbreaking, because it reminded him of his sister when she was younger. He knew he was going to die soon, so before his life was taken by the Shinigami he said these words, not knowing they would have a major effect on the young man before him. "Kid, wipe that look off your face, it's unfitting for a shinobi," he coughed out, causing some of his blood to land on Naruto's face, effectively wiping that shocked look off his face. "I've accepted my fate. I'll just become a memory and life will go on. You're going to live to fight another day and do this again, either to protect your loved ones, your village, or yourself. It is your job, but you don't have to enjoy it." He coughed out again and slid himself down the sword until he came face to face with the one holding it. "I can feel that you're going to do great things in your life. Don't look back to the past and feel regret for what you've done. Look to it and remember those that were lost, your happy memories, and learn from past mistakes." And after reminiscing for that brief minute, look towards the future for a brighter tomorrow, a future that you create with your own two hands. He continued as he felt his life slipping away. "But before I die, may I know your name so I can tell your tale wherever I may go." After absorbing Ishikawa's speech, Naruto answered his last request before he went to the Shinigami. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the first Kurashigan, Dark Eye, user," he said, his eyes copying his victim's face as his soul started leaving his body. "Naruto of the Kurashigan. He sounds pretty badass." Ishikawa whispered his last words. His grip finally loosened, dropping his sword onto the ground, and his eyes closed forever. Naruto just stood there for many minutes, too shocked to do anything, until finally he collapsed backwards. Ishikawa's body fell in front of him, still impaled on the blade. He made a choking noise before he puked his guts out. This was his first face-to-face kill. Yes, he killed some drunk civilian, but the man brought it on himself for overreacting when he hit him with a rusty lead pipe. The idiot slipped in a puddle and split his head open on the brick wall. Muka was pure luck and from a distance, but Ishikawa was much different. He suffered through agonizing pain, and he looked into his eyes as the life left him. It was a sight he would never forget, because his damn eyes burned it into him memory. He crawled over to the nearest tree and rested under the shade it provided. He sat under it for what seemed like an eternity, thinking, wondering, knowing, something that shouldn't be on a preteen's mind. He closed his eyes to rest, hoping this was just a bad dream. But he felt something brush against his hand that forced him to open his normal-colored eyes. It was the smallest of the two kits brushing against right hand. The multicolored blonde looked up to see the injured one trying to pull the sword out of Ishikawa's chest. "You did good, Ninjen," Kyubi's voice echoed in his head. "I don't feel the same way, Fox," Naruto responded mentally, just so he didn't scare the kits off. "While your last kill was rather odd, almost divine, if you might say," Shinigami interrupted the great Fox. "You put the sword in my hands?" Naruto asked, confused as he absent-mindedly pet the kit, causing it to slightly purr. "I was supposed to give it to you earlier, but the blacksmiths that created it kept having disputes, making it a little late in my opinion." The god of death replied irritably, and this was the unfortunate truth. The two were master sword makers, but they hated each other more than the villagers hated Naruto. It was just good timing that he delivered it before Naruto's life came to an end once again. "Well, now that your enemies are dead, and now I'm healing you from your injuries, I just got to ask you one thing. Just what the hell did you think you were doing? You nearly got us killed, you stupid ass." Kyubi roared at his vessel. Naruto actually jumped a little, making him bleed out a tiny bit. But he wasn't going to sit by and get yelled at by a giant fox pelt. "Shut up, you hairy SS furball. I did what I had to do to protect your kind. He mentally screamed back at him. You could have used the shadow clone jutsu to flank him in a pincer maneuver and got the two to safety. You should not have engaged an obviously better skilled opponent in a head-on fight. Just look at your condition. If it wasn't for me, you would be dead. I worked my ass off all week trying to mold your body into perfect condition. And you almost ruined it in the span of 10 minutes. I thought you shinobi were supposed to think before they act. I see you have yet to grasp that concept. QB growled out. That was a low blow and QB knew it. But sometimes it was tough love or, in his case, happily stating the obvious, that was needed to get Naruto's act together. Sure, he may have had some actual decent training, but the simple fact of the matter is his mind was still trying to adapt to his new life. Well, what do you suppose I do? Well, I suggest you learn more jutsu, demand that stupid god to actually teach you something other than chakra exercises, because from what you've just witnessed there are people out there that will not hesitate to kill you, and so you must be prepared. Both Shinigami and I will train you in strategy so you won't be so stupid next time. And for God's sake, change your clothes and take a fucking bath. Don't you call me a stupid god, you damn fox. I could easily wipe the floor with you. Shinigami screamed at the nine-tailed beast. I can call you anything I want because I'm in here, and you can't do shit about it. QB replied, and Naruto could have sworn he saw the giant fox do a chibi. I won and you lost dance in his head. But apparently Shinigami threw a picture of Guy in a bright pink speedo into the beast's mind, making him roar out in mental agony, and making the god of death laugh at his misfortune. While all this was happening, Naruto meanwhile was petting the female kit resting on his lap. The male kit finished pulling his katana out of Ishikawa's chest and brought it over to his right side, and then laid by his leg near his sister. It didn't take a genius to tell this blade was special. From what he could see past the blood, the blade itself was black with a silver almost white edge. The guard resembled a rectangular tsuba with small sharp edges on each corner, and looked like it was split in half with one side being black and the other white, the white side showing an angel, and the black side showing a devil, and the parts of the hilt showing was white with black thread covering it. However, at the ending on the hilt was a skull that looked like it was made of bone. What's more was that there was a crimson tassel wrapped around the bottom of the jaw with a small hourglass with black sand inside the glass on the end of it. However, it wasn't the look of the sword, but the feel of it. It felt evil, bloodthirsty, and malicious, and yet it felt good, peaceful, and soothing. He patiently waited for the two kits to fall asleep. He spoke to the two powerful entities. Shinigami, why does this katana feel good and evil at the same time? That question caused the two to stop their arguing/torturing each other. They stared at the healing multicolored blonde as he looked at the sword he killed his opponent with. That Naruto is a sword created by priest Goro Masamune and Sengo Muramasa, two famous master swordsmiths who lived long ago. Tell me, are you familiar with the legends of Masamune and Muramasa? Shinigami asked, even though he already knew the answer. No, I'm afraid I don't. Naruto answered him. A legend tells of a test where Muramasa challenged his master, Masamune, to see who could make a finer sword. They both worked tirelessly and eventually, when both swords were finished, they decided to test the results. The contest was for each to suspend the blades in a small creek with the cutting edge facing the current. Muramasa's sword, the Juchi Yasumu, 10,000 cold nights, cut everything that passed its way. Fish, leaves floating down the river, the very air which blew on it. Highly impressed with his pupil's work, Masamune lowered his sword, the Yawara Kaite, tender hands, into the current and waited patiently. Not a leaf was cut. The fish swam right up to it, and the air hissed as it gently blew by the blade. After a while, Muramasa began to scoff at his master for his apparent lack of skill in the making of his sword. Smiling to himself, Masamune pulled up his sword, dried it, and sheathed it. All the while, Muramasa was heckling him for his sword's inability to cut anything. A monk, who had been watching the whole ordeal, walked over and bowed low to the two sword masters. He then began to explain what he had seen. The first of the swords was by all accounts a fine sword. However, it is a bloodthirsty, evil blade, as it does not discriminate as to who or what it will cut. It may just as well be cutting down butterflies as severing heads. The second was by far the finer of the two, as it does not needlessly cut that which is innocent and undeserving. That is what he said. Shinigami explained to his avatar. Wah? Naruto asked as he scratched his head in confusion. Maybe I can explain this better than the old fossil. Kyuubi added his 2 cents, drawing a growl from the god of death. Muramasa was a most skillful swordsmith, but he had a violent and ill-balanced mind verging on madness that was supposed to have passed into his blades. They were popularly believed to hunger for blood and to impel their warrior to commit murder or suicide. It is said that a Muramasa blade has to draw blood before it can be returned to its scabbard, even to the point of forcing its wielder to wound himself or commit suicide. Thus, it is thought of as a demonic cursed blade that creates blood lust in those who wield it. But Masamune, while he had title as priest, he only earned it because his blades were pure and shed the blood of the guilty and not the innocent, thus deeming them holy swords in comparison to Muramasa's demon blades. Looking at the bloody sword, our hero asked, "So what does it make this sword?" "This sword is neutral. You see, the story I told you is just that, a story. The two were real but lived nearly 100 years apart. I had this idea for a few 100,000 years, and you were responsible for it to come in fruition. As my first avatar, you would need a weapon, the perfect weapon, and trust me, the scythe is too cliché and boring in my opinion. So I pulled these two out of heaven and hell respectfully and commanded them to create this blade." "Let me guess, there were complications?" Naruto deadpanned a now sweating-dropping Shinigami. "Yes, they kept fighting how it should be made, slowing the process to a snail's pace. I finally threatened to eat them if they didn't finish it by the end of the week." "End of the week? It takes months, sometimes an entire year, to create a sword." Kyuubi protested that ridiculous notion. "In Limbo, time ceases to exist. You could be in there for a few hours, and a few days could have gone by. It took a freaking week, equivalent of 7 years, because of this sword's design, and then learning how to forge this sword because of its special abilities." "Special abilities?" Naruto questioned the god. "I had them forge it with chakra steel so you could use your nature affinities and send the souls to of anyone you kill, regardless of how you do it, to heaven or hell. In order to do this, I embedded a little of my judging powers into this sword that will judge any earthbound or newly deceased spirits wherever you go." Shinigami answered his avatar's question, feeling quite smug that he created one of the best weapons in existence. "Then what the hell is the skull and hourglass for, Ghost Boy?" Kyuubi growled out, getting annoyed to the point that he could see the god's smug expression on his fanged face. "Well, Mr. Fuzzy Pants, the skull is to store medicine to heal any cuts the kid may get. Granted, I didn't supply him with it. He'll learn about various herbs in time. And the hourglass is just a cool ornament that he could scare his opponents with, saying, 'Your time is up once the sand runs out.' It'll be fucking awesome," the god of death exclaimed, causing the two to sweat drop, wondering if he was on drugs, insane, or just plain stupid. Picking up the blade with his right hand, he rose it as far as his arm could reach above him. The remaining light that remained from today shined off the edge of the blade. As the sun finally descended over the hill, Naruto whispered, "I'll name you Handen Ryoku, powers of discrimination," before he fell asleep as the sword fell right next to him. Shinigami overlooked the scene and couldn't help but smile. The boy was at peace after many conflicting thoughts ravaged him today. He wouldn't disturb the boy. No man tonight. He would allow him to sleep and fully heal. Because tomorrow he would take a giant leap in his training to make him better than ever. Naruto's month's worth of training was over. As he sheathed Handen Ryoku in Ishikawa's katana scabbard, he reflected what he did over his last week in his training area. When he first woke up, he noticed the two Kitsui are on him, and it hit him on what happened the other day. The bodies of the Kitsune family, Muka, and Ishikawa greeted him. He remembered what happened and immediately felt sick. But before he could even heave, the deceased stone chunin's speech rang through his head, and his eyes steeled in resolve. He was going to look towards the future and craft it with his own 2 hands. After he gently took the female kid off his lap, he gently placed her by her brother, and proceeded to clean himself in a river 60 feet away from the scene. When he returned, he got orders from Shinigami to raid the bodies inside and out. That sickened him for obvious reasons, but after a little persuasive/threatening chat from the god of death, he reluctantly dug and committed the deed that killed a good part of his innocence. During his outer search, he found 3 kunai, including the one in his fight, 7 shuriken with 8 blades instead of 4, 3 exploding tags, a sealing scroll, some medical gauze along with disinfectant, and the newest edition of the bingo book showing the rogue shinobi of every nation an expensive book if he thought to himself. Opening the book, he saw that Ishikawa was an A-rank missing chunin-level ninja who stole the Shodame Tsuchigage's bracers, a treasured item for the Kamizuru clan. Why he did it, he honestly didn't know, and Ishikawa obviously couldn't tell him. However, Muka was a B-rank missing genin-level ninja. Apparently he killed his sensei and his two 15-year-old teammates while they were sleeping and stole the Jonin's vest. And get this, he was 35, which was very pathetic in his opinion. Speaking of Muka, when he searched through his corpse, he only found 5 kunai, some ninja wire, a blank scroll, and a low-level exploding tag. No much in his opinion, but they added to the things he needed. Then came the gruesome part, cutting open the bodies. With help from a recently deceased mist hunter ninja that Shinigami persuaded to help him in order to send him to the rightful place for his soul. He followed step-by-step instructions and learned the secrets from their bodies. Due to the lack of a scalpel, Naruto used one of the kunais he swiped and started dissecting them. The first target was Muka. After taking his clothing off, the black-streaked blonde started cutting into his chest. He then proceeded to remove his heart, forcing some of his chakra into it. He tried to feel any sort of difference in it. Like Kakashi once said, missing ninja contained their village's secrets. He was hoping to feel some sort of herbs or drugs within it, but unfortunately there was nothing and discarded it to the side. For the next hour he repeated the process with his other organs. From the lungs all the way to the kidneys, it proved fruitless however. But then he placed his hand onto the man's head, he forced his chakra into his hand and slowly extracted the information he desired. He was no Yamanaka or professional hunter nin, but he got what he wanted after another hour. To his sheer disappointment, even in death Muka just showed how pathetic he was. The man only knew 3 C-rank water jutsus, and one that was completely useless to him. But they were enough for Naruto and wrote them down in the blank scroll. Ishikawa was a different story. Due to him actually respecting the man, he prolonged the man's dissection for a few hours until he was ready. He didn't mess with his body due to the fact that he was just unwilling to mutilate him. So instead he pulled the information from his brain. However, unlike Muka's brain scan, as he liked to call it for his sake, the deceased stone chunin of the Kamizuru clan knew a lot about his clan arts. That was completely useless to him since the man didn't have the bee summoning contract on his person, nor was he even from that clan to that matter. While they were unfortunately useless to him, he found a gold mine when looked at justus that he could actually use. And let's just say the scroll Muka had was filled up with a total of 14 jutsu. That wasn't all, he learned a good amount of information about Iwa's various squads like the Explosion Corps, and a few other things as well. After the gruesome deed was done, he buried the bodies in the woods. While their bounties were impressive, he didn't care about them. He just wanted to pay them their last respects and return them to the earth. He didn't give a shit about the coward Muka because after he dug their graves, using just his bare hands, he just unceremoniously threw what was left of him into the grave. But he gently placed Ishikawa's corpse into the ground. He placed his katana, without the scabbard which was just the right size to fit Handen Ryoka's blade, on top of him and wrapped his hands on the hilt, giving him the appearance of a true warrior who fell honorably in battle. After saying a quick prayer for the deceased stone chunin, he piled the dirt on their corpses and placed Muka's open umbrella over it to mark it as his grave site. Afterwards, he dug a massive grave for the Fox family after he saw the 2 now orphaned kits staring at their corpses. He spent the rest of the day just doing minimal exercises and tending the male kit's wound with what he stole from Muka's body. The next few days, however, picked up as he threw himself into his training. He increased his running laps to 25 and added 1 more lap every day, steadily becoming faster. For an intense physical challenge, he even swam upstream to increase his endurance, and that was for his physical exercises. For his chakra exercises, he managed to create 10 shadow clones, with Shinigami's permission of course, to increase his control. Feeling creative, he ordered his clones to do the tree walking exercise, while balancing a leaf on their foreheads with chakra. After he mastered that exercise, he ordered them to do the water walking exercise, while balancing 2 kunais on their palms with the sharp end facing down. That exercise wasn't easy with his supply of 8 kunai, and they kept disappearing due to slight mistakes on his part. But with each failure he learned after trying it the next day. Then came his sword training. At first he was clumsy, and nearly decapitated himself once trying to do some fancy move. But in the next few days he just practiced katas, letting it become an extension of his body. He knew it wasn't good enough. If he wanted to advance in his kenjutsu training, he would have to get a teacher. One that didn't hate him. Shinigami told him he could use his shadow clones to progress faster. But Naruto told him that that would be cheating. The katana was forged for him and him alone. It would have been a disgrace to their souls for him to take the easy way out for something that he felt that he needed to do himself. He could have sworn he saw the ghostly images of Muramasa and Masamune, nodding and giving him a thumbs up, before looking at each other, and then started beating the living or unliving hell out of each other. Truly weird. Then came his Jugenai. This happened clearly by accident. He slipped during his kata moves when he first started his kenjutsu training, and banged his head on a tree. The force of the impact knocked his Hitai 8 off his forehead, revealing his Jugenai. He heard what sounded like laughing and turned his head to see the male Kit rolling around on the grass laughing his furry ass off. He of course told him to stop it, which the Kit replied, "Make me." Mentally. That was when he figured out that the Jugenai granted him mental powers, and asked Shinigami why he didn't tell him. The god of death merely replied that he wasn't going to hold his hand all the time, nor was he going to hand him everything on a silver platter. He would help him if he was truly stuck on something, needed some advice, or wanted to learn a technique. He would gladly help. But he was on his own for everything else. Back to the subject, whenever he wasn't practicing his kenjutsu or doing physical exercises, he worked on mastering his third eye. The process was grueling and caused him many headaches in the long run. Apparently the Jugenai was sentient and demanded respect, and that conflicted with Naruto's "I'll give you respect when you earn it" attitude, so in the long run Naruto only was able to get the basics of mind reading one of its powers, and that was only to the Kits. And this is where we find the black-streaked blonde now, looking towards Tezuna's bridge. "Ready, Ichigo?" Benihime, Naruto asked the two fox Kits on his shoulders. The two only nodded. Putting on his mask Shinigami presented to him a few days earlier, Naruto pumped some chakra into his legs and leaped away from the forest, not once looking back where the old Naruto Uzumaki died. With Team 7 and company, everyone gathered at the bridge was in a somber mood. Today was the day Team 7 and Zabuza along with his adoptive daughter departed. -1 member. "I guess this is where we depart," an almost completely healed Kakashi announced, for once not reading his perverted book. This was a serious matter because in less than a day he would have to tell the Hokage in person that Naruto was dead. He owed the blonde that much at least. "Yeah, I guess it is," Tezuna replied, standing under the sign titled The Great Naruto Bridge. "I guess we'll see you," Zabuza said sadly. "Yeah, don't be strangers," Tsunami quietly whispered with her hand on Inari's shoulder, who was on the verge of a tearful breakdown. "Don't worry, we'll be back to see him again." Sasuke whispered out the last part, remembering the day they buried what remained of his former teammate. The group turned their backs to get back to the village, because they knew that this would be the last experience they would have in this country ever again. Now what is everyone so depressed about? You all act as if someone died." A rough voice rang out, causing everyone to the source of it. Standing on top of the sign was an imposing figure as tall as Sasuke. While the sun blocked his head, they could clearly see that covering his dirty, tanned, muscular, and apparently still healing skin was a dirty and torn black long-sleeved shirt that was missing its right sleeve, torn and dirty black cargo pants, and black open-toed shinobi-styled sandals with white bandages that wrapped his heels and extended into his pants with what looked like 2 ankle bands on each leg poking out from under the torn bottom of his pants. From what they could see behind him were 2 brown shuriken pouches attached to the back of his waist, and his exposed forearm and probably under his sleeve were a pair of what looked like black lightweight guards that lead to claw-like fingernails on his hands. Kakashi narrowed his eye seeing the clothing a stone ninja. Everyone prepared to pull out any kind of weapon. The figure spoke again. Now, there is no need to attack me." With that said, he hopped down onto the ground in front of everyone. What they saw made them stop dead in their tracks. The figure had black-streaked blonde hair, wearing a mask that had black razor-sharp pointed horns, black metallic eyes and teeth, and the expression all exhibit the full wrath, anger, and resentment on its face. The coloring on the face was crimson, signifying the full wrath, resentment, and anger of this mask. This was a Hanya mask, a mask that basically showed everyone not to fuck with them. Kakashi once saw one of these masks in the Third Great Shinobi War worn by a stone shinobi that killed over 500 leaf shinobi at Jounin level before he was taken down by the Yellow Flash himself. And even then the future Yondaime Hokage had a hard time with the beast of a man that day. But what's more was that he had two forearm-sized fox kits on his broad shoulders. On the right was a crimson-colored fox with fiery brown eyes, a wicked scar going diagonally down from his right ear to his left cheek, while on his left shoulder was a smaller fox with brown eyes and light orange coat rather than crimson. But the revealing thing was the katana on his belt. From what they could see from the hilt was white with black thread covering it, and on the end of it was a skull that looked like it was made of bone. Along the bottom of the skull was a crimson tassel wrapped around the bottom of the jaw, with a small hourglass with black sand inside the glass on the end of it that disturbingly reminded Kakashi of a hangman's noose. The last thing they all noticed on the belt was a beat-up leaf Hitai 8 proudly displayed to them. "Who are you?" Kakashi demanded, weary and confused by this stranger. The figure put one of his clawed hands his heart in a mock sign of pain. "Ah, Kakashi, I'm wounded that you forgot all about me. Cut the crap, kid, and answer the damn question," Zabuza ordered him, bringing his right hand to the hilt of his legendary blade. "I'll give you a hint, he died a month ago. Give up? It's me, Naruto." The figure now revealed to be Naruto responded. "Don't lie, you stone bastard." Sasuke spat at him, taking out a kunai, his Sharingan eyes blaring at this imposter. "Yeah, the dead can't come back to life." Sakura responded like a parrot after her crush spoke, trying to keep up her act of being sad for her dead teammate. Haku, meanwhile, kept her eyes focused on him. During her travels with Zabuza, she's seen and heard some pretty bizarre stuff. For example, she saw some ordinary guy swallow 3 claymore swords down his throat, a guy who was fatter. Bigger than any Akamichi, a shinobi who could control his 5-foot beard to kill a man, and many more weirder things. If this person claiming to be Naruto was the real deal, then this extraordinary event shattered anything she had seen in her young life. However, no one was willing to see it that way, and everyone would rather use their fists rather talk. So being the mediator like she always was when Gozu and Meizu got into a dispute, she got in between the two parties, effectually shutting them up. "If you really are Naruto," she started to say, drawing looks from everyone, "then you would have 3 things that only he would know or have." Zabuza realized what she was doing and smirked underneath his bandages. She was right, this kid. If he was Naruto, then he would have to prove it was him. "Lay it on me," Naruto replied, crossing his arms, and waited for her questions. Naruto would have a giant puncture wound going through his chest. "I need you to lift your shirt up to confirm it," she told him. Without any hesitation, Naruto lifted his torn shirt above chest level, causing a twinge of pink to rush up on Haku's face. She couldn't help but stare until Tezuna's voice snapped her out of her trance. "What was that, Tezuna-san?" she asked. "I said there is a hole-shaped wound on his back," Tezuna said again, smirking up a storm when he saw her blushing face, but decided not to embarrass the poor girl. After all, he was young once. Kakashi was also observing the supposed Naruto's body. He noticed that there were various lacerations in his muscled skin, most that were still healing up as well. But he focused on his chest area. Now he never stayed to see the results from his famous jutsu. For all he would know, this individual probably was hit by a lightning pincer maneuver attack from 2 Cloud Shinobi. So he decided to voice it. "This isn't sufficient proof. He could have been attacked by 2 Cloud Shinobi in a pincer maneuver," he said, drawing looks from everybody. "Sorry, kid, I hate to admit it, but Kakashi's right. I've seen plenty of wounds like that," Zabuza added, effectively drawing suspicion back at Naruto again, who only sighed and pulled his shirt back down. "Then this is the second one, only he would know. What was I wearing, and what did we talk about the day in the forest where I went to pick herbs?" Haku asked, drawing a surprised look from the demon of the mist, clearly not knowing about that tidbit of information. "You were wearing a pink sleeveless kimono with a white obi sash, and we talked about our purposes in our lives, and those we care about." Naruto answered her like it was yesterday's news. This news surprised a lot of people, Zabuza because his surrogate daughter actually talked to the enemy. While he wasn't mad at her, he was going to talk to her about this later. Kakashi's jaw would have fallen to the ground knowing his student, if he was his student, actually talked to another girl besides Sakura, while stupidly talking to his enemy at the time. Sasuke, however, wasn't all that affected, but he was intrigued all the same. But Sakura and inner Sakura were inwardly fuming that her puppy, as she called him, would disobey her. Granted, she would never claim ownership to him, but she felt mad that her influence over the blonde wasn't as secure as she thought. And she decided to punch a hole in Haku's logic. While I don't know what exactly happened between my teammate and you, but there could have been another person hiding where you two were. He or she could have reported it to the Tsuchikage, and he could have picked it up, she said, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes behind his mask. While Haku didn't want to agree with the pink-haired brat, and while it could not have happened, she could unfortunately be right. After all, stranger things have happened. So now it all came down to his last piece of evidence that could make or break this figure that could possibly be Naruto. Finally, that last question, are you ready? She calmly asked, hoping beyond hope that this last question will prove her right. I'm ready, Naruto replied, knowing that he might be in trouble if this last question failed. Naruto had blue eyes and had 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. If you really are Naruto, I'm going to need you to remove your mask, Haku finally said after what seemed like hours to her. With not a shred of hesitation, Naruto brought his left hand on his mask and parted it to the side. He revealed a part of his chiseled right face that showed his 3 whisker marks, and his blue eye that a good amount of its warmth that sent chills down their spines. I would show you more, but... He parted his mask a little more to reveal jagged, still healing cut going across his nose. My left side is horribly mutilated, and I really don't want to scare the kids. If there was any doubt in anyone's mind, it was blown away. There could be no further denying it. This person was indeed Naruto. Before anyone could say a word, Inari latched onto Naruto's back and let out 2 weeks' worth of emotions all over the back of his shirt. Inari, I told you not to cry unless they were dash. Tears of happiness, I know. Inari interrupted the resurrected black-streaked blonde. And these are tears of happiness. Naruto could only smile under his mask and knelt down so Inari could get down. Naruto, where have you been? We all thought you were dead, Tazuna asked once the black-streaked blonde set Inari on his feet. I was, he cryptically responded. But your body was destroyed. Your flesh was all over the place, Kakashi stated, still a little skeptical that this was his student. Unless your age is getting to you, a lot of stone shinobi, especially the bastards from the Explosion Corps, like to rub it in your face by writing insulting things on walls, and usually fucks with your minds. Naruto then turned his head to regard Tazuna. And as to where I've been, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I need to report to the Hokage for this. He continued before turning back to his team. Goodbye everyone, I'll see you all soon, he said before jumping off, causing the returning team to stumble before chasing after him. The entirety of Wave Country could only smile as their resurrected hero went back to his home. Konoha 1 day later. The trip back was uneventful. Okay, that was a huge lie because Naruto kept getting questioned for every little thing. Where were you? Why are you wearing that outfit? Why do you have a sword? It nearly drove him nuts. Haku and Sasuke respectfully gave him some space, but the other 3 wouldn't leave him alone. Zabuza was acting like a sword otaku, wanting to hold it, caress it, feel it, and cut something with it. He kept saying no, because he wasn't sure what would happen if another person held it, and Shinigami wasn't answering his mental calls, so he decided not to risk anything. Kakashi kept pulling the superior officer routine, demanding him to tell him where he was. His response was always the same, I'll tell you later. He didn't want to be an ass, but he was under Shinigami's orders not to reveal anything until he spoke to the old man. And a god's orders defiantly overruled everyone's in the shinobi nations. Sakura meanwhile kept sweetly asking what happened to him in fake worry. While the Juganai and him disagreed on many things, the sentient tool, and yes, it was a tool, gave him a peek into the pink-haired girl's mind. It almost made him want to maul her with his claws. Kyuubi forced him to grow with his demonic chakra during the month. Her thoughts were malicious thoughts about the 2 fox kits on his shoulders, orders from the civilian council to cripple him in the shinobi arts, abuse him for even the tiniest mistakes, and kill him if he was getting too strong by any means necessary. In fact, he nearly tore her face off when she reached for his mask. But Kakashi, being a mask wearer himself, slapped her hand away and lectured her on personal space, which he broke immediately before questioning him again. That was invading his personal space in his opinion. Thankfully, it ended when they stood in front of the village gates where they were immediately confronted by a squad of Umbu Black Ops. Kakashi Hatake, why do you have S-rank missing Nin Zabuza Momochi and 2 unidentified strangers in your midst? The white-cloaked leader of the group demanded, as he narrowed his eyes behind his tiger mask. Stand down, I'm just returning from a mission, and I am going to report this to the Hokage about the situation. Kakashi explained to the Umbu captain, knowing that he would listen. After all, he was once his superior. The unnamed captain only nodded in response. He didn't trust the 3 figures worth a damn, but his former captain seemed to trust them. He ordered his men to place a hand on their shoulders, and they all disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Within his office, the Hokage was waiting for them as the squad members appeared in his office. He could only narrow his eyes at the infamous demon of the mist, who single-handedly changed Water Country forever and killed many of his high-ranking shinobi during his days as a missing Nin. A girl who held an air of discipline and a calm aura. And finally, a demonic-faced stone ninja that brought back many foul memories. However, these 3 weren't the ones he was concerned about. Naruto wasn't anywhere in the group. Kakashi, why are these 3 with you? And where is Naruto? Sarutobi demanded the cycloptic jounin. However, instead of Kakashi's answer, Naruto was the one who stepped up. I'm right here, old man, he said, drawing the aged Hokage's gaze. Don't lie to me, Naruto is dash. Your full name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, nicknamed the Professor and God of Shinobi. Your teammates were Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain. You became the Sandaime Hokage after the Nidaime sacrificed himself to allow you to survive in the First Great Shinobi War. You have never lost a battle. You have been recorded as the longest living and longest reigning Kage with the Sandaime Tsuchikage following behind you. You trained Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Senju, who later became the 3 legendary Sannin. You have 2 sons, Asuma and Tsuno Sarutobi, with the latter giving you a grandson by the name of Kanomaru Sarutobi. You have a contract with the Monkey Summons. You paid for my academy in tuition because I couldn't pay it myself, and you keep your Ika Paradise book in your upper right-hand drawer. Naruto interrupted him as he listed off the things the old Hokage told him in his younger years, causing said Kage's jaw to drop onto his desk with a loud thumping noise. Naruto, is that really dash? Of course, who else would interrupt you and disrespect you and actually get away with it, old man? The black-streaked blonde interrupted the old Hokage once again, furthering proving his point. Naruto, I told you to respect he Hokage. Sakura screeched out and swung her left fist at him, knowing he would take the hit like always. Oh, how wrong she was. In an instant, Naruto raised his right hand and blocked her punch. This surprised the occupants of the room, because it was no secret that the former full blonde let the pink-haired girl hit him. This was especially surprising to said girl, the Naruto she knew would let her abuse him. He was her puppy, an idiot, an orphan who would always be grateful to be in her mere presence. And yet he defied her right in front of the Hokage, the Umbu, and even her own team. The old man and I were talking. It's considered unladylike to interrupt 2 people, ain't it? Naruto stated, not even looking at her. Hell, not even addressing her by her name. Naruto's right, Sakura, it's rude to interrupt someone. Sarutobi mentally smirked, seeing her face. It was absolutely priceless. Now, Naruto, what happened to you? And why do you have the infamous Zabuza Momochi traveling with you? He asked the black-streaked blonde. Not knowing this story would nearly give him a heart attack. First, I would feel better if your guards left, Naruto said as he glanced at the masked ninjas. Sarutobi only nodded and waved them off. Out of everyone her trusted in this room, Naruto was at the top of the list, and he knew that these Umbu members trusted the former blonde as well. After all, they protected him since he was a baby. He could also tell them on a later date. After the elite team exited the room, Naruto told him what happened, of course leaving out a few key details. He used Ishikawa's cache of information regarding operations in Stone Country. From what the deceased man remembered, there were rumors of secret experiments occurring somewhere in the mountains that made the country famous. And he used that to his advantage. During the remaining 3 weeks of getting dirty and tearing his clothes up while training, he contacted Kyuubi. He used his increased smarts to formulate a plan that his body was taken to said lab, brought back to life, and experimented on. In order to make it convincing, he told Kyuubi not to heal his wounds from his fight with Ishikawa to look like he fought his way to freedom. It was a low blow to the only stone ninja he respected, but it was necessary to make his story more believable. And it was working if the look on the Sandame's face was any indication, and the small killing intent from Kakashi showed he hit a sore spot. So what you are telling me is that you died, were brought back to life, and experimented on. You believed you were trained in secret, then later escaped after seeing red, and ran for what you described as a week straight, finally meeting up with your team, Sarutobi clarified after hearing the preteen's story. He knew that there was such a lab during the last Great War, and it proved effective from the berserkers they created, which Naruto ironically wore one of their masks, but after Stone's defeat it was closed down. That's what the reports were, at least. Yes, that is correct, Naruto responded. But my question is, where is it? And I heard that it was closed down after the last war, Kakashi demanded, knowing that if that lab was truly open, then they were in big trouble if Stone Country decided to attack them again. Naruto inwardly cursed his sensei for opening his big fat mouth. He of course didn't know where it was, nor did he know if it was open. All of his information were just rumors at best, and he honestly couldn't say, "Sorry, I lied. I'm now the Shinigami's avatar and I have to kill your old student, a Uchiha that should be dead, and a guy named Danzo. Oh, and guess what? I'm Sasuke's cousin." That was when something clicked and he almost stopped breathing. Sasuke. Sasuke was family. He was blood related to Sasuke Uchiha. He couldn't believe it had taken him this long to realize this. For the first time since he became smart, he felt like an idiot. He realized with a start that Sasuke may very well be the only blood relative he had alive in all of Konoha. But he wasn't exactly sure if he liked that or not. I mean, Sasuke was an okay guy, but he could be a real asshole at times. His musings were brought to a halt as he heard the Sandame's voice. "What?" he questioned him as he snapped out of his trance. "I said, do you remember where it is?" the Sandame repeated. Quickly taking advantage of the question, the black-streaked blonde replied, "No, I'm afraid not. All I remember was an uncomfortable bed, hearing them mutter about losing their benefactor, feeling lots of pain, and seeing red. Everything else is just a blur." Sarutobi only nodded. He remembered Guy going through a similar experience during the Third Great Shinobi War. The event was known as the Crimson Forest that earned him the title, the Green Beast of Konoha. Sakura, however, had to burst the Hokage's thoughts. "Then why do you have those beasts on your shoulders?" she demanded in a commanding tone. "It's simple. Once I escaped, I found them all alone. And being the nice guy I am, I adopted them as my own," Naruto casually replied, once again not addressing her by name, and not even turning around to acknowledge her presence. Zabuza couldn't take it anymore. While what Naruto said was informative, it didn't change the fact that his and Haku's fates were on the line, and his agreement with the former blonde was still solid as iron. Yes, he was alive now, but he died and the Seven Swordsmen's last rites were too serious to be broken. It's been that way since the group was created, and it would remain that way until the end of time, or Water Country was wiped off the map, and all her shinobi, missing ninja or not, permanently killed. "Hokage-sama, I hate to interrupt, but what is going to happen to us?" the demon of the mist asked the old Kage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, while an old man long past his prime, looked at the infamous demon of the mist. His eyes, old and slightly dulled over the years, still pierced their souls like a sharp kunai into soft, tender flesh. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the old Hokage replied to him, "Zabuza, your crimes are extensive, especially your failed assassination of the Yonde Mizukage. Plus you are wanted in killing Kamei Torichi and a few other of my leaf shinobi." He then directed his attention over to Haku. "And Haku, you are still technically a citizen of another country, and your bloodline, while outlawed, is still registered until the last of you die." Both of them looked down, not liking where this was going. They knew they were going to have to fight their way out or die trying. However, the old Hokage smirked. "However," he started out getting their attention, "I never liked that brat of a Mizukage, and this would help us in the long run." "So we can stay?" Haku asked, her voice filled with hope. "Yes, you can stay, however," he shouted out before they could do any type of celebrating. "Both of you will be under house arrest until I judge you are trustworthy. I'll send a few of my elite umbu squads to make sure that you behave." That deflated their spirits, but it was better than losing their heads. "You're all dismissed, and Naruto, I want a full report from you tomorrow at noon." Sarutobi then dismissed the members of Team 7, while the Umbu members waiting outside the door took Zabuza and his surrogate daughter to their temporary home. Once outside, Kakashi bid them farewell before waking off to do whatever Kakashis do, and Sasuke nodded at the two before heading to his apartment, leaving Naruto and Sakura alone. Giving the girl a blank stare behind his mask, Naruto turned away and headed to his rat hole of a home. While he was heading to the poorer districts of Konoha, he pondered on what to do with Sasuke. While he was his cousin, he wasn't sure if he could live with him. While he seemed to change after his death, Sasuke still needed to mature a little in his opinion. The guy was still too broody, and he still acted like he had a stick shoved up his ass. He was about to turn a corner that leads straight to his apartment. He heard a voice behind him, and it was a voice he didn't want to hear at that time. "Naruto, you got a minute? I want to ask you something," said the pink-haired howler monkey by the name of Sakura Haruno. "What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to go home?" He replied, still not facing her, nor addressing her by name once again. Sakura barely managed to keep her cool when he said that. It wasn't amusing the first 2 times, and it wasn't amusing the 3rd time. "Come talk with me. It's important," she demanded before she began to walk down the nearest alleyway. "Whatever you have to say, you can say it right here," Naruto growled out, showing the girl he was not in the mood to be dealing with this. That stopped her in her tracks, causing him to inwardly curse him for putting a hitch in her plans. "Naruto, I know that we've had our differences dash." "Yeah, differences," he spat at her. "Anyways, the last mission made me think about life, and I realized it's too short, so I'll go on a date with you, and hopefully things will progress further with us." She giggled shyly, giving Naruto her cutest and sexiest pose, knowing that he would be putty in her hands once again. It, however, did the opposite. While Naruto would admit Sakura was exotic looking, she was a wilted flower on a magnificent tree. Such a pity. "That's it? You pull something like this? Sakura, there is no us. During my time away, I've seen things you could never comprehend. I learned the hard way that his world is not all good like I thought it was. Instead, I find that there are no heroes, and that everyone will do anything to hurt you. If that is all you have to say, I bid you good day," Naruto said as he turned to walk back until Sakura grabbed his arm and tried to take his mask. He responded by rearing his masked head back and headbutt Sakura right in the forehead. The last thing pink-haired felt was pain and an overwhelming sense or irony before she fell to the ground in an unconscious heap. Taking a breath and smiling behind his mask, he pointed and yelled at her prone form, "Bitch, you got knocked the fuck out." Cracking his neck afterwards, he muttered, "Shinigami, that felt fucking good," and walked back to his apartment, with Ichigo laughing his furry ass off, while Beneheim just sighed at their antics. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Sasuke saw the whole thing and was stunned, possibly even more so than the unconscious Sakura. Never in the entire time that he had known the former full-headed blonde had he ever heard him speak or do something like that, and Sakura was certainly the last person he expected him to verbally and physically abuse. Sighing, he picked up the unconscious girl and left to drop her off at her house, and to try and solve the mystery that was Naruto. Little did he know that it would forever change him for life. A ringing sound blared in Naruto's ear. It was the most evil thing, second to paperwork. It was the alarm clock. Groaning tiredly, Naruto lifted his right arm and brought it down on the evil thing. Naruto Uzumaki hated, despised, and absolutely abhorred alarm clocks. One day he would hold a grand alarm clock bonfire. It would be the greatest day in the history of Konoha that everyone would enjoy. Yawning, the black-streaked Bond threw off his covers and sat himself upright in his bed. That's when he started feeling a headache coming. He looked at his katana, fully knowing that it sent someone who died to the afterlife. This recently departed soul was that of an old man. Apparently, he died of natural causes at the age of 79. He worked hard to provide for his family as a carpenter until he retired, and while he did a few bad things in life, he automatically felt that he was in heaven now. While the sword was cool and totally badass, he was a little annoyed that he had to know the information about them. He mentally noted to ask Shinigami about it later. Bringing his feet over his bed, he nearly stumbled. After all, how could you blame him? He was too used to being short, and for 2 weeks he slept on the ground. Sleeping in a bed was a whole new experience for him with his newfound height. It would take some getting used to, but like every situation that he encountered, he would overcome it. After regaining his balance, he stood up and looked around. That's where he laid his eyes on the sleeping forms of Ichigo and Benihime curled up at the foot of his bed. He let out a true smile seeing the brother and sister duo sleeping peacefully, but Ichigo looked to be ready to wake up any second. Blame the Bleach manga he read during his academy days, but that was why he gave Ichigo his name. He protected his little sister even when he knew he couldn't win. As for Benihime, well, she was a crimson princess to him, even if her fur didn't show it. After staring for another minute, Naruto went into his small as hell bathroom and stepped into the shower, performing the various acts that one performs in the shower, not minding the icy coldness of the water because his damn landlord kept his water cold. Over the years he found it soothing and toughened him up. That was probably the only thing he liked about his apartment. Stepping out of the shower, he quickly dried himself off and then positioned himself in front of the sink to brush his teeth. Now fully awake thanks to his shower, he stared at his reflection. It wasn't pretty. While he thought he looked like a grizzled, feral badass, he missed his old face. He honestly wished it didn't come to this, but sacrifices had to be made to keep up his charade. Last night he wrote out his report on his experience in Stone Country, and in the report was that he was subjected to brutal physical exercises, tortured to endure pain, and injected with something that inadvertently fucked up his healing process, which of course made Kyuubi pump his chakra into him to make sure he didn't die. He made sure to make it as vivid as possible though to keep up his act. Or in Shinigami's words, he just put the biggest load of bullshit on paper. Shrugging the sight off, he brushed his teeth and went to put his clothes on. When he opened his closet a second later, he smacked the side of his head in stupidity. Orange greeted his vision. He loved the color orange, he really did. But these just wouldn't cut it in his career anymore. These have got to go, Naruto muttered to himself. He quickly gathered the monstrosities into his arms and tossed them out the window. Sighing, he looked back to his closet to see he only had a few black t-shirts left, along with 10 pairs of orange boxers. There was no way in hell he was going to let go of all his obsession for that color. Looks like I have some shopping to do, he sighed out, honestly hating the mere thought of clothes shopping. After getting dressed in Ishikawa's extra clothing he found in his scroll, looked over to the 2 fox kits, and created 2 shadow clones to keep guard. Before leaving, he strapped Handen Ryoku to his waist, stuffed his report in one of his back pouches, and placed him Hanya mask over his face before leaving. Once outside, Naruto headed towards the Hokage Tower first. It was around 7 in the morning, and there were few people out, but those few were giving him new looks. For once, the looks he was getting were completely different. They were ones of awe, curiosity, and his new favorite one, fear. Oh, that was a sweet emotion that he secretly wanted to see for a very long time. Any further thoughts on it were interrupted by 2 people shouting. It wasn't shouting like an angry shouting, but he couldn't describe it. It was so fast and contained the words youth, he couldn't make them out. He turned around to see who the hell was screaming, and immediately wished he didn't. Running towards him were 2 figures. The first was a man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had black hair that was in a bowl-shaped hairstyle, black eyes, and massive black eyebrows. He wore a dark green spandex suit, the standard forest green gown and flak vest, orange leg warmers, blue shinobi-style sandals, and wore his leaf hitayate as a belt. The second was a teenager at least a year older than him, but was the carbon copy of what Naruto believed was his Jounin sensei. The first one he already knew, he was Guy Mato, the green beast of Koona. But the second one seemed familiar, but it eluded him for the moment. The 2 weren't a threat, he knew, but his instincts to him to run, and that's what he did. But that clearly turned out to be a mistake because the 2 spandex freaks sped up to him, until he was sandwiched between them. Guy-sensei, looks like we have a new participant in our morning runs, the guy lookalike screamed out. Yes, Lee, let us shower him with our flames of youth, Guy shouted at the teen named Lee. That caused Naruto to stumble and hit the ground with a thud, causing the 2 to stop and look at him funny. He looked up to see the 2 spandex-clad shinobi with disbelieving eyes. Lee? As in Rock Lee? Naruto asked the younger of the 2. Yes, my creepy masked friend, who are you? Lee asked the black-streaked blonde. It's me, Naruto. If possible, Lee's already bug-like eyes widened even further as he stared at his friend from their academy days. Naruto, is that really you? He asked as he extended his right bandaged hand. Accepting the hand, Naruto lifted himself up onto his feet and dusted himself off. In the flesh, my friend. What happened to you? You're all different. Lee asked after seeing all the changes in his friend. I could say the same to you, Naruto responded, looking at his spandex form. Haha, touché. Lee, you know Naruto? Guy asked after listening to their conversation. Yes, he and I trained together during our academy days. Lee replied Guy's question. Guy only grinned and gave them the nice guy pose. Well then, a friend of Lee's is a friend of mine. He hollered out and ended it with a smile that shined brighter than anything Naruto ever saw in his life. The mask-wearing blonde couldn't recall what happened after that. All he remembered was a bright shining light, and the next minute he was on the ground exhausted as hell, with Lee beside him, and Guy standing above them congratulating them for lasting as long as they did. Kyuubi, what the hell just happened? Naruto asked his tenant. Apparently you went under some sort of trance due to the ugly ninja's teeth. Ran with them around the village 5 more times. Thankfully you didn't shout whatever the hell these flames of youth are. And then you sparred with Lee for an hour, and then Guy invited the 2 of you to fight him in a 2-on-1 fight. I must admit you both displayed amazing teamwork, but in the end you got your sorry asses handed to you. Kyuubi responded impressed, but pretty displeased that Naruto participated with the 2 freaky humans. Note to self, watch out for Guy. Naruto mentally noted to himself. Grunting in pain, the black-streaked blonde lifted himself to his feet. He looked at Guy through the holes on his mask and saw, while the man was slightly dirty and bruised, he didn't have any cuts on him. That relieved him, knowing he didn't use his sword on an ally. Wait, where was his sword? He looked to his waist to see it wasn't there. Nearly panicking, he looked around to see it was on the sidelines. In the hands of a girl a year older than him, her right hand just about ready to unsheath it. Stop! He screamed out, stopping her in her tracks. The girl in question only looked at him funny. When she first go to her team's training field, she noticed 2 green figures sparring with each other. That wasn't unusual because Guy and Lee always sparred with each other. She, however, did not notice the person with the mask with them, because her eyes were drawn to the sword on the ground. Now, while she kept herself busy training, she was a secret weapon otaku. After all, her dad owned a weapons shop. Picking up the sword, she nearly hyperventilated at its design. While the scabbard was ordinary and unappealing, the guard, however, was unusual because the tsubo, while it looked regular with its normal rectangular shape, it had small sharp edges on each corner that looked like it could cut someone, and looked like it was split in half, with one side being black and the other white, the white side showing an angel, and the black side showing a devil. The hilt was ordinary like many she saw in the shop, but the skull on the end of it disturbed her very much, especially when it felt like bone to the touch. The crimson tassel wrapped around the bottom of the jaw with a small hourglass with black sand inside the glass on the end of it intrigued her a little bit, but not by much, because it looked like a noose around a person's neck. But the feel this sword gave off piqued her curiosity. It felt evil and yet good at the same time, and giving in to her curiosity, she was about to unsheath it to see what it looked like and how it handled. But she heard someone scream at her, completely stopping her in her tracks. Looking up, she saw a mask-wearing, black-streaked bond running at her. Panting out of exhaustion, Naruto stopped in front of her. After taking a few breaths, he finally spoke to her. Please, whatever you do, don't unsheath my sword. Blushing in slight embarrassment, she handed his sword over to him. I'm sorry, I just dash. Tenten, it's so nice to see you. Guy bellowed out, revealing the girl's name. Yash, my teammate, I see you meet our friend. Lee followed in pursuit of his sensei. The girl revealed as Tenten could only sigh at the 2 embarrassing her, causing Naruto to get a good look at her. He noticed she had brown hair tied into 2 Chinese buns that made her look like a panda, with 2 short bangs that came over her Hittite and chocolate brown eyes. She was dressed in a sleeveless pink Chinese-style blouse that was trimmed in red around the neck and arms, with dark green pants that came to about mid-calf and open-toed blue Shinobi sandals. Her kunai holder was strapped to her right thigh, while her shuriken pouch was on the back of her left hip. Still analyzing her, he noticed she was only an inch shorter than him, and that her hands had many calluses that showed countless hours of weapons training. From what he could analyze, he knew she took her career as a kunoichi seriously, unlike many others that he didn't want to think of at the moment. He was brought out his thoughts when she cleared her throat, causing him to look at her. My eyes are up here, buddy. she said, almost waiting for him to stammer an apology, which gave her an excuse to beat him down like the pervert he was. Now Naruto wasn't unfamiliar with the opposite sex. Hell, he created the now 2S rank forbidden sexy jutsu, and harem jutsu for God's sake. And he was glad the mask was one-sided, making him look out, but no one could look in, because he was staring at her assets, if only for a few seconds, and would not doubt that would have brought down her feminine fury on him if she caught him. And unlike Kakashi the open pervert, and Ebisu the closet pervert, he knew the safe boundaries of pervertism and normarism. Your hands have calluses on them. I see that you take your job seriously, he replied, totally surprising the three around him. Guy and Lee, because he was actually focusing on her in general, and not her womanly assets. And Tenten, because he noted the results from her training. She didn't know why, but her respect for the masked black-streaked blonde went up a notch, leaving him at notch 1. Oh, thank you. For a minute there I thought you were a dash. A pervert. Naruto finished her sentence. Yeah, sorry. I've dealt with enough to almost have a sixth sense. Tenten apologized for her mistake. Anyways, I'm sorry for handling your sword. It was just so. That was where the bun-haired girl for once in her life couldn't define a weapon. Divine? The black-streaked blonde summarized for her. Yes, divine, that's the word. Where did you get it? She asked, wondering where he could find something like it. Minus it looking spooky, of course. Naruto seriously didn't want to answer that because frankly he didn't have an answer for it. So at the risk of looking like an asshole, he quickly changed the subject. Wait, what time is it? He asked randomly. It's 12:53. Lee answered, looking up at the position of the sun. A horrified look crossed Naruto's masked features. How he did that no one would know. Realizing that he was late to turn in his report, he panicked. Shit, the Hokage is gonna kill me. Sorry guys, I gotta run. Let's do this again sometime. Bye. With that quickly formed sentence said, he sped off in the direction of the Hokage tower. Who was that guy? Tenten asked the two spandex-clad shinobi. That was none other than my good friend Naruto Uzumaki. Lee bellowed out excitedly after hearing that the black-streaked blonde would train with them again. Yash, Naruto-kun's flames of youth shine brightly. I cannot wait for his next visit. Guy screamed out after his student. Then after that the two started screaming each other's names and went into their infamous, scary as hell hug that somehow created their unbreakable genjutsu. Thankfully, their revelation about the stranger made Tenten's eyes widen in shock. That was Naruto, that tall black-clothed, mysterious, muscular-scarred, mask-wearing, sword-wielding, black-streaked blonde. Was the hyperactive, orange-wearing blonde that always shouted that he would be Hokage during their academy days? What was going on here? Meanwhile, while this was happening, the most unpredictable person in Konoha was running like his life depended on it. The old man told him to at his office at noon, and he was almost an hour late. Seeing that he wasn't getting near it anytime soon on the ground, he jumped onto the roof. Pumping some chakra into his legs, he leaped higher and faster than he ever thought possible. It felt amazing, the wind blowing through his hair, the sense of freedom, and even the view. But unfortunately, all good things had to come to an end. Naruto landed onto the top of the Hokage tower and was about to get down and enter through the front door, but realized the secretary, who always was a bitch to him, would try and turn him away. Unknowingly doing a Jiraiya action, he opened the window to the Sandame's office. That honestly did surprise the Sandame Hokage, so much that he fell out of his chair. Kami Naruto, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Sarutobi gasped out as he got to his feet. Looks like I'll have to try harder next time, old man, Naruto jokingly replied, after he said that he reached into one of his back pouches and pulled out his report. The Sandame narrowed his eyes, seeing that he was late, while he let Naruto get away with a few things. Being tardy was an issue for him. He only let Kakashi be tardy was because he was still carrying mental scars from the last Great War, and even then it gritted his patience. You're late, he simply stated. Not used being on the receiving end that one. Naruto merely scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, sorry about that. I was going to turn it in early, but I kinda ran into Guy and Lee. Sarutobi merely sighed at the mention of those two. He honestly wasn't surprised Naruto was late now, Those two were persuasive at times, especially guy with that shiny hypo teeth jutsu of his. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. Now if that is all dash. Actually, I was wondering if you could recommend a weapon and clothing store. As you can see, I kinda need it. Naruto interrupted the old Kage, indicating his torn and now more dirty clothing. Oh, of course. Sarutobi agreed with the former full blonde. Once he wrote down the address, he handed it to the person he thought as a grandson. Weapons shop a few minutes later. As Naruto stood outside the shop, he couldn't help but wonder if the Hokage was going senile. The shop, while it wasn't extravagant, it wasn't run down either. It was average. Sure, there were a few shingles missing, and looked like it needed a new paint job, but other than that it was in pretty good shape. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Pushing open the door, Naruto saw the store was nothing flashy. There were no sale signs or advertising gimmicks, just rows of shelves and racks that had mostly darker colored clothing. The lighting was kinda dim, probably something wrong with the circuits, but the dressing rooms had bright fluorescent lighting so that people could see just how they looked in their new attire. But the weapons section was something completely different. Weapons of all shapes, sizes, and colors adorned the shelves of the store. And not only that, but they looked to be crafted tremendously well. If he didn't already have Handen Ryoku, he knew he would have bought one from this store. Hello. Is there anything I can help you find, Shinobi-san? Naruto turned around to face an imposing man at the cash register. He looked to be in his late 30s to early 40s with short spiky chestnut brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. The man was around 6'4" and muscular, indicating his years of work at the forge. He wore a dirty white t-shirt, dirty brown blacksmith gloves, and a dirty brown blacksmith apron, showing he was probably working on his latest masterpiece. But that was unfortunately all he could see, since his lower half was obscured by the counter. But if he was to guess, he was wearing sandals like everyone else, along with dirty pants of some color. However, what unnerved Naruto was the scarring on him. 2 deep scars went diagonally down his right cheek and into his beard, and there were also some deep to lighter scars on his exposed arms. This showed him his man was a shinobi who saw plenty of battles in his lifetime. I said, "Can I help yo?" The man opened his eyes, revealing them being dark brown, but they narrowed in hate at him. Growling in anger, he leaped over the counter, revealing dirted brown pants and sandals in the process, and attacked the black-streaked blonde. Naruto got on his guard and blocked a punch from the giant man. The punch numbed his left arm. If it wasn't for the bracer absorbing most of the punch, he wouldn't doubt that his arm would have been broken. This man was dangerous, and he knew he had to be very careful. Ducking another punch, Naruto took aim and hit him in the stomach. The man grunted a little bit, but showed no signs of being hurt in the slightest. In fact, it was the opposite for our hero, because his hand felt like he hit a rock. He felt trapped. He couldn't do any jutsu at this rage. His taijutsu was mainly brawling, and he could not unsheath his sword. Any thought he had on what to do was interrupted via a kick to his stomach that sent him through several racks, scattering the dark clothing all over the store and knocking the wind out of him. Growling angrily, the cashier walked over to him menacingly and pounded on the wall. From what Naruto could see, a part of the wall opened up, and the man casually pulled an axe from it. He saw the man drape it over his shoulder, and saw the axe was sinister, almost demonic looking. The axe itself was around 3 feet in length, with a wickedly, yet beautifully obsidian serrated blade, the reverse of which was barbed and spiked, made to shred and tear. He didn't have to know that this man killed many people with it. The man roared in fury like a barbarian and jumped the full distance, intending on splitting his victim's head open. Naruto would not give him the satisfaction. Bringing his right hand to Handen Ryoku's hilt, he unsheathed the magnificent blade and blocked the menacing axe head. The two struggled for dominance, both in a deadlock. Grunting in frustration, the cashier spoke. "You're strong for your size, berserker scum, but I'm gonna kill you." "I'm not a dash," Naruto protested. "Don't you dare lie to me." "I'll dash." He didn't get to finish because of a shattering sound, and then he fell on the floor completely unconscious. "Dad, you stupid idiot, look what you've done," a feminine voice screamed at him. Groaning a little, Naruto looked up from the cashier's unconscious body to see the familiar form of Tenten, with a broken vase in her hand. "Tenten?" he asked, still trying to regain his breath. "Naruto." "Oh my Kami, are you all right?" Tenten exclaimed, reaching down, dropping what was left of the vase, and lifted him to his feet. Coughing a few times, the secret Kurashigan user regained his breath. "Yeah, I've endured worse, but what the hell was that about?" Sighing, the bun-haired girl answered, "My dad suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. During the last war, he was nearly killed by a berserker. He won, but was forced to retire because of his wounds. Since then, he has sudden war flashbacks from time to time. You were unfortunately the target because of..." Naruto knew what she was talking about. While the clothes were surprisingly comfy, they weren't exactly the best choice to wear in the village. "Tenten, what unyouthfulness has happened here?" Guy's familiar voice screamed out, causing the two conscious teens to groan. "It's nothing, Guy-sensei. Dad just had a nasty flashback after seeing Naruto's outfit," Tenten replied. "Which I'm gonna change out of," Naruto announced as he picked up a random set of clothing and went into the changing room. A few minutes later, the black-streaked blonde walked out, and immediately sweat dropped when he saw Tenten ordering the three males to work. She had a whip in her hands, lashing it at her dad, sensei, and teammate. He could only stare in disbelief as the shop was spick and span a minute later. Right then and there, he made a mental note to not piss Tenten off anytime in the future. "Okay dear, the store's cleaned up, and I locked Shiketsu, Bleeder, back up again. Now can you please put the scary whip away?" Tenten's dad begged as she kept making those accursed cracking sounds. "I will once you apologize to Naruto," she snapped back at him. "There's no need. I'm the one who set him off," Naruto said, trying to defuse the situation, which scared him dearly. "Never piss off a woman, folks. It never ends well." The three turned around and were stunned to see him in his new outfit. His new outfit consisted of a pair of black cargo pants with a black kunai holster strapped to his right thigh, and a black vest with several pouches for scrolls in the front of it. He was still wearing his black sandals and ankle bands. Underneath the vest, he wore steel fishnet chain mail armor that came around his biceps. Over his forearms, he still wore the Shodame Tsuchikage. Not that they knew who they once belonged to, black lightweight guards, with his clawed hands that were now covered by fingerless gloves with steel plates on the back of them and around each knuckle. Around his waist was a black belt that now held his hitayate as a belt buckle, and the two brown shuriken pouches attached to the back of his hips. Strapped to his left side was his beautifully made katana. However, still on his face was that damned mask that still made Tenten's dad's blood boil. "Hiroshi, calm down," Guy said, putting his hand on the man's shoulder. The man only sighed and visibly calmed himself. "Kid, I'm sorry I attacked you, but I must ask that you please take that mask off." Naruto's eyes widened when he was asked that. Mentally, he was panicking, wondering what he should do. Even with his improved mind, he found no way to get out of this one. "Go ahead, take it off, and if they ask, just bullshit them on your mission. That sounds reasonable. And make sure to buy a half mask once you show them," Shinigami ordered in almost a yawning voice. Now either the god of death overslept, or was a lazy bastard in general. Naruto would figure out later, though he expected it to be both. He only sighed in response and responded, "Are you sure? It's not a pretty sight," he said to the four. Hiroshi only gave him a scowl indicating that it was his way or the highway. Sighing, he took off his mask, drawing horrified gasps out of them. His face was chiseled, which would normally make a girl blush, but his left side completely ruined it. He had a deep cut going across half of his face, along with one going horizontally down his left eye that ended above his jaw, and 5 deep cuts on his left cheek obscuring his whisker marks. Then there was a light line going across his forehead indicating that his Juganai was sleeping, thankfully in his opinion, that made it look like another scar. Along with his coldish blue eyes, he looked like a seasoned warrior. "Holy shit, kid, what happened to you?" Hiroshi questioned the scarred black-streaked blonde. "It looks like you fought an entire army," he continued, indicating the other scars on his body. Naruto only scratched the back of his head. "Well, I kinda did. You see, during my last mission, I met some misfortune with some stone neens. And well, my former clothes, mask, and these scars are the result from it." Guy and Hiroshi visibly frowned hearing that. They fully knew Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, and saw that any injuries that he suffered healed completely. But whatever happened to him must have been horrific to make him look like Ibiki. Guy would have to speak with the Hokage about it later, while Hiroshi could only ponder since he was retired, and really couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Lee and Tenten were horrified that a person only a year younger than them went through all that. They had a few close calls themselves and experienced their first kill during a mission gone wrong, but what he went through was something they just couldn't comprehend. How many? Tenten asked in a slightly scared voice. 15, maybe 20? Possibly more, it's all a blur really. Naruto answered her from what he wrote in his report. A pregnant silence filled the air. No one spoke in what seemed like hours. Clearing his throat, Naruto broke the silence. So how much? Slightly shaking out of his funk, Hiroshi spoke up. For 5 sets, plus a mask, it comes up to 997 Ryo and 50 Ryo cents. He said, knowing that he would be needing one. Ouch, that was pricey, but Naruto picked out a black half mask that covered his face from the nose down. For more pairs of clothing, and pulled out his trusty wallet Gamachan. Before paying the man up front, he realized that he needed some new supplies. I also need some supplies, he said to Hiroshi, noticing he was limping a little. Getting behind the counter, Hiroshi brought up his walking stick, silently cursing at the long-dead berserker who shattered his right leg. He looked up at the black-streaked blonde. What do you need? Not missing a beat, he answered. I need a set of kunai knives, a dozen exploding and flashbang tags, 2 dozen makabishi, some soldier and blood pills, a sword-cleaning kit, and a set of shuriken. Nodding, Hiroshi brought his hands under the counter and brought out his order. Naruto, however, furrowed his eyebrows, seeing the shuriken. The 4-sided was okay, but the 8-sided had more speed and sides to damage a person with. Hiroshi saw that look and frowned, not liking that look at all. Is something wrong? Yes, it's the shurikens, I was wondering. He trailed off and reached into his right pouch behind him, and brought out one of the 8-sided shuriken, placing it on the counter. If you could make this. Tenten was absolutely stunned seeing a stone weapon up close, and grimaced seeing the look on her father's face. She knew anything involving Stone Country really got under his skin, whether it be their politics, Shinobi, the war in general, and most importantly their weapons. She knew that he could attest to the damage they could inflict. After all, it was because of a few well-placed shuriken hits that her father had to walk with a limp now. Guy and Lee stood on the sidelines preparing themselves to restrain the man if necessary. You want me to forge stone tools? Hiroshi growled out, his eyes narrowing at the weapon. I know you hate Iwagakure. I honestly can relate to you, but don't blame the weapon for your misfortune. A weapon is as deadly as the user. As a weaponsmith, you've forged hundreds if not thousands of weapons for the Shinobi of the Leaf. He then looked at him, his slitted eyes boring into his soul. You, however, seem to have forgotten it's not the weapon who kills, but the person who uses it. With that said, he took 500 more Ryo, believing that was the asking price, and placed it on the counter, quickly bagged all his items, placed his half mask over his face before his Hanya mask, and left the store. No one did anything for several minutes, no one dared to say anything. Hell, they were afraid to breathe. Finally, Hiroshi sighed and got to his feet. Looking at the shuriken for a few seconds, he picked it up and went to the forge. Dad, you're actually going to do it? Tenten gasped out in surprise. How could you blame her? Never in her life did she think her dad would ever forge anything created in stone. But Naruto somehow convinced him to do just that. Letting out a defeated sigh, Hiroshi turned to his daughter. That young man had the balls to say something that was so plainly obvious. Yet I've been too damn stubborn to listen. He then grumbled about stupid idiots and something about kicking his own ass before disappearing into the forge. Unknown to them, this event would forever change this shop. Not bad, Naruto, though I personally would have said something more memorable, but not bad. Shinigami commented his avatar. Meh, it doesn't matter what I said. I got what I wanted. Naruto replied before taking a breath. How the hell does Kakashi wear these things? They're almost impossible to breathe with them on. Years of practice is my guess. Kyubi shrugged, not really getting the one-eyed ninja's fashion sense. Whatever. The Kurashigan user replied. After minutes of aimless walking, Naruto pondered on what to do. His team had the week off, and he couldn't do any Justa training without drawing attention. Maybe he could bond with Sasuke. Nah, it was too soon, he was still getting used to the fact he was a Uchiha. Sakura was definitely out of the question. Kakashi, while he respected the man, he couldn't really communicate with him on any level. Maybe hanging with the other teams was something he could do. He honestly missed Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Maybe they could hang out sometime during the week. Any other thoughts were literally slapped out of his head. What the hell was that for? He shouted at the fox in his head. Instead of thinking about your social life, you need to concentrate on your training. Kyubi roared at his vessel. Listen, just because dash. You got your ass kicked by a cripple on an adrenaline rush. While I respect you for keeping your cool and defending yourself, you still need more practice. From what I could see, there were a dozen potential strategies in that fight. Now what you need to do is study strategy, go to that fucking library, and learn a thing or two. Shinigami imputed his opinion. But dash. I know your teammate's mom owned the library, but so does her sister. There's a 50-50 chance there. But for Pete's sake, you're a shinobi. Use that damn transformation jutsu to hide yourself if you have to. Use that fucking improved brain I gave you. Hearing that, Naruto mentally palmed himself. Of course, his chakra control was way better than it was before, so he could do that jutsu without any difficulty now. Smirking under his masks, he created a shadow clone to take his stuff back and to provide extra protection for his place. After his clone left, he had to restrain himself from skipping to the library for 2 reasons. 1. It was unmanly to skip, and Kyubi would mentally kick his ass if he did. And 2, his right leg stung a little. Thanks to Handen Ryoku's creators, he couldn't sheath it without drawing blood. He honestly tried to sheath it, but it was being too damn stubborn. So he cut his right leg and had Kyubi heal it while he was changing. Of course, after he did that, he wanted to beam himself with a blunt object, because he could have simply used his thumb. It was just as Ishikawa told him, look back to the past and learn from past mistakes. That was a lesson that would really come in handy in the future. But now he was heading towards the library. Not knowing this would change his views on his grandfather figure. The library, an infinite place of knowledge and wisdom, a sanctum for those who want to learn, and a place of dread for idiots. Either way, it held a lot of good and bad memories for Naruto. After creating a shadow clone, and had it use the transformation jutsu to turn into a brown-haired, brown-eyed teenager. He then told it to go inside to see who was working. After 15 minutes of waiting in the shadows, he saw him stroll out. After waiting a few more minutes for him to go into a random ally and disappear, he grinned after receiving the information of who was working and a few books that he needed to read. Taking a deep breath, he casually strolled in and saw the 2 who taught him most of the things he was denied as a child. His blue eyes settled on the taller of the 2, Akira Haruno, Sakura's aunt. She was a very beautiful woman, with long, deep pink hair that flowed down her back like the waves of an ocean, fair skin, and beautiful green eyes. Standing at 5'6", she was around the average height for a woman her age, and a little taller than him by a few inches. At the age of 40, she still had the figure she had when she was in her early 20s. He remembered seeing her picture once before when they invited him into their home that was always sought after. And best of all, she was quiet. And when she did speak, it was with a soft yet strong voice that commanded attention no matter what the volume. And then he set his eyes on the youngest, Sakari Haruno, Sakura's sister. Unlike her sister, she had short, shoulder-length pink hair, fair skin, and jade green eyes. She stood around 5'4", but Naruto knew she would grow a little taller. After all, she was only 14. And unlike her sister, she actually had a curvy figure and B-cup breasts, due to the right dieting, and he knew from experience that she was much nicer than his teammate. He knew a lot about the 2 standing before him, and they knew almost everything about him. Akira was the unfortunate sister of Hibari Haruno, the mother of both Sakura and Sakari. Hibari was the exact opposite of Akira. She was overweight and tall, flat-chested, lazy, haughty, shrewd, used too much makeup to cover the ugly face, arrogant, and oftentimes had to shout to be heard. It sickened him to no end that he used to think she was pretty, but that was because she was a washed-out genin and used the transformation jutsu to make herself look desirable in public. And once he saw her true form, secretly of course, he honestly couldn't eat a thing for a week, for fear that would come up on him. Naruto knew both Haruno sisters were married, both being the exact opposite of each other of course. While married, Akira unfortunately was unable to produce life, but her devoting husband, Kurega, stayed by her through thick and thin. Her sister's husband, Kusabi, however, was a sex hound that cheated whenever he found the chance. Not that he could blame him, of course. That was where Sakura came in. She was rescued. I say rescued because her bitch of a former mother abandoned her in a dumpster. If it wasn't for Akira's sneaking suspicion that her sister would pull something like that, he could only shudder thinking of how he could have turned out without their combined guidance. Anyways, after she was taken home, she was officially adopted with the Hokage's signature to make it official. Naruto knew that Sakura knew she was adopted, but he knew that she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, Kurega and Akira were her real parents. He would have reminisced further, but the two women turned towards them. Smiling behind his masks, he waved to them. Akari-chan, Sakura-chan, long time no see. Raising her delicate pink eyebrow, Akari replied to him, I'm sorry, sir, but I honestly don't know who you are. Stifling a chuckle, Naruto responded, well, of course you don't recognize me. After all, I am the most unpredictable person you've ever met. Naruto, is that you? Sakura gasped out, seeing his completely changed appearance. The one and only, he responded. My goodness, what on earth happened to you? Akira asked, coming closer to see if her eyes were deceiving her. It happened on my last mission. Don't worry, I'm Dash. Any other words he would have said were muffled when he was pulled into a bone-breaking hug by Sakura. The sight made the god of death sweat drop. How the hell did that happen? For a civilian, she sure has chunin level speed. Geez, every time I think I figure them out, mortals continue to amaze me. However, it was a different experience for the black-streaked blonde. While it was nice to feel the warmth of another person, it wasn't the best to feel his back breaking under Sakura's illogical strength. Sakura, I think Naruto-kun has been through enough, Akari said, inwardly smirking at her daughter's affection to the QB container. Blushing a little bit, Sakura released the former blonde and instantly apologized. Naruto only rubbed his back, feeling it pop back into place thanks to QB. No, it's quite all right. It's not every day something like this happens. What exactly happened? Sakura asked after she brought her blush down. Mentally sighing that he had to lie to two of the people he trusted most, he told them what happened. His encounter with the demon brothers, Zabuza, his training with Kakashi, and his death. Two women could only stare in horror when he unbuckled his vest and showed them the wound he received from Kakashi through his fishnet chain mail shirt. And with bitter reluctance he recalled his vivid experience in Stone Country, saying that they brought him back to life, experimented on his body, his escape, and his horrendous wounds. Showing that he meant it, he took off his Hanya mask and pulled down his half mask to show his scarred face. Before his tale ended, he found his face buried between both the woman's breasts. Both Kyubi and Shinigami laughed at the lucky bastard seeing him struggling to breathe. Oh, Naruto-kun, we're so sorry that happened to you. Sakura nearly sobbed out after hearing the preteen's story. I can't even imagine the pain you went through. Kari continued for her daughter. As the blonde struggled to breathe, he heard a distinct laughter behind him. Naruto, not only are the talk of the village, but you're also seducing the two women in my life. The two women blushed in reply to the voice and broke apart embarrassed. After coughing a few times, Naruto turned to see who the voice belonged to. A man standing at 5'10" was smirking at him. He wore his smooth brown hair in a ponytail like Irika's that matched his brown eyes, which were hidden behind some black wire-framed glasses. Crossing his arms over his chest, the former full blonde noticed he wore a dark blue turtleneck sweater over a light blue Yakuta robe with a leather briefcase hanging over his shoulder. And below him he wore tan pants along with brown open-toed sandals. Kurega, it's been far too long. Naruto greeted Akari's husband. Same here, it's been nearly 3 months? The joking man responded. Meh, give or take 3 months. The black-streaked blonde replied. So did you just get back from the tower? Oh yes, the Hokage unfortunately didn't have too much work for me. He just told me to bring my work home. And on the way there I decided to check up on 2 gorgeous women in the library. He then smirked looking at him. And this is where I find you, you little player. Naruto could only give a stiff chuckle. He knew the man well enough to know he was pulling his leg. While both the Haruno women just sighed at the man's antics, while they loved him to death, he could sometimes be very immature. However, his joking visage instantly disappeared, setting into serious mode as he called it. I see that the reports were true. You have changed a lot since that mission, the brunette said, making the air seem thick around him. You know already? The secret Karashigan user asked, sincerely surprised that information got out so fast. Karega just tapped his head with his right index finger. No, I briefly saw it and remembered every detail. Remember, I'm the one who taught you how to easily remember things. Naruto couldn't hold back his shudder. The man was a joker and sarcastic asshole at times. But he swore that he had some Nara blood in him if his knowledge and photographic memory was any indication. Honey, if you're done scaring Naruto-kun, I believe he came here for a reason, Akari stated, her soft but powerful voice breaking her husband out of his serious state. Seeing his scratch his cheek sheepishly at going overboard again, the kind woman spoke to the black-streaked blonde. Now, what do you need exactly? Akari-chan, these are the books I'll be needing for the day, Naruto replied before listing them off. The latest book on the history of the Shinobi nations if you have it, a book that has anything to do with plants and strategy, for dummies. He said while mentally cursing the fox and god respectfully, if their snickering was any indication to their cruel teaching methods. Blinking in surprise at the unusual books, the two women calmly went to the selected books he requested. And 5 minutes later they came back with two books, one being big, old, and heavy if Akari's struggling was any indication, while the other one was smaller and brand new. Panting a bit, Akari settled it on the wooden desk while Sakari checked them out. Sorry, but we don't have any books for plants. But you might have better luck at the Yamanaka flower shop, Akari said after she caught her breath. Inwardly, Naruto seethed hearing that he would have to go there. While the Yamanakas weren't particularly cruel to him, they weren't the most helpful neither. He remembered Inochi, who was mentioned by Shikamaru's dad, once treated him neutrally for the most part, but his wife was a bitch, and Ino's treatment towards him in the academy was still fresh in his mind. Nodding reluctantly, he packed his books under his arm with ease, and slipped both his masks on. Thank you as always, I'll see you again soon. The preteen thanked them before heading out the door. If he looked back, he would have seen Sakari's worried expression. Once he got out to the library, the black-streaked blonde jumped on the roof and created a shadow clone to take the books back. While it was lazy of him, he clearly admitted to himself he would need both hands for his next task. Because he clearly didn't know who was manning the shop that day. It could have been Inochi, his wife, or Shinigami forbid Ino. After sending his clone back to his apartment, he headed off to the Yamanaka flower shop. Nearly 5 minutes later, he arrived at the flower shop. It honestly wasn't hard to find, with its walls being painted yellow, its orange roof, 2 giant glass windows between a giant door that was always open during the day, along with various plants on the outside of the shop, and the giant pink sign that spelled out Yamanaka Flower Shop in big red bold letters. What a fruity shop, Kyubi shared his thoughts to the other two. Oh yeah, Naruto thought to the great beast. Damn right, Shinigami agreed. I'm no building expert, but shouldn't the man of the house get the final say in the design? He's obviously whipped. Both the demon lord and god of death said in a union. Now quit stalling and enter the damn shop, you have a lot of work to do. Sighing behind his 2 masks, the preteen reluctantly took a step forward, and a few strides later he entered the shop. Just like the outside, all fruity and full of plants, the inside was no better. It was yellow like their traditional blonde hair, and had shelves full of beautiful flowers. Seeing that no one was at the counter, Naruto rung the bell for service. When no one came a minute later, her rung it again several times. I'm coming, a woman's voice screamed out. Ah fuck. All 3 of them screamed inside their heads. They had a reason to swear because barely a few seconds later out stumbled a girl around Naruto's age. She looked exactly the same since he saw her the last time. The same pupil-less blue eyes, the same long blonde hair, always seen in a ponytail with long bangs covering the right side of her face, and always wearing that revealing purple outfit with white training tape wrapped around her stomach and thighs. The only thing different about her was that she was wearing the shop's yellow apron, had her white arm warmers rolled up, and had both her ears pierced. What do you want? I was busy. The blonde-haired girl then took a look at the customer's face before letting out an ear-shattering scream. Ino, what's going on? A male voice hollered out. Looking where the voice came from, a man emerged from the other side of the store. He stood around 5'9" and looked to be around in his late 30s. His hair was blonde like Ino's, only darker in contrast with a mullet-style haircut with his hair being shorter on the top, finishing in a long ponytail. He also had bright blue eyes with the pupil unlike Ino. He was wearing the standard green jounin flak jacket over a black outfit complete with tan handguards, and a sleeveless red coat that reached to the back of his knees. He was Inochi Yamanaka, the father of Ino. "What is going on here?" he demanded, seeing his daughter shivering on the floor. Demon. Ino whimpered out as she closed her eyes in fear. Looking up, Inochi saw the so-called demon. His face automatically went into a scowl seeing the mask. He, like many other Leaf Shinobi, knew the horrors of the Third Great Shinobi War, and that mask made even the mightiest warrior want to retreat at the sight of it. However, he looked the figure over and saw that he was no older than Ino. He had nothing that identified himself as a stone shinobi, and most importantly, he saw the leaf Hittite on his belt. "Ino, go to your room, I'll deal with this," he told her. Seeing she didn't have to be told twice, the genin sprinted away and locked herself into her room. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Inochi looked back at the figure and stared at him with his piercing gaze that showed years of shinobi experience. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Just a shinobi seeking to buy a book," Naruto cryptically answered him. "You scared my daughter," Inochi stated, clenching his fist. "That was unintentional," the black-streaked blonde said, mentally adding "not" in his head. "I just want a book, listed with various plants that I can create creams and poisons with." Nodding, the Yamanaka clan head turned away and went into the back room. Emerging a few minutes later, he brought out a medium-sized green book and what looked like a mixing kit. Gently setting them on the counter, he rung them up on the cash register. "The total is 400 ryo," Inochi said. Again, visibly flinching at how expensive the day was getting for him, Naruto paid the man, leaving him with more than enough to get by until his next mission, thanked him for his kindness to leave a good impression, took his stuff and left. Inochi only breathed in a sigh of relief once he left. "You really are the #1 surprising ninja." Once he got his needed items, Naruto headed towards his apartment. After that tense encounter in the Yamanaka business, he needed the rest of the day to relax, and read up on the things he ignored and was denied during his academy years. With a small push of chakra, he leaped into the air again, and relished the wind flowing through his hair. Oh, what a feeling it was. Shinigami once compared it to riding a motorcycle with your helmet off, whatever the hell that was, and he agreed that the feeling was enjoyable. That was about the time he felt himself land on his roof. He then walked a few steps towards the edge of the roof before lightly jumping onto the floor. He winced a bit, hearing the horrible creaking sound as his feet connected with the worn wood. Steeling himself as he stood to his full height, he went to his door that the owner graciously assigned as apartment 666, and opened it. He smiled, seeing that both Ichigo and Beneheim were still asleep on his bed, and that his 4 clones were standing guard over them. "All right, guys, it's time to get to work." He then pointed towards the nearest clone and talked to him about his most recent purchase. "I want you to start reading up on the poisonous and healing plants. Get through at least 5 chapters, read more if you find it interesting." He then proceeded to set the mixing kit onto a shabby table and tossed him the book. "What about us, boss?" one of his clones asked. "I want you to study up on the strategy book. Pay close attention so you don't miss anything," Naruto said before turning to the other 2 clones. "And I want you 2 to practice the kunai balancing. Don't worry about the water, just balance them as long as you can." "And what about you, boss?" another clone asked the original. "I'll be reading that giant history book. Now get moving," he responded before taking the gigantic book and went to lay on his bed. Hours went by and Naruto found it to be more productive than Irika's lessons combined. His first clone dispelled 3 hours ago, and he learned about a few plants that could close up wounds in an instant, which oddly enough reminded him of Ikiku's healing ointment from the Bleach manga, and also leaned about a plant that could kill a man in less than a second. He would get to practicing making them at another time. Right now he was finishing up Stone Country's history. "Wow, I'm impressed that Stone Country has an interesting history," Naruto mused to himself as he finished off the last sentence. "Now, why did you read up Stone first?" Kyubi asked, honestly confused that his vessel read up on his enemy's country. "I owe it to Ishikawa. He taught me the most important lesson I would have never learned here. He then closed his eyes, remembering his fight with the deceased stone chunin. Ah, I feel honored. A voice rang out, causing Naruto to leap up and Ichigo to spring into action. The fox kit leaped at the voice only to fly off the bed and land in the laundry basket. What the hell? Who's there? The black-streaked blonde demanded, pulling out one of his new kunai. Oh, come on, Blondie, I haven't been dead for even a month, and I've already been forgotten? The voice replied, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Ishikawa Kamizuru? He asked. Yep, that's my name, don't wear it out. The now identified Ishikawa replied, appearing in front of his killer. Naruto was just flabbergasted seeing the stone chunin again. He was more healthy than when they first met. His body was fuller, like he actually ate, and much more powerful looking as well. Instead of seeing his cold brown eyes, they were now filled with inner peace along with the laziness of a slacker. No way, no fucking way, you're supposed to be dead, the officially freaked preteen screamed out. Ishikawa only laughed seeing his reaction. Relax, Blondie, I am dead, and I'm here to wreak my horrible vengeance, mahahaha. He crackled evilly as his face became demonic as Yami himself. The ghost descended on the Kurashigan user, effectively making him roll out of the way as the spirit phased through the bed. Ichigo managed to crawl out of the clothes hamper and lunged at the ghost once again, but the poor kit phased through him, hitting the wall. While Beniheim sprinted to see if her brother was okay, Naruto forced some chakra into his eyes, activating his Kurashigan behind his mask. Ishikawa only hissed and rushed at him as if intending to possess him. Naruto was ready to somehow deal with the vengeful specter, but instead the dead stone chunin stopped in front of him and blew him a raspberry. Just fucking with ya. Ishikawa smirked at the freaked-out kid before crossing his arms. What the hell was that for you, asshole? Naruto bellowed at him. Geez, kid, lighten up, I was only having some fun. I mean, being dead is super boring, you gotta pass the time somehow. The spirit replied. Why are you here anyways? I thought you were sent to the afterlife after I killed you. The black-streaked blonde demanded. Well, you see. Flashback. All right, Kaiza, everything is set. Step to your right and heaven awaits you. Again, I am so sorry for the wait, Shinigami told the fisherman. Smiling happily, the hero of Wave thanked the god of death and went to the right. As the pearly white doors opened, he was enveloped in a warm ray of light and disappeared into his brother Kami's realm. All right, next. Shinigami ordered over his stacks of paperwork on his black marble desk that held many mechanisms, and cursing himself for falling behind on his work. The next time Susanoo, Cupid, Fujin, and Raijin told him to take a break and relax, he'd better make sure it wasn't for an entire year. The barrier that separated Kaiza disappeared, and the next person was a short, pudgy man with wild gray hair, and behind him was an army of 500 mercenaries. All of them were deathly pale and looked like they would shit themselves if they had anything to shit out. Gateau, your life has been revolved around greed, lust, and envy. You've enslaved hundreds, if not thousands of innocent women and children, selling them in underground sex trafficking after raping them. Also, you've sold nearly 500 million pounds of drugs, murdered various business rivals and their families, along with other innocent people, and most recently tried to take over Wave Country for a private island of all things. Shinigami narrowed his already hate-filled eyes at the mercenaries. And you 500 are no better, the list of your crimes are staggering. But Lord Shinigami, Gateau tried to plead with the mighty god, only for him to be blown in half by his sheer power and reformed again. I will not hear your excuses, you pitiful mortals. You all had a choice for doing good in your life, but you went and fucked it up. The god then gave them a big evil grin that was partially obscured by the dagger between his teeth. Enjoy your time in hell. He then brought his hand to a lever beside him and pulled it down. Almost immediately the floor below them opened up, and all 501 men fell screaming into the fiery pits of hell. Shinigami smiled, hearing their screams of pain as the fire burned them, and for once he was glad to hear his other brother, Yami's voice roar in cruel laughter. Pulling the gate shut, Shinigami ordered the next pair to come in, and mentally sighed in relief that a quarter of his work for Wave Country was completed in that instant, that just left roughly 55.3 people left for every other country. But once he set his eyes on the pair, he narrowed them and pulled out their papers. Muka no name, you were born an orphan and graduated at the academy at the age of 18, 3 years above the normal standards. Through the years you made no attempts to train, always failed at the easiest tasks, was booted from 10 genin teams. Failed to complete the chunin exam several times, and you didn't even kill anyone until you finally grew some balls to kill your helpless teammates who just graduated from the academy for barely a week in their sleep, and the Jounin sensei when he was dead tired to even put up a fight due to severe insomnia and constant fights with his wife. For the next few months you killed several innocent men before raping their wives, girlfriends, and even their daughters of all ages. And after you were finished you slit their throats. Shinigami didn't say any more, seeing the man was guilty beyond all reason. He just pushed a button at his desk and Muka fell screaming into the fiery pits of hell. Now Ishikawa Kamizuru, you were the third son of Kai and Iburai Kamizuru, and named after your great-grandfather the Shodame Tsuchikage. You were a model sibling to your little sister, graduated the IWA Academy at the age of 10, spent a few years out in the wilderness to perfect your clan's arts, and to communicate with nature. You returned at the age of 14 and became chunin a few months later by literally wiping the floor with the competition. From the age of 15 to 19 you killed approximately 800 people in the line of duty, earning your nickname the Killer Hornet, but then you went rogue by stealing one of your country's most treasured items. For a few months after that you literally starved yourself from lack of food, even though you could clearly hunt, until you met with that bumbling idiot and was finally killed by one Naruto Uzumaki. That is correct, Ishikawa said, his voice showing no denial in his life story. Now the dead stone ninja expected to be sent to hell like his companion, but instead the god in front of him placed his mighty hand on his chin. And what's more, he made a humming sound like he was thinking. After a few suspenseful minutes Shinigami spoke to him. Ishikawa, your soul is tainted, but from what I sense you aren't evil like the other souls I've damned over my entire lifetime. What are you getting at? The clearly confused stone chunin asked. Due to this unusual circumstance, I can't send you to either heaven or hell. Your soul is completely on the ground between good and evil. Seeing Ishikawa's look that bordered on confusion and disbelief, Shinigami had to think again. He would never admit it, but this was the first time this happened. For a second he thought what his family would do, but quickly dismissed those thoughts. Yami would send him to hell. His stuck-up brother Kami would also send him to hell. His mother Destiny and his father Creation would also send him to hell as well. Smirking in a way that suited him, along with a way to spite his family, the god of death knew exactly what to do. Ishikawa Kamizuru, I have a deal for you. Do you accept? Do I have a choice? Ishikawa asked. Unless you would rather be dragged to hell or eaten by me, Shinigami casually replied, sending a shiver down the spirit's spine. I'll accept. What will you have me do, Lord Shinigami? The god of death smirked before telling him his plan. Tell me, do you remember Naruto Uzumaki? So Shinigami told me that I have to shadow you, so to speak, and guide you through life, and, well, I zoned out once he rambled on about stuff, Ishikawa said to his stunned killer. Shinigami actually told you to do that? Naruto asked him. Yep. And you didn't tell me why? He shouted at the ceiling. I wanted it to be a surprise. Shinigami simply replied. Geez, you could have given me a heads up. You scared the hell out of me and the kits, Naruto retorted, picking both Ichigo and Benihime off the ground and brought them back on the bed. I thought it was entertaining, Kyubi added his 2 cents. Up yours, Fuzzy, the black-streaked blonde retorted before realizing that he said that in front of Ishikawa. Oh, relax, Blondie, Shinigami already told me about the fox inside you, and the blood in your veins. I honestly don't care. Hell, you remind me of Han, only less hate-filled. The dead Kamizuru said, calming the Jinchuriki, but also confusing him. Han? Yes, Han. He's Stone's current Jinchuriki after Rashi left to better master his beast's powers. Wait a second, Naruto said, stopping the spirit from continuing. Wait a damn second. He then went over to the book again and went to the index. Scanning from A to J, he found the section he was looking for. Quickly flipping through the pages, he finally got to the end of the book where there was only 1 page left. Jinchuriki. He read out, surprising those in hearing range. The Jinchuriki are humans that have a tailed beast sealed within them. They exhibit extraordinary powers, and in some cases are more powerful than their tailed beasts, because they have the intelligence to use the beast's powers effectively. For the past 100 years after Hashirama Senju gained control of several tailed beasts, he spread these beasts to other, newly formed villages in an attempt to maintain peace and equalize the powers between the nations. In order to prevent the Jinchuriki from turning traitor, it is tradition for the host to be selected from the family of the village's own kage. In this way, the Jinchuriki not only has strong ties of loyalty to village and their leader, but they also serve to show off the kage's might. Naruto slowly set the book down, realizing what he just read. He now knew who exactly his father was thanks to this book. Slowly he stood onto the floor of his apartment and turned to his 3 remaining clones who stopped once the commotion started. "Stay here and guard the kits, I'll be back soon," he ordered before picking up his sword and weaponry. Without a word he stepped out of the door and marched off to the Sandame's office, fully ready to raise some unholy hell on the old man. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in relief. He entwined his hand together, bent them around so they weren't facing him, and pulled. The resounding crack of his fingers brought the old man a little relief to his old bones, and a feeling of accomplishment as well. For the first time since he got reinstated to be Hokage, he dealt with half of his paperwork load in a single day. Sighing in relief, he brought his hands back and they went to his upper right-hand drawer. Nearly a second later, he brought out his Ika Paradise book and brought his trusty pipe out of his long sleeve. Bringing the pipe to his mouth, he filled it with its rich tobacco and lit it with a minor fire jutsu he created a long time ago. Taking a few puffs, he inhaled the sweet nicotine that filled his lungs. He sighed in relaxation and brought his book up to read its dirty context. It was a joyful moment in Hiruzen Sarutobi's opinion, and nothing could change it. Oh, how wrong he was. "Go away, you little brat, the Hokage is busy," he heard his secretary scream out. "What's going on? She doesn't normally yell at kids." Probably that time of the month again," Sarutobi thought to himself before going back to his book. But several dozen loud stomping noises coming upwards was making that extremely difficult. "Move it, you bitch, I have to see him now," a disrespectful voice shouted at her. "Oh, so it's Naruto. I wonder what he wants." "I don't care. Lord Hokage has no need to see a little demo dash." She was cut off when she suddenly came crashing through the door, surprising the Hokage and making him drop his book on the desk. Moaning in pain, the woman fell unconscious, and Naruto stepped through the ruins of the shattered door. From his entrance, Sarutobi was surprised at his choice of clothing, but he filed that away for later when he saw his surrogate grandson stride into his office. The way the black-streaked blonde was walking, the Hokage didn't doubt that he was mad. No, beyond mad. He was furious. Slamming his hands onto the oak desk, Naruto stared long and hard at the old man he used to call a grandfather. He wanted to tear into the old man with his claws for lying to him for nearly 13 years of his life. But despite his old age, Sarutobi could kick his ass, so instead he was going to hurt the man another way. "Sarutobi, you have some serious explaining to do," Naruto bluntly said, smirking eagerly when the old man flinched as his name was spat with venom. "What do I have to explain, Naruto?" Sarutobi asked, trying to be as innocent as possible, though deep down he probably knew why he was so angry. "You need to explain why you've lied to me for 12 years, and I'm not leaving until I get my answers," the secret Kurashigan user said, drawing a frown on the man's face. "I have not lied," the old man started to say before he was struck with massive killing intent. "Bullshit, you know what I'm talking about. You tell me my father was the fucking Yondaime Hokage." Naruto raged at the pathetic man he used to respect. Sighing tiredly, Sarutobi inhaled from his pipe one more time before setting it on his desk. Opening his eyes again, he stared long and hard at his surrogate grandson. He fully expected the preteen to back down like he usually did, but to his surprise he didn't. He stood his ground, and his killing intent even increased somewhat. "How did you figure it out?" he asked, fully knowing that denying it was pointless now. "It is tradition for the Jinchuriki host to be selected from the family of the village's own kage. I read that in a book and came to 2 conclusions: either I was related to the Yondaime from a relative or someone from the Senju clan or someone from your family. But since I have no blood relation to you, or the founding kages, I can only conclude that I am his son. And taking a look in the mirror, I look almost exactly like him. Plus, other than the Yamanakas, he's the only person who ever had blonde hair in this village." Naruto said to the old man. There was no need to beat around the bush in this discussion. Naruto, I did it to protect you from Iwagakure. They are still very hostile towards the Yondaime, and after Kyuubi attacked, there was no way we could defend ourselves from another invasion. The Sandaime tried to explain, but apparently Naruto wanted to hear none of it. I once told you what I hated most, and what was that? He demanded. Sarutobi barely held in a wince when he said that. What was it? The black-streaked blonde demanded again. Liars. The Sandaime sighed out. And you told me that liars are scum. You said you would never lie to me, but you've been doing that for 12 years. Naruto said, digging his claws into the oaken desk with ease. Scum! He rasped out at him. What do you want me to do about it? Sarutobi finally snapped at him. I did it to keep you safe, to keep the village safe. I did everything to keep all of us safe, and you're going to demand something of me? Well, too bad, Naruto, I don't owe you a thing. You don't owe me anything? Naruto screamed at him. You owe me a lot of things, Sarutobi. I fought, bled, sweat, and cried tears for this village. I have a fucking demon in my stomach to protect these ignorant bastards, and what do I get in return? Neglected, beaten, starved, ripped off, denied a childhood. I've even died for this village. I brought back the infamous demon of the mist, and a woman with a very rare bloodline. He took a few haggard breaths and took both his masks off, effectively making Sarutobi stiffen, seeing his once fiery blue eyes as cold as a glacier, along with his brutally scarred face, the closed juggin eye included, and realized he made a great mistake in saying he owed Naruto nothing, especially when his eyes morphed into the mutated Sharingan. I know what I am now, Sarutobi. Ironically, thanks to Iwagakure, I realized who I am exactly. He peered his eyes into the old Kage's, almost into a hypnotizing stare. I know that my mother was of Uchiha blood after I realized the truth when I stared into the mirror. And I know that my old man was a powerful ninja. Know this, Sarutobi, I'm not the weakling that anyone can push around anymore. And my loyalty is on the breaking point for this village, so what's stopping me from taking Zabuza and Haku away from this place that I love so much? He continued with a massive amount of sarcasm at the last part. You wouldn't, Hiruzen rebutted. Try me. After all, I'm the most unpredictable ninja in this village. I'm sure that sand will welcome me, maybe grass. Hell, with Kyuubi's power and Zabuza's training, we could take over Kirigakure in 1 or 2 years tops. Naruto replied, grinning his fox-like grin. And after I'm gone, Wave will surely catch wind and cut off their newly trade routes with you, and you'll be open to attack from any hostile nations when they learn that your Jinchuriki is gone. Weighing in the possibilities, Sarutobi measured that fact that Naruto was undying loyal to the village. But at the same time, he could very well leave and become a possible enemy. Narrowing his eyes at the decision he was about to make, the old man sighed in defeat, because the risk was just too great. What do you want? Smirking that he was finally getting somewhere, Naruto answered him. I want 3 things, and 3 things only. Nodding sadly, the Hokage brought out an agreement paper. First, I want the demon brothers out of the maximum security prison. They are to be placed with Zabuza and Haku with the same punishment of house arrest. He demanded, making Sarutobi's eyes widen at the outrageous demand. Naruto, are you serious? They are master assassins and would kill anyone in a heartbeat without a shred of remorse. The old Kage exclaimed. Exactly. Naruto simply stated, seeing the professor's look. He made it easy to understand while mocking him at the same time. They will take any job that involves killing their target. Plus, they are masters in poison creation, and they worked with Zabuza. So if you ask the man to make them cooperate, they'll probably work under you without much hesitation. He said to him very slowly, making the old man scowl at him. I'll do my best for that one. He managed to grit through his teeth, clearly not liking the fact he was getting talked down to by a genin of all things. Smirking again, seeing the Sandaime write down his request, he went for the second one. Second, I want full rights to my old family stuff. That is impossible right now, Naruto, Sarutobi said. Bringing a hand up, he stopped the Jinchuriki from speaking. The Yondaime created a very special seal for you, and you weren't to open it until you reached chunin rank, and the same goes for your mother as well. The old man barely hid a smirk as he wrote down Naruto's wasted request. Narrowing his eyes, that the old bastard got him when the Juggin I whispered something in his mind. What was that? He mentally asked the sentiment tool. I said the old fool isn't lying. And how do you know? And how are you talking when you are closed? I can read minds, you stupid ninjen, even when closed, and I can keep myself closed because now is not the time to reveal myself. Anyways, the old monkey isn't lying about this. He may have fooled you for 12 years, but he can't block his mind from me. Why are you helping me? I thought you said I'll help with you once you give me the respect I deserve. You made the Hokage bend to your will through words, guilt, and emotions. While it's not a big thing in my mind, it's good enough to help you. For now. Don't think I'm doing this at the bottom of my heart. Deciding to not say what heart to the eyeball on his forehead, Naruto merely thanked it and sketched out the possibilities of what he could do with the Juggin eye on his side now. Seeing that the old man was done writing, he went in for the kill. And lastly, once I become a chunin, I want it to be announced that the Yondaime was my father. I'm not afraid of assassins or anything. If they come for me, they'll return home in a body bag. If the Sandaime Hokage was drinking or eating something at that instant, he would have either started choking or spat it out. He tried to find the right words to protest it, but instead he stayed silent in order not to babble like an idiot. Finally, after 2 minutes, he only sighed. The guilt he felt over the years of lying to the boy was already getting to him, but now Naruto placed much more on it. He felt trapped, and his relationship with his surrogate grandson was on a very thin line at best, or completely shattered at worst. Sighing one last time, he wrote down the last demand. His old heart was becoming heavy with every word until it felt like iron when he finally put the period. Finally, he put the Hokage stamp on it, making it 100% official. Snatching it from the old man's hands, Naruto placed his masks back on, turned away, and didn't look back as he headed out the broken door. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed a very sorrowful sigh. He placed his hands on his head, feeling a major headache coming on. In the silence, he heard a small hissing noise. Opening his eyes, he saw an exploding tag where Naruto's right hand used to be. His eyes widening, he ducked under his desk, knowing that the desk could survive an exploding tag, which it did when a cloud assassin tried killing him during the Second Great Shinobi War. The explosion wasn't big, in fact it was actually small, almost deliberately. Peeking his head from under it, he started sobbing. Not just because he broke Naruto's trust, but also that his prized authorized first edition Ica Paradise book was destroyed, along with all his finished and unfinished paperwork, and his favorite pipe had to be repaired. Sighing, the Sandaime wiped away his tears, picked up his broken pipe, and left the office. He was going to call in some chunin to take his assistant to the hospital and fix up his office. But in the meantime, he was going to take a well-needed break. After all, he had more things to do to make it up to Naruto, and it wasn't going to be easy. The next day was intense for our hero. After Sarutobi signed his demands, he went straight home and packed his stuff, stuffing his library books and clothing into Ishikawa's sealing scroll, making sure he had all his equipment on him, and making sure his stash of Bleach manga was secured in its secret hiding place that no one other than him could find. He picked up both Ichigo and Beneheim, placing them in his backpack, dispelled his clones, and headed off to the forest. Arriving to some sort of fenced area that said, "Area 44, keep out," Naruto only scoffed at it and jumped right over it. Immediately after going 100 feet in it, he was attacked by a giant tiger. Smiling under his masks, he fought and defeated the giant creature. He didn't kill it, but it sure was one hell of a good fight. Especially when it was claws against claws. After giving the tiger 3 claw-like scars going down his right eye, the beast admitted defeat and ran off to lick its wounds. Sighing in relief that he actually beat the beast, he looked in his backpack to see if the kits were all right. They were fine, but Ichigo looked kind of mad that he wasn't involved in the fight. Beneheim, however, was different altogether. She was shaking in absolute fear. That brought a frown to Naruto's face. He honestly didn't mean to scare her, but he needed to blow off some steam, and he honestly didn't trust anyone right now to leave them alone with some clones. After reassuring her that nothing bad would happen to them, he took off deeper into the forest. It was many miles until he found himself near a majestic waterfall. Smiling, he set his pack down and got right to training. During that day and through most of the night, he worked on the jutsus he stole from Muka and Ishikawa. Over the month that he worked on them, he oddly found that the earth and water techniques came easy to him. He would figure it out eventually, but now it was time for his next technique. This one he deliberately put off using for quite some time. Walking over to the stones on the left side near the waterfall, he brought his hands up into the snake seal and whispered, "Earth style. Hidden in stone's jutsu." Raising his hand up, he pressed it against the hard surface. He then started phasing through and into the stone surface. Using his other senses, he moved to the right, getting used to the feeling of his body being encased in stone. Finally, after 5 minutes, he came out on the right side of the waterfall. His body looked like the stone for a minute until he fully brought himself out into the clearing. "Not bad, Blondie, it took me nearly 10 minutes to do that," Ishikawa praised the preteen. "Yeah, thanks for the tip on that one. I honestly did not know what I would do if it failed." Naruto thanked the spirit after panting a bit. "You would have died, that's what. While it rarely happens nowadays, it's still bound to happen. I'll make sure to remember that," the Kurashigan user remarked before laying on his back. "Kid, I believe it's time to head back," Ishikawa suggested. "Hell no, I'm not done training. Besides, I don't want to see Sarutobi for a long time," Naruto angrily replied. "Dude, no need to be too harsh on the old guy. I mean, sure, he lied, but he feels bad, doesn't that count for anything?" "Hell no, and what's with the change of personality? When we first met, you were cold and sadistic, but now you're as lazy as Shikamaru. Dude, if you knew me in stone, then you would know that I'm the biggest slacker out there. All right, granted, in my younger days I was a hard ass, but once I spent years in the wilderness, I learned to chill. But there is a time to chill and a time to fight. You were just unlucky enough to meet me in battle mode." The dead Kamizuru boredly remarked his life. "And that I was a leaf ninja," was Naruto's retort. "Ai suime. I was taught to hate the leaf with a passion. Stone has always been a military village from day one, and that has been drilled into our heads. But now that I'm dead thanks to you, I can finally chill for eternity once I fulfilled my purpose here," Ishikawa casually replied as he laid in midair and stared at the clouds. "What is your purpose anyways?" "Beats me. Before I left Purgatory, Lord Shinigami cryptically said I would know when the time came," the dead stone chunin replied before falling asleep. "Lazy ass," Naruto muttered before bringing his hands behind his head. "Not like it matters I'm staying here." "The hell you are," Shinigami piped up. "Oh, come on. Can't I do something for myself for once?" the mask wearer protested. "Not while I'm here," the god of death replied. "Listen, I know you're peeved at the old man, but he is genuinely sorry for what he did. And on the bright side is that you have him under your thumb." Seeing his avatar raise an eyebrow at him, he continued, "Hiruzen knows what you are. He would be a fool to continue denying your rights." "Geez, the way you say it, it makes me sound like a spoiled brat," Naruto replied before turning his head to see the fox kits heading towards him. "It does sound like it, but in reality you deserve it. Like you said, you fought, bled, and died for the village. You earned your power and didn't take the easy way out like Kakashi or the other Uchiha. You have practiced those skills until you made them your own, and for that you deserve what was denied to you." "Are you smoking something?" He sweat dropped, feeling like the god was out of his damn mind, and it confirmed it when he heard an inhaling sound and a satisfying sigh of satisfaction. "Fine, whatever, I'll leave, but I'll be back here eventually." "Yeah, you do that, Kyoh, my god, a giant pink elephant." Naruto only sighed before picking the kits up and placing them in his backpack again. Putting his hand in the tiger hand seal, he whispered, "Chameleon jutsu." Concentrating, he focused the usage of the jutsu around his body until he disappeared. Smirking under this invisible technique, he was glad that he learned this from Ishikawa's body. From what he experienced, this ninja escape technique allowed the user to control how light is reflected around their body with chakra inflections. And from further practicing, the technique also erased the user's scent and shadow, and was usable on any terrain. Leaping over the river, he headed towards the fence where he entered. However, before he got to it, he came to a sudden stop, seeing two leaf jonin patrolling the perimeter. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered why this area was fenced off. Sure, it looked spooky, and a giant tiger tried to maul him, but he faced much worse when he was younger. Seeing the two jonin starting to converse, he strained to hear what they were saying. "Why did Hokage-sama assign us to guard this shithole again?" the first unremarkable one asked. "For the 10th time, it was our turn to stand guard." The second one, wearing red-framed sunglasses, replied irritably. "I don't see why. No one ever goes into the forest of death besides that crazy snake slut.
Snart är slut.
Naruto questioned. Will you quit ragging on her? It's not her fault. Yes, it is, the first one bellowed angrily. That vile student of Orochimaru deserves to die for her traitorous actions to the Leaf. Her and the Kyuubi brat both deserve to die for their dash. He didn't get to finish before he was punched in the jaw by the second one, who had an angry look on his face. I told you time and time again not to mock those two. Just because your wife left you after your failed attempted pursuit of her, and you lost your home to the Kyuubi attack does not justify for your actions towards them. The first Jonin only glared at him before wiping his mouth. Shut your damn mouth, Aoba. Just because you're a special Jonin doesn't mean you are better than me. The man now revealed to be Aoba only sighed at the man's stupidity. Reaching to his turtleneck sweatshirt, he gently pressed on it and said, Target acquired and is ready for transport. The Jonin only looked confused before two Umbu Black Ops members suddenly appeared beside him. He started sputtering as they drew their katanas and crossed them over his neck. Aoba, what is the meaning of this? The Jonin demanded. You broke the Hokage's law, you moron, and you also insulted one of our most highly respected interrogation experts. I had hopes that you would look past your prejudice for the two, but looks like I was wrong. Oba stared at the man hard after finishing his sentence. While you couldn't see his eyes, you could feel the anger from them. Take him away, boys. I'm sure Ibiki would love to have a chat with him. The last thing Naruto saw of the man was him screaming in denial before he vanished with the two elite shinobi. Everything was silent for the moment before the man named Aroba looked towards him. Nudging his head, the black-streaked blonde knew he was busted. But seeing that there was no use hiding anymore, he undid his jutsu and leaped from his tree perch. Doing a few acrobatic tricks in midair, he landed next to the special Jonin. The man only clapped a little bit before saying, I give the hiding a 6 out of 10, and the landing a 8 out of 10. How did you notice me? Naruto asked him. Oba only smirked at him. I've used that just enough times to know when it's being used. You know it? He asked him. Of course I fought in the Third Great Shinobi War. I killed a stone ninja and took it from his corpse. Wait, there is no way you could have done that. Except if you were in the Umbu Black Ops. Naruto reasoned out, unfortunately remembering how to actually retrieve the information for a corpse. Aoba was stunned to say the least after hearing that this kid who was undoubtedly the Kyuubi container found out on his first try. He kept his past experiences as a Umbu ninja hidden for many reasons, mostly because his work was grisly and hard on the soul. That was why he quit straight after the war ended and became a special Jonin for his skills in the knowledge of the human body. How did you figure it out? He asked the mask-wearing preteen. Kakashi-sensei once told up what hunter ninjas do during our last mission, and I heard the Umbu do the same thing. Once I got back, I decided to look it up to see if it was up my alley. Naruto replied truthfully, for the most part at least. The special Jonin just shook his head and looked back at him. That job is not glorious. Listen, Naruto, promise me that you will not pursue that position. Raising an eyebrow behind his mask, the black-streaked blonde only shrugged his shoulders. Okay. I won't, as long as you let me go back in that forest every so often. Oba looked skeptical when he heard that. Only high-level shinobi like himself, Kakashi, and Enko were allowed in there. He was going to object, but he saw that there was no scratch on the preteen. From his experience as an Umbu operative, he observed his clothes. There was a good amount of dirt and sweat coating his clothing, and from his calculations he was in there for a little over a 24-hour period. Pretty impressive for a genin, not an ordinary genin of course, but a genin nonetheless. While every ounce of his being screamed at him to say no, he instead replied, All right, but stay safe, all okay? Naruto only smirked under his masks in reply. Who do you think you're talking to? That's what I'm afraid of. The man deadpanned before the preteen only shrugged at him before running off. Once he was gone, the man let out a shudder he was holding in ever since he started talking to the kid. That damn mask. He sighed remembering it, and all the horrors that caused him to lose sleep at night. While Naruto sped away from the special Jonin, he noticed that the village seemed quieter than usual. No, wait, it still was pretty noisy, but something was missing. Straining his ears, he heard a soft noise, but a few seconds later it kept getting louder by the second. He didn't know what to think of it before a bell rang in his head of alerting danger. Thinking on his feet like he always did, Naruto jumped away and onto the nearest roof. Almost immediately, he saw Sasuke running past him, and behind him were his ever-loyal fangirls. Naruto shuddered, realizing why Sasuke always ran from them. Before, he was too dumb to understand, but now it made complete sense. Sasuke wasn't gay like most of the guys thought, but he wasn't interested in girls who wasted their time. If they trained to be stronger, he might have approached them with a romantic interest, though in Naruto's mind, he knew Sasuke would rather train than do that. While he hated to admit it, Sasuke didn't deserve what was happening to him. So he decided to do something about it, if nothing else than to scare the fangirls. So with a devious smile, he brought both his index and middle fingers into a familiar cross seal. Sasuke, meanwhile, wasn't enjoying himself. All he wanted to do was buy some tomatoes. That's all he wanted. But then Sakura showed up out of the middle of nowhere. By the time he realized it, he was being chased by 20 fangirls. Cammy, he hated fangirls. They were pathetic and useless. Okay, maybe not useless, because someone had to be cannon fodder. In his desperation to get rid of them, he turned down a nearby alleyway, but his eyes widened in horror when he saw he came to a dead end. Turning around, he saw the evil faces of his fan club slowly approach him. If he was thinking clearly, he would have just climbed up the wall using chakra, but instead his thoughts were distracting him. Breathing heavily, he closed his eyes as he wished for something, anything that would get him out of this mess. And he got that wish with a barrage of balloons. The girls screamed in horror when the first balloon hit Sakura's oversized and still massively bruised forehead. They looked around and wondered who would dare strike them with paint, but only got hit again and again and again. Pretty soon they were bombarded with literally hundreds of balloons. Through the screaming and crying at their ruined outfits, Naruto's clones took out their smoke bombs and threw them in front of Sasuke. The real Naruto took action barely a second later, bringing his hands into the tiger hand seal, and a small cloud of smoke enveloped him as he descended into the smokescreen. Stepping out a second later, scarring the girls for life, was the Shinigami himself. His long flowing white hair and yukata blowing in the wind. His hollow black eyes pierced into them, and his malicious sharp teeth were grinning behind the dagger in his mouth. "Flee, mortals, the boy's soul is mine," the monstrous god growled out. The girls, while stupid, weren't dumb enough to try and fight a god of all things. So with a scream that nearly deafened everyone around them, they ran as if their lives depended on it. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke coughed. He opened his eyes to thank the person who helped him, but once he took a look, he fell straight on his ass. Eyes widening in fear that the Shinigami himself came to take his soul. It wasn't fair. He never got to kill Itachi, nor would he get to revive his clan to their former glory. Deciding that he was going to take it like a man, he closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable. "Hey Sasuke, are you okay?" That voice. Sasuke opened his eyes to still see the imposing form of the Shinigami himself. But the mighty deity smiled, and in a burst of smoke, he vanished. And in his place stood none other than Naruto Uzumaki. At first the Uchiha didn't know what to do. The first emotion was relief, quickly followed by disbelief, then anger. Getting to his feet, he said the first thing that came to his mind. "Dobe, what the hell are you doing here?" he demanded. The black-streaked blonde only blinked behind his mask. "So this is the thanks I get for saving your sorry ass?" Sasuke only humphed in response. The Uchiha didn't want to admit it, but he was right. Who knows what would have happened to him when they get their claws on him. For years there have been debates about what happened to the poor souls that were caught by fangirls. Some said they devoured your soul. Others said they devour you whole once they turned into their true form. Or in Kakashi's case, he just thought that you got your brains screwed out before being devoured mentally. In any case, he didn't want to know or find out. So burying his Uchiha pride for now, he lifted his right arm towards the former full blonde. Naruto only nodded before bringing his left arm out and shook Sasuke's hand. It wasn't much, but it was a start, but from reading a book when he was as young as 8, he remembered that to create a friendship they had to bond. Now what did Sasuke and him have in common? Well, they had a rivalry going on. But what else? Mentally thinking, he found a perfect way to actually help both himself and Sasuke at the same time. "Hey Sasuke, you want to learn how to avoid them forever?" he asked him. Looking up, Sasuke's face told him exactly what he thought about it. "Naruto!" Haku cried out in surprise, seeing him at their doorstep. Her eyes blinked away, the small tears forming, and she wrapped her arms around him, drawing him into a tight, but comfortable hug. Hey. It's all right, Haku, I'm fine really. Naruto awkwardly rubbed her back. It wasn't he that was making him feel uncomfortable, but the gaze of the demon trio as they looked upon the interesting scene. It looks like I have some explaining to do, don't I? He asked when the fox kits joined in the staring. I believe you do, kid. Hurry on in before you sleep outside tonight. Zabuza growled at the new occupant. And while Naruto was explaining his situation to the people he was forced to share a place with, Hiruzen Sarutobi was busy observing the council in front of him. It was late at night, and most of them, mainly the civilians, were still in their pajamas. That was his plan from the beginning. After the old Kage saw the corruption with his own 2 eyes, he played the waiting game. He let the hours pass him by until it was extremely late, and then he ordered the Umbu Black Ops to gather the entire council for an emergency meeting. And with them all in his sights, all sleepy and unprepared, the kami of Shinobi was about to get his well-justified vengeance. Staring at the council, Hiruzen first took note of the civilian side. The first being Gendo Ikari, a very popular weapons merchant, but he paled in comparison to Hiroshi Higurashi, who didn't cut corners on his work. He viewed several other members of the council. Several of them were pretty dirty, but out of the bunch, only 2 didn't have any known crimes, but they could be clear of the chopping block, for now. He then observed the Shinobi members of the council. Out of the 10 seats, only 3 were empty. They consisted of the nearly extinct Uchiha clan, the dissolved Senju clan, and the Kurama clan, who gave up their position in shame due to dwindling numbers. That left only the Aburame, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and of course Sarutobi clans to deal with Shinobi matters. The Hokage didn't know if any one of them were guilty, so he would wait to punish any of them once he found out, and that included his own clan if any of them were guilty of whatever crimes they did. But for now, that would come later. It was showtime. Do any of you know why you were summoned here? Hiruzen demanded. The first response was a loud yawn from Shikaka Nara, Konoha's master strategist and leader of the Nara clan. We don't, Hokage-sama. Would you mind telling us why we're here so we can get back to bed? Did I mention he was the laziest bastard in the entire village? Yeah, what is the big deal? One of the civilians, a wealthy food merchant, demanded. In response, Sarutobi gave them a predatory smile that caused Tsum Inuzuka's spine to tingle. He reached into his robe, producing a small stack of papers, and flung them at the council. All of you are here for one thing, and that is to witness the judgment of several members of the council for embezzlement, falsifying reports, and treason. That's absurd. Who in their right minds would commit such a betrayal? Gendo demanded. One of them would be you, Gendo-san. Shibi Aburame, the leader of one of the 4 royal clans of Konoha, answered the weapons merchant in his monotone voice. It's all in between the fine print, cleverly disguised, but not impossible to spot for a shinobi. The same goes for Rufi Sanohana, a man who I thought I could trust to help run my businesses. Choza Akimichi glared at a pudgy civilian council member, the wealthy food merchant to be exact. What? Choza-san, please let me expiac. The pudgy council member was cut off from any explanation when the leader of the Akimichi clan gripped his entire body with his now gigantic right arm. The biggest man in the room would have succeeded in crushing his disloyal partner if it wasn't for the Hokage's killing intent preventing him from going through with it. Choza-san, I understand your anger, but I will not allow any bloodshed within these chambers. When he saw Rufi smiling is what looked like triumph, the Hokage animated it with his next sentence. Each and every single one of them will personally be interrogated by Ibiki Marino, and if they will be dealt with in a fitting manner. With a snap of his fingers, several Umbu Black Ops surrounded the 8 guilty civilian council members, their ninjados or katanas poised at their throats. You can't do this. Gendo raged at the leader of the village. We are the civilian council. We have the most experience that the populace deserves. You need us. I need you like I need the endless migraines you put me through. Take them away from my sight. Sarutobi ordered his subordinates, and once they did via body flicker, a weight was finally lifted from his old shoulders as he turned towards the remaining council members. Surprisingly, it was Shikaku who was the first to speak since the entire ordeal started. Well, Since you have delivered your judgment, I suppose that we should watch our backs as well. You would be correct. Hiruzen answered the Nara. In 1 week's time we will hold an election for newer council members. Ones that will have to go through various restrictions and tests, so an incident like this never happens again. His eyes hardened when he spoke the next words. And as of right now, I'm putting all requests on hold, and a team of my most loyal shinobi are going to go through the previous ones, so I can find out if any more of you have deceived me. We understand Hokage-sama, Inoichi Yamanaka, the leader of the Yamanaka clan, and member of the torture and interrogation division of the Umbu, said in a neutral voice. But I wish you to know that my own clan has not deceived you in any way, but should that be the case, I will hold all responsibility for their actions and punish them accordingly. I too will deal with any members of my clan who wronged the village. Tsum, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, and captain of the Ninken division, promised her leader. The same will go with my clan as well. Hayashi Hyuga, another leader of the 4 royal clans of Konoha, promised in a neutral voice. Incidentally, it was the first time he spoke during that meeting. Good. You're dismissed until further notice. Pleasant dreams. Once the entire chamber was cleared, Sarutobi took out his pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it and slowly breathed in the nicotine. Damn, did it feel good. Tenzo, I figured you would have some questions for me, he said after several moments. I do actually. A single member of the Umbu Team Strike team for that mission stepped out of the shadows. Normally I would never ask, but why weren't the members of the Elder Council notified of this meeting? Exhaling a stream of smoke from his nostrils, the Hokage happily answered him. It's because they would put up a fuss, telling me I was overreacting despite the evidence. Before his shinobi could ask another question, he lifted a finger to shush him. I know what you're thinking. They are going to have a hissy fit over this. I will deal with them when the time comes, but as for now I am going to enjoy myself with a day off. Now please head off to the T&I department. I'm sure your skills will be put to good use. Silently nodding, Tenzo disappeared in a small cloud of smoke, leaving behind a highly satisfied Sandaime to plot his next plan of action. After the successful sting operation, Naruto was finishing up his tale of why he ended up with them. So wait, you're telling me that the Sandaime arrested you over ninjutsu? Gozu asked with a raised eyebrow. And that there was a wild speculation about you being Iwagakure's sleeper agent? Meizu continued for his brother. And possessing skills that a genin should not possess? Zabuza finished for his companions. Kid, that is probably the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. Naruto's scarred face scrunched up in annoyance. What were they, deaf? Dumb or not, it is the truth. It was due to a misunderstanding, paranoia, and a good amount of idiocy that I wound up here. Now I'm not complaining since it's a light sentence, but we're going to be roomies for the time being, so I hope we don't kill each other before then. Effed, like we could kill each other. Seriously, kid, we can't take a piss without anyone knowing. Meizu growled in annoyance before pointing at the corner of the room. I know you're listening, you sick bastards. Ignore him. Gozu's sweat dropped at his little brother's idiocy. We've been confined for so long that some of us are going stir-crazy. He indicated towards his obviously disturbed sibling. Some more than others. You two are just being wimps. I'm perfectly fine. Zabuza leaned back in the couch at his boasting. Then why so I hear the wails of a little girl every single night from your room? Haku spoke up for the first time with a mischievous grin that matched the two fox kits. Every night I hear, "Oh Kubikirabocho, oh Kubikirabocho, I miss you, my darling blade." That's a lie and you know it, the demon of the mist roared in denial. Ha ha ha, Blondie, you have no idea how much I'm enjoying myself. Ishikawa laughed in glee when the demon brothers shrunk back in fear, and Haku's cute laugh echoed throughout the room at the dangerous man's misery. And I am going to have so much fun here, Naruto thought with a smirk. 4 days later. Arf, I'm so bored, Naruto whined out from the backyard. Join the club, brat, Zabuza shouted from the inside of the house. For days passed since his incarceration, and Naruto found himself about to lose his mind. Not only was he not allowed to train physically, but he was also not allowed to do anything that was considered fun. There weren't any board games that any of them could occupy themselves with. Hell, there wasn't even a deck of cards. Whenever Sasuke came to visit, it only was for 15 lousy minutes, and that included Ichigo and Benihime being escorted off the property once the Uchiha first arrived. The bastards. The only thing remotely entertaining was his interactions with his roommates. Gozu and Meizu somewhat entertained him by their hijinks when they were younger with what they called combination pranks. Some of them were good source material for future pranks he had in store for certain people in the village, but then they told him about all the people they cut into chunks with their gauntlets. Geez, he didn't need to know that kind of thing. Then there was Haku. Now she was pleasant to be around, with her cute smile, her melodious laugh. Hell, he even enjoyed it when she flicked the stray strand of hair from her face. He didn't know why, but being around her had a calming effect on the situation he was in. But it still didn't help cure his boredom, damn it. Finally, there was Zabuza. Quite frankly, the black-streaked blonde didn't know much about the scary man. Basically, all he had to go on was that he slaughtered an entire classroom of would-be genin when he was 8 years old. He became a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, and was a master of silent killing, water-based ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. That was it. Why don't you just go ask the big lug about his past? I couldn't hurt to ask, Ishikawa said within his head. Well, let's see, first he would say, it's none of your damn business, and then he would probably shove his foot up my ass for asking. Naruto dryly responded. I just think you're too sacred, but that doesn't surprise me that a ninjen is afraid of something. Jugen mocked his container. Shut it, eyeball. Don't make me poke you. The preteen mentally barked back at the sentient eye. But as soon as that sentence left his mouth, he had to grit his teeth painfully when his third eye ravished his body with an untold amount of pain. Foolish idiot. That is what will happen if you or anyone pokes me. Your body will be racked in crippling pain, leaving you helpless as a newborn baby. Do you understand me, boy? Gah. All right, I get it. The black-streaked blonde sighed in relief when the pain stopped. After making a mental note to never ever threaten the eyeball with bodily harm again, he asked the sentient tool a question that had been bugging him for a while. Hey Jugen, if that shit is gonna happen, why don't you use your magical demon powers or whatever, and combine yourself with the Kuro Shingen? Jugen briefly thought of sending another wave of pain into his container for that insulting question, but he figured it to be unnecessary. After all, it was just an innocent question. Boy, you're lucky I don't send another surge of pain through you for that question. But why don't you? Wouldn't you become the most powerful thing in the entire world? Listen, you've worked with tools before, right? Well, you cannot cut wood with a screwdriver in place of a saw. That is why I cannot combine myself with that dojutsu of yours. I'm just not designed to do it, so you're stuck with me on your forehead. Are you satisfied with my answer? I am actually. Thanks, Jugen. At least I know more about you than I thought I would. Well, later, I need to do something that will allow me to hold onto my sanity. After cutting the link, Naruto stood to his feet, stretched, and headed towards the house. Once inside, he was greeted by a member of the Umbu Black Ops. Damn it all, what did they want now? All right, stay calm, it was probably a summons from the Sandame or some other Umbu type of thing. Greeting, Umbu-san. What can I do you today? The head of the Yamanaka clan has instructed me to retrieve you, the masked shinobi answered. Let me guess, my mental evaluation? A mental evaluation? Is our new resident here crazy or something? Oh great, why of all times did Zabuza have to bump into his personal business? That is classified information, Momochi-san. All you need to know is that Naruto-san needs to see him right away. Fine. Take the brat and go. Oh, and before I forget, tell those assholes in your headquarters to prepare us some decent food. We're starving over here. The irritable demon of the mist griped at the masked leaf shinobi. We will see, the Umbu member said before he gripped Naruto's shoulder, and both disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Several minutes later, Naruto found himself within Inoichi Yamanaka's office within the Umbu headquarters. His hands were restrained to the iron arms of the chair. Along with his feet, a chakra draining tag was slapped to his jumpsuit, making him feel weaker than normal. He was not happy at all with being restrained, but it was procedure, and he asked not to be treated any differently lest any suspicion was aroused. The door opened behind him, and the footsteps of the owner of the office echoed until he reached his wooden desk. Uzumaki-san. Inoichi greeted his patient. Inoichi-san, Naruto nodded his head in greeting. We're on a first-name basis now? Interesting. Might as well be. You saw a good deal inside my head and cooperated into this charade. I guess you're right. Very well, Naruto-san. Inoichi nodded at him. Now, do you know what I'm going to do in this mental evaluation? Honestly, I don't. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Well, I'm going to dive into your mind for about an hour. And with your cooperation, we're going to root around in your memories. We're going to dig up some unpleasant ones, but it will help you with accepting and dealing with them with my help in the long run. I will also do anything else that may be appropriate. Very well. But promise me that if I don't want to confront something just yet, please respect my wishes. Trust me, I will be professional about this. Inoichi strolled over and placed his hand on Naruto's forehead to begin the session. Inside Naruto's mindscape, all right, where do we start? Naruto questioned Inoichi once they entered his mind. I was hoping to discover the sudden change in your behavior. I read up on the reports a few days ago, but I would like to learn the truth, if you don't mind. Inoichi professionally responded as he pulled out a pen and small notepad. They weren't real, it was something his clan developed over the countless generations of mind walking for them memorize particular memories of patients or prisoners. I did say I would cooperate. Just don't be too surprised when you see anything weird. The black-streaked blonde gestured towards one of the many red doors in his mind. Naruto, I've been into the minds of psychopaths. It would take more than what you have in here to faze me. The blonde special jonin gave the young man an assured grin. Inoichi opened the door and stepped inside before shutting it behind him. And so Naruto waited for 10 minutes. He whistled boredly while rocking back on his heels and toes. He was joined by Ishikawa 9 minutes into his waiting time. So, mind-probing time? The dead stone chunin asked. Yep, Naruto answered. Do you actually feel, him wiggling around in there? Actually, no. I always thought it would feel like some sort or worm wiggling around in my brain, Naruto admitted. He read up on the Yamanaka clan's abilities before his incarceration, and thought how terrifying it was to be mind-raped by a clan that could make you brain-dead or into a mindless husk that could be reprogrammed. But instead he felt absolutely nothing. It was just the professionalism Inoichi produced throughout the process that put him at ease. Really? Well, you ought to be careful. Back in IWA, one of our shinobi got into a scuffle with a member of that clan, and that Yamanaka guy messed him up. I mean, the dude had the IQ of one of your Nara members, and he had to be put out of his misery. I mean, he could not control his own bowels, let alone form a single word. Hey, unlike you, I still have some sort of faith in my village. I trust Inoichi to be professional about this. You just know that Kyuubi and Jugen are watching the entire thing, and if he screws up, he gets eaten. Yeah, that too. After their conversation ended, the door to that particular memory opened and Inoichi emerged from it. The blonde Yamanaka's face was pale, his right eye twitching wildly, and his hair standing on end like he was electrocuted. How on earth are you still sane? He asked with an exasperated voice. Sanity is overrated. Naruto shrugged in response. Yeah, it really is. Ishikawa added his 2 cents. I should have known better than to ask the two of you. Inoichi rubbed the bridge of his nose to fight off a migraine. Good Kami, Naruto sure knew how to push one's buttons. All right, I have the information I needed to gather on that subject, but now I want to investigate those gray memories of yours. Whoa, not a good idea, Inoichi-san. Those are gray for a reason. I chose to repress them for a reason, and I rather not bring up something that's long dead. Naruto waved his hands, signaling that it was absolutely not okay. All right, we will leave them alone for this session. But I do need to investigate one other door before this session is over with. Inoichi said, tapping on the notebook with his pencil. And I am leaning towards one of the pink doors. None of them include your daughter, the black-streaked blonde deadpanned. I should hope not. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Ishikawa demanded. You think your precious little girl is too good for him? Huh, is that what this is? The fuck? Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering why the hell his ghost tenant was sounding like some cheesy gangster. Ooh, no. I said that because she has her sights set on Sasuke, and I rather not have Naruto go through unnecessary heartbreak. Inoichi answered with a straight face. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Inoichi-san, but I don't like your daughter. I never have and never will. And why not? This time it was Inoichi's turn to be offended. Because she is a bitch. She threw away a good friendship for a boy of all things, and is currently destroying her career by stalking the same exact boy. Naruto listed off the cold hard truth. Naruto-san, that was back in the academy. She has changed since then. With Sasuke at the same time. Sasuke felt his spine tingle. Oh shit, that was not a good, that meant a fangirl was nearby. He knew it was only one because if it was two or more, the hair on the back of his neck would stand straight up. He turned his head towards the spot he felt her unholy presence. Instead of seeing a female head, he saw nothing but a wooden fence. Turning his head towards the ground where the two fox kits were prancing around. It nearly put a smile on his face seeing the two animals playing without a care in the world. And it was a shame his teammate could not be here to see it, but then again he would have probably mauled the people secretly glaring at the two fox kits. Honestly, it was becoming annoying. Sure, the QB attack was still pretty raw, and if it wasn't for his presence he figured they would have been impaled on pikes, but it was ridiculous. He then heard a rustle and snapped his head towards a nearby bush. There was still nothing, no leaf out of place. Damn it, at times like this he wished he was a sensor ninja. Then he would not have to deal with this crap. The Uchiha felt a tail brush against his leg and saw Ichigo's scarred face looking up at him. Hang on, that gave him an idea. Hey! Ichigo, do you smell something? Sasuke asked the red-furred fox kit. The growing fox tilted his head in confusion. Listen, there is a fangirl stalking me. Do you know what a fangirl is? Ichigo blinked. That really didn't answer his question, but the duck-haired preteen figured it to be a no. Well, a fangirl is a horrid abomination from hell. They have forked tongues, sharp nails, and no souls. Rumors have it that they become giant spiders that spin webs, and when they capture you they will slowly eat your souls. It's a long and grueling process as they extract it from you to increase their immorality. And when they gain enough souls, they will call upon their dark gods, gods known as the Great Old Ones, to destroy us all. Ichigo only blinked. That sounded like a giant load of bullshit to him, and he was a completely different species. Hell, even Benihime rolled her eyes. How sad was it that two fox kits thought that their adoptive uncle bought into all that propaganda. Come on, I haven't mastered the chameleon jutsu yet. Please just take one sniff, and I will ask nothing of you for the rest of the day. Sasuke was close to begging. Sighing, or as much as fox could sigh, Ichigo sniffed the air. He then began hacking in revulsion. Good Inari, what kind of human wore that kind of stench? The red-furred fox then pointed his tail in the direction of the nearest tree. It was then Sasuke scooped both him and his sister into his arms before bolting to the safety of their current home. After Sasuke departed, a part of the tree fell away, revealing one Ino Yamanaka holding a cloak for camouflage purposes in her arms.
Kami damit.
Sasuke-kun, why do you deny our love? I doubt that. Naruto responded in a dull voice. Ah, good one, Blondie. My daughter aside, I would like to focus on something before the session is over. If you won't allow me to open any more doors, then how about some information? Inoichi said irritably. Honestly, the boy was being more of a pain in the ass than usual. What kind of information? Naruto asked. We want to put on record several items, mainly your Kekei Genkai, that third eye, or yours, or that katana. I only want one of the three for this session. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he mentioned those three. Honestly, the black-streaked blonde didn't want to reveal the secrets of his Kurashigan, Handen Ryoku, or even Jugen. They were his to keep, hopefully to his grave, or if he had any children. Man, this was a tough call. Either he had Inoichi dig through the memories he rather left alone, the pink ones that he was too embarrassed to reveal, or one out of three subjects that he could not really reveal without Shinigami's permission. Fuck it, he would just have to deal with Shinigami's wrath later. Alright, I will tell you about my sword. Now please pay attention because I cannot repeat this so I don't get into trouble with the big guy. If you know what I mean. Fair enough. Inoichi readied his pen and paper to write down the information. Alright, my katana's name is Handen Ryoku. It's a one-of-a-kind weapon created by priest Goro Masamune and Sengo Muramasa.
I'm sorry.
Inoichi interrupted the preteen. Are you telling me that this sword was created by famous dead swordsmiths? Yes. Shinigami tore them from heaven and hell to create it. It took 7 years in purgatory for them to make it due to complications. But the result of their labor is nothing to laugh at because this sword has the power to send souls to their rightful place. Naruto stopped to catch his breath and to observe Inoichi paling a little bit as he wrote this information down. Before it was finished, Shinigami placed a sliver of his judging powers into it so that it would judge any earthbound or newly deceased spirits wherever I go. It is also made of chakra steel so I can pour my nature affinity into it. There is also a neat little trick with the skull. It's hollow inside for any herbal creams to put on cuts and other minor wounds. And that's it? Is there any more you can think of? The Yamanaka clan head asked. Not unless your Umbu guys found out something. Actually, while you were in the middle of your interrogation with Ibiki, 2 rookie members messed with your equipment. The hilt of your sword caused one of them to lose his entire right hand, and it caused the second rookie to activate something on one of your gauntlets. Because of that, we have one shinobi that was forced into retirement and a dead one. Mind explaining that to me? Well, for one, shame on those 2 for messing with my shit. Inoichi's sweat dropped hearing that. And second, I did not know about that feature with my sword. I had a feeling something would happen if someone other than I touched it, but not that. Also, those bracers are activated by some sort of switch. Seriously, am I going to be tried for their stupidity? No, they were at fault. But anyways, we're done for now. I'll see you again next month. It would be another hour later before Naruto found himself back in the company of Zabuza and company. And another 3 days before he was released from custody. Oh, by the love of the Shinigami, Naruto was so glad to be free of that place. Seriously, now he knew why Meizu was going insane. Well, more insane than usual. He could literally feel himself growing weaker by the day of inactivity. But now that he was free, he was going to rectify that with many hours of physical exercise and some clones for his chakra exercises. After being released, the black-streaked blonde was escorted to some sort of supplier. He didn't really know what to make of it. What he was seeing was some sort of service counter with a male Umbu member wearing a raven mask behind it. Of course, he wasn't just out in the open. The shinobi was behind shatterproof glass and chakra-draining steel bars. Mr. Uzumaki, the raven-masked shinobi politely greeted Naruto. In his hands were his clothing that was wrapped in thick plastic, which he pushed through the small opening of the steel bars. One complete black outfit with fishnet chainmail shirt and belt buckle, 2 shuriken pouches, kunai holster, hitayate and sandals, all cleaned and ready for use. After Naruto gathered up his clothing, the man pushed through the scrolls. 1 sealing scroll, checked and everything clean and accounted for. After the preteen took the scroll, the man carefully pushed the demonic Hanya mask through the opening. And 1 scary as fuck mask. Your weapons will be given to you at the entrance of the Umbu building. The dressing room is the first door on your left. Have a nice day. The Umbu member then closed his area down by blocking it off with a steel shutter from the inside. All right then. Proceeded like clockwork after that. Naruto changed into his comfortable clothing, received his weapons at the entrance and walked outside as a free man where he was greeted by Sasuke.
Dobe.
Sasuke greeted with a nod of his head. Team. Naruto returned with a greeting of his own, a smile upon his face even though it could not be seen. Sasuke suppressed a chuckle and greeted him with a handshake. And with both Ichigo and Benihime never too far away from their paranoid uncle, yipped in excitement seeing their dad. Using their powerful leg muscles, they easily hopped upon Naruto's shoulders and nuzzled him affectionately. The scene was so cute and so sweet the observing Umbu operatives swore they got diabetes. So, what your first act as a free man? Sasuke asked with an amused twinkle in his eyes. I'm going to train my ass off, Naruto happily exclaimed. The usual place? Oh yeah. A week passed since Naruto's release, and everything became routine. It was wake up, eat, spar, do a D-ranked mission, eat, and train some more on their own time, eat, and then go to bed. It was becoming so boring. After that B-ranked mission, the genin of Team 7 were feeling completely restless, but for one it changed them completely. Sasuke wanted to do another mission of that caliber again. He knew that he was ready. Just the thought of fighting in a life or death situation was getting his blood pumping. But instead of fighting mercenaries or bandits, he wanted to fight Shinobi. The Sharingan user didn't care if it was someone from Mist or Stone, or even Shinobi from a minor village like Rain. He just wanted to fight side by side with his comrades and kick some ass. For Sakura, however, she found it really hard to be at home. After the mission, she went to report to her mother about anything incriminating they could use against Naruto. But instead of her reporting that he fought like a demon, she lied. She told her that her teammate did not do anything of the sort. The pink-haired genin instead said that he saved her life once, killed a couple of bandits, but she didn't remember anything afterwards after she killed her first two people. Her mother was not pleased, but didn't do anything further. Afterwards, Sakura tried to get closer to Naruto, to have him trust her again, and so far she had little to no success for these past 2 weeks. And then there was Naruto. All he wanted to do was get some more missions under his belt. Sure, he loved to kick ass and take names, but what he needed was experience. After all, how was he supposed to kill Orochimaru, Danzo, or Madara Uchiha? And as each day passed, he was growing more doubtful that the last one was even alive. But there they were, all three of them were heading towards their training field for another boring day. "All right, Dobe, I'll bite. Why is there a rock following us?" Sasuke boredly asked, indicating a square rock following them in the middle of the street. "Oh, that's just the Hokage's grandson, who by now should have learned that a rock is never a perfect square," he yelled, doing a perfect imitation of Irika's famous big scary head jutsu. As soon as he said that, the black-streaked blonde pivoted towards the rock and kicked it towards the gates of the village, revealing 3 children. Konohamaru was one of them, and he was accompanied by a short brown-haired nose-dripping boy with wire-rimmed glasses, wearing a blue long-sleeved sweater and white shorts, and a ginger-haired girl with a permanent blush with her hair pulled back into pigtails, wearing a pink shirt and a tan shorts. "What the hell are you 3 doing?" Naruto sweat-dropped, seeing the ridiculous scene. The girl reacted first, jumping in front of the 2 boys and striking a pose. "I'm Moegi, Konoha's sexiest kunoichi." The snot-nosed boy with glasses jumped to Moegi's left and struck a pose as well. "I'm Udon and I love math." Konohamaru just stood there grinning. "And you already know who I am." Striking various stupid poses, they shouted, "We're the Konohamaru Corps," they all said together. "It feels like I just died a little on the inside," Ishikawa said next to his ward after he witnessed their antics. "And he is already dead. I ain't handling this, you're on your own, Blondie." The deceased Kamizuru then bugged out and went to peek on the woman's hot springs. "That was terrible," Kyubi agreed. "Stupid Ningans," Jugen muttered in disgust. "Naruto, I'm blaming you for this, especially since they have those stupid goggles on their heads." Sasuke internally sweat-dropped. "Oh, brother." Apparently Sakura's opinion of her teammate dropped a little that day. "Konohamaru, what the hell was that? Your theatrics were awful. Plus, what kind of pose is that? I give that performance a 3 out of 10. Apparently Naruto was the only one who really thought something about it. Even though they were disappointed at first, the 3 young children then took a minute to gawk at their boss' radically changed appearance. "Wow, boss, what did you do to yourself? You look awesome," Udon finished for his friend. "Well, people do change, and I changed awesomely." Naruto chuckled in mirth. "All right, what is it you all want?" "Oh right, boss, we're having a tough time with our shuriken throwing. Is there a chance you and Sasuke can come by the academy and teach us a few pointers? It did wonders for Irika-sensei the last time you visited." Konohamaru looked at the team with pleading eyes. Well, he wasn't wrong. Sasuke had been keeping tabs ever since both Naruto and himself terrified the academy students, and they were behaving for the most part. But Irika did threaten them all a few times that he would bring them in if they kept acting up. "Sorry, Konohamaru, but my team and I are heading to see our sensei. We'll catch up another time." "Okay, little buddy," Naruto said, trying to not disappoint them too badly. "Sure thing, boss. Go and kick some ass for us, okay?" Giving his rival to become Hokage a bright grin, Konohamaru and his small gang of friends left to go off and do ninja stuff. "Well, you certainly have a way with kids," Sakura commented. "They're all right. All they need is some proper training and they can be kick-ass like me," Naruto replied with a huge hidden grin, but more on guard since she actually said something nice to him. Well, I'm sure you would one day be a great FA dash. Let God of me, you big bully. Immediately hearing Konohamaru's screams, the three genin rushed to where he was screaming. Once they arrived at the scene, the three genin saw the Sandame's grandson being held up by some guy dressed in a black outfit with a red and yellow circle on front, a strange object on his back wrapped in bandages, strange purple marking on his face, and a cat-like headpiece that bore the Hittite 8 of Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. Next to the guy was a girl that had blonde hair that was split into 4 pigtails and piercing blue eyes. She was wearing a white dress that had a mesh shirt underneath. She also had a giant iron fan strapped to her back. Kankuro, put the kid down, he's not worth it. The blonde girl sighed tiredly. It was obvious that she was tired from the long travel from their village and just wanted to rest for the night. I don't care, Temari. This kid hit my leg and he needs to pay for it. Kankuro responded rudely to the blonde. Already he was irritated from the long travel and wanted to let off some steam. Well, now he found an outlet. When he raised his arm to punch the kid square in the mouth, he suddenly felt cold, sharp steel at his throat. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Unprovoked assault on the Sandame's grandson would be a serious crime, more than punishable by death. Naruto hotly said to Kankuro. He was barely keeping the kunai in his right hand steady. No one assaulted his friends and gets away with it. Temari was about to pull her fan on the masked shinobi when she too felt cold steel touching her neck. To her credit, she moved one eye over to see Sasuke holding the deadly tip of his Kusarigama to her jugular vein. Sorry, but my teammate does not like unprovoked attacks. You should count yourself lucky that we stopped you. And why should I count myself lucky about that? The kunoichi questioned her captor. Well, the one in the tree could do something worse to you, Naruto said, making everyone look towards the nearest tree. There they saw an auburn-haired teen no older than them with black rings around his pupilless sea-green eyes that showed his insomnia. He wore black cargo pants, a black t-shirt with a fishnet shirt underneath it, black shinobi-styled sandals, along with a scarf tied around his neck, and had a gourd on his back. His most distinctive marking was a red tattoo with the kanji symbol for love above his left eyebrow. He disappeared in a swirl of sand and appeared near the captured Kankuro. Kankuro, you are a disgrace to the village, the auburn-haired teen said. But Gaara, it wasn't my dash. Shut up, or I will kill you. Gaara turned to face both Sasuke and Naruto. Both by now released their captives. I apologize for my brother's stupidity, but however I am curious as to how you discovered my location, Gaara asked. You leaked a good amount of killing intent when you stared at the idiot, Naruto replied, pointing his thumb at peeved Kankuro. I see you are skilled. Both of you are if you manage to catch my siblings off guard. What are your names? Gaara asked. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke introduced himself. And my name's Naruto Uzumaki. What is yours? Naruto asked. My name is Gaara of the Desert. I look forward to facing you both in the exams. The Sand Genin said, and with that confrontation finished with, they turned around to walk away with both his siblings in tow. And while that entire scene played out, Sakura found herself left out again, and as she witnessed how fast and how strong her teammates were, she honestly began to question her skills as a kunoichi. 10 minutes later. Hello, my cute little genin. Kakashi greeted his team with his usual eye smile. Almost immediately Sasuke brought his hands into the tiger seal and shouted, Release! When nothing happened, the Uchiha was joined by Naruto to try and dispel the illusion. While it was amusing to watch his genin try and dispel a supposed illusion, the silver-haired man held up his hands to stop them. I'm not a genjutsu. Come on, let's get started here, okay? You're early, the three genin shouted at the same time. Yes, I am. Is that really surprising? Kakashi asked, almost like he was sincerely confused. Yes. Chucking in mirth, the copycat ninja reached into his left hip pouch and pulled out 3 slips of paper. Well, now that you 3 have finally arrived, I can give you these. This is so that you can enter and compete in the chunin exams coming up. The chunin exams? They're coming to our village, Sasuke questioned. Oh, thank Kami, he was so relieved. This meant that he would have the chance of being promoted, go on higher and more dangerous missions, and be one step closer to his goal in killing Itachi. Fucking sweet. Kakashi, have I told you how much I love you? Naruto happily read his sheet over and signed it with a pen Kakashi provided. After signing his paper, the Jinchuriki handed the pen to Sasuke, and like his teammates signed the paper without any hesitation. He then handed it to his sensei the same time his teammate did. But after handing it to Sakura, all three shinobi noticed her hesitation. She gulped several times, and her hands shook violently. Sakura. Surprisingly, it was Naruto who spoke up. If you don't feel up to it, we would understand. After all, it's barely been 5 months since we became genin, and we've done only 2 high-level missions and only have a few kills under our belts. We have a decent amount of experience, but we might need a little more time like Team Guy. We rather not have you go in without any confidence and have it end badly for you. But if you do sign the paper, just know that Sasuke and I will have your back. Boy, what are you doing? Jugen demanded. What do you think I'm doing? I'm consoling my teammate, and hoping to whatever god of luck or courage will have her sign it. Naruto replied. But you dislike that pink howler monkey. Don't you remember all those punches to the head? The abuse she and that blonde bimbo cause you at your school? Why console this piece of filth when you could easily destroy her? It's because she's trying. I have not forgotten what she has done, but she is trying to change since I saved her ass on that B-rank mission. I would have to be my old self to not notice this before. PFT. So you're going to forgive her after all she has done. Ninjins. I will never understand your kind. That's the problem, Jugen. You don't try to understand us. And I don't need to. Feeling the sentient eyeball cut the link, he returned his focus on his pink-haired teammate. She looked at him, her expression surprised and relieved. She brought the pen to the sheet of paper and signed her name before handing it back to Kakashi. Good job, you three. You passed the test. Kakashi pocketed the papers, and I smiled at his genin team. Test? What test? Naruto demanded. To enter the chunin exams, all members of the team have to sign these forms. If Sakura didn't sign it, none of you would have been able to enter this year. Now I want you three to be at the academy first thing tomorrow morning. Dismissed, and sleep tight, you're going to need it. Kakashi ordered the three before disappearing in a small cloud of smoke. Huh, well I guess I'll see all of you tomorrow. And Naruto. Thank you. Sakura bowed to her 2 teammates and left to go home. Well, I guess we should dash. Let's get it over with. I'm sure Haku would love to look after them. Sasuke interrupted his teammate with a sigh. He didn't mind Haku too much, it was the other 3 that always shook his nerves to the core. Glad we're on the same page. Come on duck as let's go. Don't call me that dope. Hey, wake up. Sasuke grumbled and pulled his sheets over his head. Oi! Team, wake up. Damn it, dope, it's... Sasuke cracked open his eyes and saw that it was 4 o'clock in the freaking morning. He turned to glare at his teammate with all the hate he could muster. Someone better be dead or dying for you to wake me up this early. No one important to my knowledge. Naruto shrugged, donned in his full shinobi gear ranging from his black sandals, vest, skull belt buckle, to his Hanya mask and all. Listen, I know it's late, but I cannot sleep anymore with the exams coming up in a few hours. It does not start until 8 in the morning. Go back to sleep, dang it. Yeah, right, I am far too pumped. Listen, we dropped the kits off yesterday, and we have a few hours to kill. Naruto then began pumping his arms in excitement. Come on, Sasuke team. Get dressed and head out with me. We need to polish our skills to a fine point to become chunin. I honestly hate you. Throwing off his covers, the Uchiha rubbed his tired eyes. It took forever to calm himself down and get some much-needed shut-eye, but then the idiot on his team just had to get him excited about their potential increase in rank. Fine. Training ground in 10 minutes. I will meet you there. Without another word, Naruto raced out of Sasuke's bedroom and into the night. I honestly thought I locked my door, Sasuke said to himself before getting to his feet. Ah well, no time like the present. Within 10 minutes, the 2 young shinobi were at their familiar training grounds, and at 7:30 am the groundskeeper let out a horrific shriek. The grounds were torn asunder. Grass was burnt to ashes and in dire need of being replaced. Large patches of neck-deep mud littered the grounds along with hardened chunks of earth pointing out the ground like spears, or walls, one even looked like a dome. Large cuts also littered the ground and trees, some being completely cut in half or set on fire. There was also the water issue where it was ankle-deep in some parts. Other areas were just soaked with uprooted trees. Little to say the groundskeeper was not pleased. Nor would the Hokage be pleased when he looked at the report, and the few shinobi who were proficient in the semi-rare earth release affinity, and one certain Umbu member were not pleased that they were assigned to clean up the mess of two overzealous youths. The Academy 8M. What happened to you guys? Sakura asked with great confusion and worry in her voice.
Yeah.
Naruto, who kinda looked waterlogged with mud caking his black pants, missing a sandal and minor scorch marks at the bottom of his mask, was unable to find a good excuse. Well, Sasuke was no better. His white pants were dirty and tattered at the edges, his hair a frizzy mess, and the right sleeve missing from his dark long-sleeved shirt. We were on our way here, but then a sinkhole opened up underneath us. Naruto tried to make a plausible excuse. Sakura crossed her arms and gave the both of them an unamused stare. I rather believe Kakashi-sensei's lies over yours. That was pretty terrible, dope, Sasuke seconded. Ah, screw the both of you. Sighing like she was talking to a child, Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose. Do the both of you have a change of clothes? We want to give off a good impression. I don't really care about giving off a good impression, Naruto scoffed. For the village, you idiot. If we were to look like a bunch of bums, that would make the other nations look down on us. I don't know about you, but I do not wish to do that. Sasuke filled in for his pink-haired teammate. Thankfully, he planned ahead and had a second pair of clothes in a sealing scroll he bought a few days previously just in case something like this happened. All right, fine. Sakura, give us a few minutes and we will join you in looking awesome. The black-streaked blonde waved them off irritably before making a beeline for the men's room. 5 minutes later, both Leaf Genin exited the restroom, their clothing replaced and bits of mud or soot awash from their faces. They arrived at their old academy, and honestly the place had not changed since both Naruto and Sasuke visited the place more than once since they got back from their mission in Wave Country. The entrance was crowded. Genin that were a few years older than them were chatting with old friends. Others were from a few other villages just hanging around. Quite a turnout. Naruto punched his right fist into his open left hand. I cannot wait to show off just who I am in there. Who easy there, we're first years, remember. Sakura sharply responded to her teammate. She was still nervous about these exams. 2 strong teammates or not, she was still on edge. Let's try and stay low and under the radar. It will be safer that way. Sasuke only scoffed in retort, even if she did make a valid point. Fine. Let's just go before the entire building fills up with weaklings. Team 7 did just that, pushing past excited Genin until they entered the familiar hallway where a good lot of them were cloistered together in confusion due to 2 hard-looking Genin blocking the path to room 301. What the? Is that team guy? Sakura asked her teammates. Yeah, it is. What in the world? Naruto then saw Tenten getting struck across the face by a Genin with a bandage across his nose. It caused the black-streaked blonde to growl behind his mask and advance towards them. It was thanks to Sasuke placing a firm hand on his shoulder to stop him from doing anything rash. Hold it, Dobe. You really think Tenten would allow herself to be struck like that? He asked. Leaning inwards, he whispered to both his teammates. There is a small, but minor genjutsu covering the sign. He had his Sharingan activated to prove his point. This is just another test to weed out the weaklings. You're right. I can sense it as well, Sakura replied, her cheeks flushed by being in close proximity to her crush, but thankfully being professional about it. Damn Blondie, you got worked up over nothing, the ghost of Ishikawa Kamizuru said in his head. Has my favorite Kurashigan user gotten bitten by the love bug over the panda girl? 1. Okay, 1, shut your damn mouth, and 2, I do not like seeing my friends getting hit. If you were still alive and that happened, I would have sucker punched the offender. Ah, you consider me a friend? Well, I am honored, truly I am. For once the deceased Kamizuru was not being sarcastic or lazy, he was actually flattered. But still, get your head in the game, all right? Naruto grunted in reply before following Sasuke and Sakura to get away from the cluttered hallway by not so subtly pushing past the 2 Genin and ignoring the shouts of the cannon fodder. The team passed through a large corridor and arrived at two large oaken doors where their sensei was standing in front of it.
Yo!
Kakashi greeted them. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Sakura asked in surprise. Oh, I just wanted to congratulate the three of you for making it past the first trial, the one-eyed Jonin said with his usual eye smile. If you couldn't get past it, then I would have to reconsider your career choice. It was Sasuke that saved that day. I was about to punch those genin out, Naruto said, giving credit where credit was due. Ah, luckily he stopped you. Those were two chunin that would have easily stopped you. At least he hoped so. While Naruto had changed quite a bit, he was lacking in experience. And unlike him, Izumo and Kotetsu had plenty. Anyhow, from here on out is the real thing. Try to do well later. Giving them a wave, Kakashi disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Naruto only grinned underneath his masks. Finally the real thing. No more bullshit. Grabbing the handles of the door, he pushed them open, and were greeted by roughly 100 fellow genin, all glaring a hole into his head. Well, this is a very cold welcome, Naruto said with a chipper voice as he began to leak killing intent from his body. Humph, how rude of them, Sasuke replied as he began to leak his own killing intent, glaring at the shinobi in front of him.